Chapter 151. Yunjing, he would definitely go there again. Taking the crystal bracelet out of the wooden box, a strong sense of guilt surfaced in old lady Lin's eyes. Originally, she had been wondering whether this child had gone to Yunjing to look for Yishu. Unexpectedly, he had only gone to Yunjing for a vacation. Moreover, even while traveling, he had not forgotten his grandmother. Sigh. It was her fault. She should not have doubted her own grandson so much. Lin Zhe put the crystal bracelet on old lady Lin's wrist. It was a dark purple crystal bracelet. Dark purple was old lady Lin's favorite color. The smile on old lady Lin's face deepened. Thank you, Ah Zhe. Grandma really likes the crystal bracelet you gave me. Ah Zhe has grown up and now knows how to show filial respect to grandma. Lin Zhe smiled. As long as you like it, grandma. You raised me with so much hardship when I was young. It's only right that I show you respect. Hearing this, old lady Lin's eyes were filled with relief. She knew it. This grandson of hers was a filial and good child. Seeing that old lady Lin's anger had completely dissipated, Lin Zhe continued. Grandma, I'm sorry for making you worry for so long. It's getting late now. I'll send you back to your room to rest. Okay. Old lady Lin nodded. The grandmother and grandson looked extremely harmonious, and the atmosphere was warm and peaceful. Aunt Zhang looked at the backs of the grandmother and grandson and frowned deeply. She had thought that the grandmother and grandson would have a huge fight. She thought it would end with them completely falling out. What she did not expect was that not only did they not fall out, but old lady Lin's affection for Lin Zhe had deepened even more. Aunt Zhang returned to her room and called Feng Qianhua. She did not say much over the phone, only reminding Feng Qianhua that Lin Zhe had already returned and that old lady Lin had not flown into a rage. After that, she hung up. Feng Qianhua's expression turned frighteningly dark. Are you playing a roundabout tactic with me? She had spent a great deal of effort sowing discord between the grandmother and grandson. She never expected Lin Zhe to use just a photo and a bracelet to make old lady Lin forget everything. She would never believe that Lin Zhe did not go to Yunjing to look for Yishu. It seemed she had underestimated him. However, so what if Lin Zhe was smart? He was still just a teenager. Feng Qianhua narrowed her eyes. She must become Lin Jincheng's wife and give birth to a child of her own with him. She must drive Lin Zhe out of the Lin family forever. At the Lin residence. Lin Zhe had just returned to his bedroom when the smile on his face disappeared. He picked up his phone and sent Yisun a message. Uncle Yi, I've arrived in Beijing safely. Home. Even though it was already late at night, Yisun replied very quickly. Yes, Uncle Yi. If you have time to come to Beijing, you must tell me. I'm very familiar with the 49 city. Okay. My niece has been talking about applying to Beijing University recently. If she gets in, I'll let you know. Lin Zhe looked at the words on the screen and smiled faintly. Being Yi Sen's niece must be very, very happy. He wondered whether his mother had any siblings. If she did, then he should have an uncle too. What would his uncle be like? Would he be like Yi Sen? Lin Zhe fell into deep thought. After a while, he replied. I'll wait for you in Beijing. It's late. Go to bed early. Kids shouldn't stay up late. Good night, Uncle Yi. After sending the message, Lin Zhe went to the bathroom to take a shower. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. The arrival of the 15th marked the official end of the new year, and Yunjing City resumed full-scale operations. Students were about to return to school. The Yi family's private kitchen was also reopening for business. Because Yi Shu's hand was injured, she could not work for the time being, so she recruited 2 more workers to take turns managing the shop. Although she could not work physically, she was far from idle. She studied English every day. Even the music played during the shop's lunch break was in English. Hard work paid off. Although it had only been 10 short days, Yishu could already order simple meals and communicate with foreigners. Yizhua carried her school bag and went to school to report. Before heading to school, she stopped by the company on the way. She rarely came to the company. When the employees saw her enter the CEO's private elevator directly, they became extremely curious. "Who's that? She's so pretty. The CEO's daughter? I heard our CEO is only 27 this year. Fuck. Could she be the CEO's girlfriend?" Chapter 152. I think she looks like him. The president's girlfriend is too beautiful. These voices came after Yizhua entered the elevator, so she naturally did not hear them. She walked straight to Zhao Yang's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Zhao Yang's voice came from inside. Yizhua pushed the door open and went in. Zhao Yang was sitting on the boss's chair, processing documents. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he thought it was his secretary who had come in to deliver the documents. He said directly, "Xiao Song, you can just put the documents on the table. I'll look at them later." "Brother Zhao Yang, it's me," Yizhua said faintly. Hearing this, Zhao Yang raised his head and saw that it was Yizhua. Zhao Yang hurriedly stood up from the boss's chair and said, "Zhua Zhua." Although Yizhua called him brother, she was younger than him. However, Zhao Yang never dared to truly treat Yizhua as a younger sister. This was because, even though Yizhua was young, she had a sense of authority. Every time he saw Yizhua, it was like an elementary school student who hadn't finished his homework seeing a teacher. He couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Yizhua took out a design draft from her bag and handed it to Zhao Yang. "This is the latest spring dress design. Take a look." Zhao Yang took the design draft, and his eyes were filled with surprise. There were 2 English letters at the bottom right of each design draft. ZY. ZY was Yizhua. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhao Yang would never have believed that a teenage girl could have such talent in design. Anyone who saw her design draft and finished product only had one word in their heart: buy. Currently, ZY's name had spread throughout the entire design circle. It wasn't just spread, it was a shock. There was a popular saying in the circle now, ZY's debut was the peak. If people knew that ZY was only 18 years old, it would probably cause a huge uproar. Most importantly, ZY wasn't just a designer, she was also the inventor of clothes that could adjust the temperature. Zhao Yang did not dare to imagine what kind of storm it would cause in the business world once these 2 pieces of information spread. She was only 18. A child who hadn't even participated in the college entrance examination. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Zhao Yang continued. "Miss Yi, the style you've designed will definitely become the nation's new favorite once it goes on sale. Oh, by the way, there's a popular female celebrity who recently wants you to design a red carpet gown for her. Will you accept this order?" "How much?" Yizhua asked calmly. Zhao Yang gestured the number 7 with his fingers. 7 million? Yizhua raised her eyebrows slightly. Zhao Yang shook his head. Yizhua frowned. "It can't be 700,000, right?" "Yes. I won't accept it." Yizhua continued. "Tell the other party I'll consider 7 million, and send another message at the same time, only accept 3 orders a month. I won't take more than 3 orders." The rarer the item, the more valuable it was. In the business world, this was called hunger marketing. Zhao Yang nodded. "All right, got it." Yizhua's gaze landed on the contract on the office desk. Zhao Yang hurriedly pulled it out. "This is the contract we signed with Songshe Group. Do you want to take a look?" "Songshe?" Zhao Yang nodded. Yizhua took the contract and examined it. After a moment, the corners of her mouth curled up. "Old fox. What's wrong?" Zhao Yang asked. "Is there a problem with this contract?" He knew Song Shiyu's character, so he had looked at it carefully twice before and did not find any obvious problems. Yizhua placed the contract on the table. "Here, and here. But it's normal that you didn't see it. He just happened to step on a loophole in the terms." Zhao Yang hadn't noticed anything at first. After hearing Yizhuo, he suddenly understood. He admired Yizhuo a little more. Actually, Yizhuo was also a little surprised. She hadn't expected that Song Shiyu, only 28 this year, would be so shrewd. Yizhuo continued. Tomorrow, get someone to send a copy of this contract to Song Shiyu. Remember, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Zhao Yang didn't quite understand Yizhuo's thoughts. If they didn't say anything, how would Song Shiyu know they had already discovered the problem? Yizhuo seemed to have seen through Song Shiyu's thoughts. She continued. If Song Shiyu is worth our cooperation, he will definitely come personally to apologize. If he doesn't do anything, it means we need to change partners. Song Shiyu was a smart man. Even if he didn't say anything. When he saw that Zhao Yang had someone send the contract back, he could understand Zhao Yang's intention. Chapter 153. Working with smart people, there was no need to talk too much nonsense. Zhao Yang was also a person who understood immediately. He immediately grasped Yizhuo's intentions. Alright, Miss Yi. I know what to do. Yizhuo nodded. Then I'll go to school first. If there are any problems, give me a call. Okay. Zhao Yang sent Yizhuo downstairs. When the employees downstairs saw that Zhao Yang had personally sent Yizhuo down and that his attitude was so respectful, they started to discuss animatedly. What do you guys think is the relationship between that beautiful young lady and our president? If it's really a boyfriend and girlfriend, shouldn't the respectful person be the girl? I think our president treats that little girl as if she's a superior leader. Could it be that that little girl is the legendary chairman of our company? It's not quite possible to be the chairman, is it? It's more likely she's the chairman's daughter. This little girl looked at most 17 or 18 years old. How could she be the chairman? Then she is the eldest daughter of ZY Group. It's very possible. Seeing Zhao Yang send Yizhuo out the door and turn around, everyone shut their mouths and began doing their own work. After returning to the company, Zhao Yang got someone to arrange for the contract to be sent to Song Shiyu Group. Song Shiyu received the contract and let out a soft laugh. Just then, a young man pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Song Shiyu's expression, he asked curiously. What's wrong? Song Shiyu was a very eccentric person. He didn't smile easily. If he smiled, something bad would definitely happen. This young man was called by Jiayu. He was the same age as Song Shiyu and was usually close to him. Take a look at this. Song Shiyu threw the contract to Bai Jiayu. Bai Jiayu took the contract with both hands and said in surprise. Isn't this the contract between you and ZY Technology Company? Yes. Song Shiyu nodded. Bai Jiayu flipped through 2 pages of the contract. Did they send the contract back? Yes. Bai Jiayu rubbed his chin. Looks like this Zhao Yang isn't simple. We underestimated him. Song Shiyu took out a big white rabbit milk candy from the drawer. Do you think Zhao Yang can tell? Although Zhao Yang is very shrewd, he's still a greenhorn and has too little experience. Then what do you mean? Bai Jiayu frowned. Song Shiyu threw the peeled white rabbit milk candy into his mouth. If I'm not wrong, this person is the behind-the-scenes boss of ZY Technology Company. ZY Technology Company had been established for so long. No one in the outside world had ever seen the behind-the-scenes boss. This mysterious boss had made a name for himself and shocked everyone with a single feat. It really made people very curious. Song Shiyu stood up and walked out. Brother Song, where are you going? Song Shiyu chewed on the milk candy as he said. I'm here to apologize. I'll go with you. Bai Jiayu immediately followed. The two of them walked out the door, and Bai Jiayu went to drive. In the car, Song Shiyu took out a large white rabbit milk candy from his pocket. Bai Jiayu said curiously. Brother Song, when did you fall in love with eating candy? It's so sweet. He remembered that Song Shiyu didn't have such a hobby in the past. Song Shiyu looked ahead. Drive your car. Knowing Song Shiyu's personality, Bai Jiayu did not waste any time and drove seriously. Soon, they arrived at ZY Company. Song Shiyu felt that it was a pity he did not meet the legendary ZY boss this time. After discussing the matter of cooperation, Zhao Yang personally sent Song Shiyu downstairs. Seeing the black car disappear on the highway, Zhao Yang could not help but sigh. Miss Yi is really amazing. He had thought that with Song Shiyu's personality, he would not come to apologize. He did not expect. Not only did Song Shiyu come, but he also came so quickly. On the other side, Yizhua had just arrived at the school gate when she saw Enlizi and Zhao Pingting waiting for her. A winter vacation had passed. Zhao Pingting seemed to have changed from 150 kilograms to 108 kilograms. Her facial features were originally pretty. Now that she had slimmed down, standing next to Enlizi, she looked like two flowers fluttering in the wind. If one was not particularly familiar with her, one would not even dare to recognize her. Even Yizhuo was stunned for a moment before he ran over. Lizi, Pingting. Zhao. After not seeing each other for such a long time, the two of them hugged Yizhuo excitedly. I missed you so much, Big Zhao. I missed you too. Yizhuo also hugged the two of them tightly. In her previous life, she had never obtained true friendship. It turned out that it felt so good to have true friends. Chapter 154. After a while, the three of them let go of each other. Yi Zhao looked at Zhao Pingting and said, Pingting, you've lost a lot of weight. You're so beautiful that I can't even recognize you. Zhao Pingting felt a little embarrassed after being praised. Is it that exaggerated? You're really beautiful, Yi Zhao continued. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lizi. And Lizi teased. Zhao, let me tell you, a handsome guy just came to ask Pingting for her WeChat account. Really? Really? And Lizi hurriedly nodded. Zhao Pingting became even more embarrassed. Stop talking, quickly go in. Look at Pingting, she's embarrassed. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked into the school. At this moment, Zhao Pingting said, the school's honor roll has been posted. Let's take a look. The results of the final exam would be posted on the honor roll on the school's bulletin board. In the past, no one from their ordinary class had ever been on the honor roll. This time, the ordinary class had gotten an A grade. The people from the rocket class would definitely be shocked. Who's in first place this time? Enlizi asked curiously. Is it still Brother Lei? Brother Lei's full name was Han Lei. Because he was always first in the entire school, everyone called him Brother Lei. Zhao Pingting said with a proud expression. Do you even need to ask? Of course it's our searing flames. Enlizi was stunned for a moment, thinking that she had misheard. In the past, when she and Yi Zhao were desk mates, Yi Zhao was still an underachiever, the type who slept in class every day. Zhao Pingting continued. This time, Zhao's total score is 743 points. He should be able to get first place, right? How? How many points did Zhao get? Enlizi was stunned. 743, Zhao Pingting repeated. D*****. Enlizi turned to look at Yi Zhao. Big Zhao, you're too amazing. Yi Zhao said humbly. Just a so-so. They went to the bulletin board. There were already quite a few students watching. In the past, the first place had always been taken by Han Lei. This time, it was suddenly Yi Zhao, and everyone was discussing animatedly. Yi Zhao is also unbelievable. She actually got 743 points. I heard that she was previously last place in the rocket class. How did she suddenly become so amazing? Do you guys think that she... F***ck. Searing. You're really number one. Although this answer was within expectations, Zhao Pingting was still ecstatic. She looked even happier than if she had won first place. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Zhao. F***ck. She's so beautiful. Why do I feel that she's a little familiar? Yi Zhao accepted everyone's sizing up of her. There was not the slightest ripple on her handsome face. She was extremely calm and stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens among this group of slightly immature students. Zhao, in order to celebrate your first place in the exam, you invite Lizzie and me to go for skewers tonight. Yi Zhao nodded. Sure. And Lizzie continued. Let's go to the Yi family's private restaurant that has been very popular recently. Zhao Pingting hurriedly nodded. Sure. I heard that the food at their restaurant is really delicious. They're going to open their 4th branch in the east of the city soon. However, today is the first day after the new year, so there will definitely be a lot of people eating there. Why don't we wait until there are fewer people before we go? It's fine, Yi Zhao smiled and continued. My mother is the one who opened the Ye's private restaurant. When the time comes, we can just ask her to use the back door for us. Really? Yi Zhao nodded. And Lizzie immediately hugged Yi Zhao's arm and said, Zhao, I want to eat your family's limited edition squid braised pork and rabbit head. Make the arrangements. Zhao Pingting said. Then can I have a limited edition of your family's mama shuime? Make the arrangements. Oh yeah. Zhao, you're the best. The two of them hugged Yi Zhao's arms, one on each side, as if they were supporting the Empress Dowager. In the office, Qian Debao held Yi Zhao's report card, his face full of disbelief. The first place should be their class's god of learning, Han Lei. How did it become Yi Zhao, this scumbag of learning? If Yi Zhao suddenly became smart, Qian Debao would definitely not believe it. He had been guiding Yi Zhao for 2 years, and she was as dumb as a donkey. How could she suddenly become smart? There must be something fishy going on here. Qian Debao narrowed his eyes. Coincidentally, the form teacher of Class 7, Jiang Wenhui, walked in from outside. People are always in high spirits when it comes to happy events. Jiang Wenhui was humming a little tune. Teacher Jiang, congratulations. Congratulations to your class's Yi Zhao for winning first place. Jiang Wenhui smiled and said. Teacher Qian, you're too polite. Actually, your class's student Han is also very good. He's only slightly inferior to our class's student Yi. Chapter 155. Qian Debao's expression changed. I hope Teacher Jiang can still be so proud during the college entrance examination. There was a 20% chance of cheating during normal exams. There was no chance of cheating during the college entrance examination. The examination venue was very strict. It was so strict that not even a fly could enter. When the time came, Yi Zhao would definitely reveal his true form. Now that he did not have any evidence, he could not say anything as a teacher. Hearing the hidden meaning behind Qian Debao's words, Jiang Wenhui's expression instantly changed. He immediately took out his specialty and began to speak in reverse. Yes. In the entire world, your classmate Han Lei is the best. If the others are better than him, then they are plagiarizing. Yes, our classmate Yi Zhao plagiarized. Not only did our classmate Yi Zhao plagiarize, but he also plagiarized your classmate Han Lei's. Whether he plagiarized or not, we will know on the day of the college entrance exam. Qian Debao continued. Anyway, let me put it this way, the top scorer in Yunjing City will definitely belong to our class, Han Lei. There were a total of 256 high schools in Yunjing City. Not only did Han Lei get first place in the whole school every time, but his results also stood out among these 256 high schools. The final exam questions were so difficult this time. The total score was 750 points. None of the other schools could get 720 points, but Han Lei got 726 points. This was enough to prove Han Lei's strength. Jiang Wenhui slapped the table. Then let me put it this way, the top scorer of this city is definitely our classmate, Yi. 726 points was nothing. Yi Zhao got 743 points. He was a few streets ahead of Han Lei. In your dreams. Qian Debao scoffed. Jiang Wenhui did not back down. You're the one who's in your dreams. Your whole family is in your dreams. Qian Debao could not be bothered to say anything more to Jiang Wenhui. In any case, it was true or false. On the day of the college entrance examination, everything would reveal its true form. After school at night, Yi Zhao brought Zhao Pingting and Enlizi to the Yi family's private restaurant to eat. It was lunchtime. The restaurant was packed. There was a long queue outside the three restaurants. Damn, your restaurant is doing so well. It's even more exaggerated than what the internet says. Enlizi said. Yi Zhao held their hands. Maybe it's because there's a big discount on the internet recently. Come with me. Zhao Pingting sniffed. It smells so good. No wonder there are so many people here for a meal. At this moment, Enlizi stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked ahead. To be precise, her gaze landed on a middle-aged man and woman who were standing in line. The man's hand was placed on the woman's waist. Their posture was intimate. Although the woman looked old, she was dressed very fashionably. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed the man in front of her. Lizi, what are you looking at? Yi Zhao looked back in confusion. Seeing that she did not have any reaction, Zhao Pingting stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Lizi? Only then did Enlizi come to her senses. It was as if she had lost her soul. And nothing. Lizi, are you not feeling well? Yi Zhao asked. No, no. Enlizi shook her head and smiled. Let's go eat quickly. Are you really okay? Yi Zhao was a little worried. I'm fine. Seeing that she was unwilling to say more, Yi Zhao did not ask any more questions. He brought the two of them to the shop and greeted Yi Shu. Yi Shu was naturally very happy to see Yi Zhao bringing his two classmates to the restaurant for a meal. Zhao, bring your classmates to the second floor. If you want to eat anything, send it to me on WeChat. Thank you, Auntie. Zhao Pingting and Enlizi thanked Yi Shu. Yi Shu smiled and said, You're welcome. You can go up quickly. The second floor was a resting area and was not open to the public. The three of them had just reached the second floor when Zhao Pingting said, Zhuo, Auntie is so pretty. Yi Shu was indeed very pretty. Her figure was also very good. She looked to be in her early 30s at most. People would believe that she was 27 or 28 years old. Yi Zhuo said arrogantly. That's right. Otherwise, why would I be so pretty? Seeing that Enlizi was in a daze, Yi Zhuo continued. Lizi, are you really alright? I'm fine. Enlizi shook her head. Halfway through the meal, Enlizi suddenly put down her chopsticks. Zhao, Pingting, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. I'll go back first, you guys eat. As she spoke, before Yi Zhao and Zhao Pingting could react, she grabbed her school bag and ran far away. Chapter 156. Zhao Pingting asked with a puzzled look. What's wrong with Lizi? Yi Zhuo shook his head. Maybe she really has something on her mind. When they came downstairs, Enlizi looked over again. The man and woman were still there. Enlizi held back the overwhelming emotions in her heart. She took out her phone and took a few photos before turning around to leave. Enlizi's family operated a small supermarket. Usually, Enlizi's mother, Xia Xiaoman, ran the supermarket. The small supermarket had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was the vegetable, grain, and oil area, the second floor was the snacks and daily necessities area, and the third floor was their own living quarters. As soon as Enlizi entered, she saw her mother exchanging goods with the tallyman of the supermarket. Mom! Enlizi walked over. You're back. Xia Xiaoman turned around with a smile. Lizi, didn't you say you were having dinner with your classmates? Why are you back so early? Enlizi didn't answer Xia Xiaoman directly. Instead, she asked. Mom, where's my dad? He went to stock up, Xia Xiaoman answered. When did he go? Xia Xiaoman said. He went in the morning. Why? And Lizzie opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Mom, why didn't you call my dad? Xia Xiaoman smiled and said. What's there to rush? Your dad isn't a kid anymore. He'll come back when the goods are ready. What's wrong with you today, kid? Nothing. And Lizzie patted the dust off Xia Xiaoman's body. Mom, why didn't you dress yourself up? Xia Xiaoman was speechless. Why are you acting so weird today? One minute you're asking where your dad went, and the next minute you're asking me to dress up. What's wrong? Mom, I'm going upstairs to do my homework. Go ahead. Xia Xiaoman nodded. When she went upstairs, and Lizzie was not in the mood to do her homework at all. All she could think about was the image of her father with that woman. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that her father, the father she loved the most, the father who was usually honest, would cheat on her. Such a dramatic thing had actually happened to her. She did not know what to do. And Lizzie lay on the bed, her mood very heavy. She could not help but take out the photo she had taken. She hoped that she had only seen wrongly at that time. However, no matter how many times she looked at it, the image in the photo did not change. That person was her father. After an unknown period of time, the voices of her parents came from the living room. I've already eaten at home. Why do you still want to spend money on this? It was Xia Xiaoman's voice. This shop has good business and the taste is not bad. When old Zhang and I went there was a long line. I thought that you and Lizzie would like to eat it too. It was in Dongliang's voice. And Lizzie instantly woke up and dragged her slippers outside. As expected, her good father had returned. Lizzie, come over quickly. Look what Daddy brought back for you. And Lizzie walked over to take a look. It was the food that was brought back from the Yi family's private restaurant. If Lizzie had not seen that scene today, she would have been very happy. However, she would not be so happy now. There was a pile of leftovers. And Lizzie felt disgusted. It was one thing for Dongliang to go out to meet his mistress, but now he had brought back the leftovers. Xia Xiaoman, who did not know what was going on, was still eating happily. Lizzie, the taste of this restaurant is not bad. Try it. And Lizzie tried her best to control her emotions and took the food from Xia Xiaoman's hands. Mom! Stop eating. Eating too much junk food is not good for your health. Xia Xiaoman was stunned. Lizzie! What's wrong with you today? And Dongliang also felt that there was something wrong with Lizzie. This daughter of his had always been obedient. Lizzie, did you encounter something unhappy? Tell me, I'll help you analyze it. And Lizzie looked at Dongliang like this. She felt that it was ironic. The good father in her eyes and the good husband in her mother's eyes were completely different people. At this moment, Lizzie only wanted to ask loudly. Why did he betray my mother? It's nothing. And Lizzie threw all the leftovers on the table into the trash can. I just feel that eating too much junk food at night is not good for my health. After saying this, Lizzie turned around and returned to her room. This child, what's wrong? And Dongliang scratched the back of his head with a puzzled look. Xia Xiaoman frowned and said. Lizzie isn't usually like this. Did she not do well in the exam? And Lizzie returned to her room and hugged her pillow as she cried out loud. She wanted to find someone to talk to and help her make decisions. However, she could not reveal her dirty laundry to the public, not to mention that this person was her father. She did not know who to look for either. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the kind of relationship specialist that could be consulted online. Hence, she took out her phone, looked for a professional-looking specialist, anonymously described her encounter, and sent it to the specialist. The specialist quickly replied. It was a woman's voice that sounded very gentle. Hello, my advice to you is that you'd better pretend that you didn't see anything and don't interfere in the matters between your parents. You have to believe that your father is still the same father who loves you. He will not reduce his care and love for you because of this. If you insist on exposing this layer of window paper, then what you will face is the fragmentation of a family. I believe that your mother, who is also a woman, will certainly not be willing to face this fact. Chapter 157. After listening to the expert's reply, Illegitimate was stunned. Should she really not tell her mother about this? Should she just let her mother be kept in the dark like this? Illegitimate continued to ask another question. Hello, expert. My mother is a hard-working and kind-hearted woman. She manages everything in and out of the house all by herself. If there is anything good to eat, she will leave it to me and my father. She loves me and my father very much. If I don't say anything and just let her be kept in the dark like this, wouldn't she be too pitiful? After typing this sentence, Illegitimate was already in tears. On one side was her mother, and on the other side was her father. As a daughter, she really did not know what to do. Her mother, Xia Xiaoman, was a typical housewife. Her husband was the god, and her daughter was the earth. Xia Xiaoman was born in the countryside. She and Dongliang were in free love. After the two of them got married, they came to Yunjing to build a life together. Although they said that they would fight together, in reality, Xia Xiaoman was the one who was in the limelight. In the beginning, Xia Xiaoman carried the burden and peddled all over the streets. She woke up early and went to bed late every day. As a result, Xia Xiaoman now looked more than 10 years older than her peers. With Dongliang standing beside her, she did not look like a husband and wife, they looked more like a brother and sister. No one knew that Xia Xiaoman was only 41 years old this year. From having nothing to owning a small supermarket and becoming a boss, Xia Xiaoman could be considered to have started from scratch. It could be said that if it were not for Xia Xiaoman, Dongliang would not have what he had today. However, Dongliang had betrayed her now. If she did not see it with her own eyes, Illegitimate would never believe that her father was such a heartless person. Very soon, the expert replied again. Based on your description, I can tell that your mother is a very strong person. However, the stronger a woman is on the outside, the weaker she is on the inside. If you really tell her about this, she will definitely fall apart. She might even do something drastic that you will regret. If you are really doing this for your mother's good, don't tell her about this. In fact, sometimes, being kept in the dark is also a happy thing. As children, we only need to see our parents happy. Your father is very happy now, and your mother is very happy too. Isn't that good? Why do you have to destroy this happiness with your own hands? On the road of life, you will encounter many different kinds of things. You have to learn to forget, and also learn to grow up. Illegitimate quietly listened to the voice message sent by the expert. She did not know what she felt. In fact, the expert was quite right. What if she told her mother about this and her mother could not bear the blow and did something extreme? No! She couldn't lose her mother. She couldn't become an orphan without a mother. Illegitimate didn't know when she fell asleep either. She had a nightmare. In the dream, after her mother found out about this, she couldn't bear the blow and jumped off a building to commit suicide. Her brain matter and blood spilled all over the floor. She didn't have a mother anymore. Mom! Illegitimate sat up from the bed with sweat all over her head. The images from the nightmare kept lingering in front of her, making her feel a lingering fear. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, a crisp alarm suddenly sounded in the air, pulling Illegitimate thoughts back to reality. Illegitimate pressed the alarm clock back off. After changing into her school uniform, she went to the bathroom to wash up. Illegitimate, you're up. Xia Xiaoman brought breakfast to the dining room and greeted Illegitimate. Illegitimate wiped the foam from the corner of her mouth. Where's my dad? He's sleeping, Xia Xiaoman replied. Why isn't he up yet? Illegitimate could not control her emotions and once again spoke up for her mother. In this house, her mother was not only in charge of the house, she was also in charge of their food, clothing, accommodation, and travel. She was also in charge of the outside world and was busy with the supermarket's business. What did Dongliang do every day? The thing that he did the most was to go out and buy goods. In the past, Illegitimate thought that her father really went out to buy goods. Now it seemed like going out to buy goods was just an excuse, right? He was accompanying that mistress. Xia Xiaoman was like a nanny, she was in charge of this and that. What about Ndongliang? Ndongliang was like a master. Not only did he not know how to be grateful, he even raised someone outside. The more Enlizi thought about it, the angrier she got. Seeing Enlizi like this, Xia Xiaoman frowned and said, "Lizi, what's wrong with you? From last night onwards, your nose is not your nose and your eyes are not your eyes. Tell me, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 158. Could it be that all teenagers were like this? What they think is what they do. Xia Xiaoman's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Mom, Enlizi tried her best to calm herself down and smiled at Xia Xiaoman, "I'm fine." Xia Xiaoman sighed and continued, "Lizi, I know that children nowadays are different from the ones in Mom's era. If there's anything, you must tell Mom and Dad, okay?" Enlizi nodded, her nose turning sour. She reached out and hugged Xia Xiaoman. "Mom! What's wrong?" Xia Xiaoman was stunned. "Lizi, were you bullied at school? If you were bullied, you must tell Mom." Enlizi sniffled. "Mom, I'm fine. I just watched a horror movie on the internet yesterday. I'm a little scared thinking about it now." Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, "How old are you already? You're still so scared after watching a horror movie. That's all fake." At this point, Xia Xiaoman paused, then she said, "Lizi, you're already a senior year student now. Mom doesn't object to watching a horror movie occasionally to relieve your stress. But while watching a horror movie, you can't forget to study, okay? You have to learn to combine work and rest." "Okay." Enlizi nodded. "Alright, go wash your face and eat." Xia Xiaoman patted Enlizi's shoulder. Enlizi went to wash her face. Ndongliang only got up after eating half of his breakfast. Xia Xiaoman immediately squeezed the toothpaste and passed it to Ndongliang. Then, she poured water for him to wash his face. She served him meticulously. After washing his face, Ndongliang went to the kitchen. He glanced at the pot. "What do you want to eat this morning?" "I cooked red bean porridge and bought fried dough sticks." Xia Xiaoman continued, "I've already prepared the porridge for you. It's on the table." Ndongliang frowned. "Why are you eating fried dough sticks again?" They had been eating fried dough sticks for a month. Xia Xiaoman took off her apron and smiled. "What do you want to eat then?" "I'll buy it for you." Ndongliang thought for a moment. "Buy a scallion pancake and bring 2 Heh-heh meat buns." "Alright." Xia Xiaoman nodded. "Wait at home for a while." If this was any other time, this would have been a normal thing. This was because, in Enlizi's impression, her mother had always been very good to her father. But now, Enlizi was extremely angry. She even felt that her mother had fed the dog with deep affection. Ever since she saw Ndongliang with that woman, she could not stand to see her father being so mean to her mother. Her mother was so good to him. How could he treat her like this? How could he do this? He can eat whatever he wants. "Mom, don't spoil him." Enlizi reached out to stop Xia Xiaoman. "What's wrong with you?" Xia Xiaoman was speechless. Enlizi took a deep breath. Ndongliang walked out of the kitchen and placed his hands on Enlizi's shoulders. He smiled and said, "What's wrong with my baby girl? Why are you still angry with Daddy? Did Daddy do something wrong recently? Tell Daddy, Daddy can change it immediately." Ndongliang was still the same as before. He was a reasonable and amiable father. However, Enlizi could see the hypocrisy on his face. There was a thick layer of hypocrisy. "It's nothing." Enlizi broke free from Ndongliang's hands. "I'm going to school." This child. Ndongliang looked at Enlizi's back and shook his head helplessly. His daughter had grown up. She had her own thoughts. Although Ndongliang felt that this was a little strange, he did not take it to heart. It was normal for children to have their own little secrets and tempers when they grew up. As parents, one must not interfere too much with their children's secrets. And Lizzie was absent-minded all the way to the school gate. Yesterday, she and Zhao Pingting were waiting for Yi Zhao. Today, Yi Zhao and Zhao Pingting were waiting for her. Lizzie. Zhao Pingting waved at her. Zhao, Pingting. And Lizzie jogged over. Zhao Pingting continued, Lizzie, were you alright last night? You ran away before you finished eating. Later, Mama Zhao even gave each of us a big gift bag. Oh right, this is yours. Zhao Pingting handed Lizzie a handbag. And Lizzie looked up at Yi Zhao. Zhao, please thank Auntie for me. You're welcome. Yi Zhao looked at Lizzie. By the way, Lizzie, did you not sleep well last night? And Lizzie was in a bad mood and looked listless. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Yi Zhao could tell at a glance that something was wrong with her. Chapter 159. Yes. And Lizzie nodded. I had a nightmare the whole night. Yi Zhao took out a small black bottle from his backpack and handed it to Lizzie. This medicine is to help you sleep. It's all natural and has no side effects. Lizzie, you can try it. Thank you, Zhao. And Lizzie took the small bottle with both hands. Yi Zhao smiled faintly. You're welcome. And Lizzie was not in a good mood the entire day. When she was queuing up at the cafeteria in the afternoon, she was even more absent-minded. She frowned at times and sighed at other times. Zhao Pingting and Yi Zhao looked at each other and reached out to poke Lizzie. Zhao, look at Lizzie. What's wrong with her? Yi Zhao shook his head and tilted his head to look at Lizzie. He patted her shoulder. Lizzie, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Zhao. You don't have to worry. And Lizzie shook her head and reached out to take the plate that the canteen auntie handed over. However, due to a moment of carelessness, the plate slipped from her hand. It looked like it was about to fall to the ground. Yi Zhao stretched out his hand and caught it just in time. He held the plate steadily. Not even a drop of soup spilled. Zhao Pingting stood at the side, her eyes almost sparkling. Zhuo, you're so powerful. Although she knew that Yi Zhao was very powerful, every time he made a move, it was always stunning. Otherwise, how could it be your father Zhuo? After saying that, Yi Zhao returned the plate to Lizzie. Lizzie, you must tell us if there's anything. Okay. And Lizzie nodded. And Lizzie didn't know how to explain this matter. After all, that person was her father. Now, she could only hide it, and digest it by herself. And Lizzie had been using the words of the relationship expert to comfort herself. Being kept in the dark was also a kind of happiness. Since her mother was very happy now, why should she destroy this happiness? Zhao Pingting continued, Lizzie, did you break up with someone? And Lizzie looked up at Zhao Pingting. It's just a small family matter. It's not big or small. In short, it's quite annoying. Zhao Pingting held Lizzie's hand. Lizzie, you're still young. You're already worried about family matters. Let adults worry about adults. The three of them sat at the dining table and ate. And Lizzie looked at Zhao Pingting and hesitated for a moment before saying, Pingting, how are your parents' feelings? Pretty good. Zhao Pingting nodded. My dad is very introverted and doesn't know how to socialize. Usually, my mom is in charge of the family. Although we usually quarrel, it's always my mom scolding my dad. My dad just listens. And Lizzie suddenly felt a little envious of Zhao Pingting. Why were other people's dads all good dads? Was her dad going to look for a mistress? After saying this, Zhao Pingting was a little puzzled. Lizzie, why are you asking about this? I'm just curious. And Lizzie smiled. Zhao Pingting smelled something abnormal. Lizzie, did your dad and your mom fight? I don't know how to say it either. And Lizzie scratched her head. It's not really a fight, right? After all, this was just Lizzie's family affair, so Zhao Pingting didn't ask any more questions. After thinking for a while, Enlisi continued, Zhao, Ping Ting, I want to ask you a question. You ask. If, Enlisi carefully chose her words in her mind, I mean if you find out that your neighbor's sister's father is having an affair, what would you do? It was not good to expose the scandal, so Enlisi had no choice but to change her identity to that of the neighbor's sister. Zhao Pingting was stunned. She looked at Enlisi with a blank expression. It was obvious that she had never encountered such a problem before. Yi Zhao thought about it seriously. Does your neighbor's sister know about this? Enlisi nodded. Yi Zhao frowned slightly and continued, she didn't tell her mother about this. Enlisi shook her head and voiced her concerns. Her mother is a very, very good person. She loves and trusts her father very much. If her mother finds out about this, based on her mother's character, it's very likely that she would jump off a building. That's why my neighbor's sister has never dared to tell her mother. Yi Zhao glanced at Enlisi. If she doesn't tell her mother, this is a very unfair thing for her mother. I suggest you tell your neighbor's sister and let her tell her mother the truth. I believe that as an adult, she will solve this problem perfectly. Yi Zhao had never been in a relationship or married in his previous life. Chapter 160, Lovely Old Mrs. Tsen, my granddaughter-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. 4. However, she was disgusted by men who cheated even after having a family. It was simply intolerable. No. No. Her mother cannot know about this. Enlisi continued, Zhuo, is there a way to not let her mother know, but also make her father come back? Enlisi didn't want to see her mother suffer any mishaps. On the other hand, she also wanted to bring her father back. She also wanted to keep this happy family. Yi Zhuo thought for a moment. Then let your neighbor's sister go and expose this layer of window paper to her father. Since he's so shameless, why is your neighbor's sister still caring about his face? If this man has a sense of responsibility, he will definitely turn back and break off the relationship with that third party outside. Enlisi's eyes lit up. Perhaps this method really could work. Her father loved her so much, and he loved this family so much. He would definitely turn back. After school, Enlisi rushed home in the evening, intending to have a chat with Ndongliang. However, after searching around the supermarket, she still could not find him. Enlisi could only look for Xia Xiaoman. Mom, where's my dad? Coincidentally, one of the cashiers had taken a leave of absence today. Xia Xiaoman was at the front desk. Your dad went to buy some goods. Buy some goods. Buy some goods again. Enlisi's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Why are you looking for your dad? Xia Xiaoman asked. Nothing much. Enlisi carried her school bag and went upstairs. It was not until 10 p.m. that Ndongliang returned home. Enlisi could clearly smell the scent of perfume on Ndongliang's body. Dad, I have something to tell you. Let's go downstairs. Ndongliang took off his coat and smiled. What is it? Why do you have to go downstairs? Although he said so, he still followed Enlisi downstairs. It was early spring, and the cold wind was blowing. Ndongliang said, Lisi, what do you have to say that your mother can't hear? Enlisi raised her head and looked at Ndongliang. She did not beat around the bush and said directly, it's about you, Dad. Did you meet someone outside? Ndongliang's expression changed. Don't deny it. I have evidence. Enlisi took out the photo she had taken last time. Lisi, I'm sorry, Ndongliang did not know how to describe his feelings at this moment. No one could understand the feeling of being caught cheating by his own daughter. No wonder Enlisi had been acting so strangely these past few days. It was because of this matter. Enlisi almost shouted, don't apologize to me. You should apologize to Mom. Mom works so hard every day. She sacrifices so much for this family. She's like a nanny waiting on you. Do you think you can let Mom down by doing this? Don't you want our family anymore? Enlisi's eyes turned red again when she thought of her mother. Ndongliang panicked when his daughter questioned him like this. he said with red eyes. I'm sorry, Lizzie. I'm sorry for you, I'm sorry for your mother, and I'm even more sorry for our family. Please don't tell your mother about this, okay? I'll cut off all contact with that woman immediately. Are you serious? And Lizzie raised her head and looked at Ndongliang. Ndongliang immediately stretched out 3 fingers. I'm serious, I swear. If I lie, I'll be struck by lightning. And Lizzie heaved a sigh of relief. Her father still had her and her mother in his heart. Then, I'll give you this chance. I hope you can remember what you said tonight. Thank you, Lizzie. And Ndongliang hugged Lizzie. I'll make it up to your mother in the future. Your mother is a good woman. I've let her down. After this day, Ndongliang seemed to have changed. He no longer left early or returned late. He even helped Xia Xiaoman with the housework. The smile on Xia Xiaoman's face was obviously much bigger than usual. And Lizzie also returned to her usual smiling face. Soon, a week had passed. Today was Saturday. The weather was very good. The temperature had changed from -1 degree before the year to 18 or 19 degrees. The weeping willows by the river had also sprouted new buds. A breeze blew, bringing with it the fragrance of an unknown flower. Yizhuo had made an appointment with Lin Shasha yesterday to tutor her today, so he had just finished eating when he set off from home to the Lin family. There was a distance between Lin Shasha's house and the Yi family's. However, the weather was good today, so Yizhuo didn't want to take a taxi. He was going to walk there and exercise at the same time. Bathing in the spring sunshine, he felt especially relaxed. There were many people on the street on Saturday. Chapter 161. Plus, Yunjing was a tourist city, so there were even more people. Yizhuo looked up at the sun and suddenly regretted not taking a taxi. At this moment, a man in black quickly ran past Yizhuo. He was very fast. He was like a gust of wind. Yizhuo frowned slightly. Before she could react, a middle-aged woman dressed in a light blue qipao and a pair of high heels came from behind. She was dressed exquisitely. Catch the thief! Catch the thief! Yizhuo immediately understood what was going on. He looked at the middle-aged woman and said, "Auntie, wait here for a moment." As soon as he said that, Yizhuo immediately chased after the man. He was also very fast. In a short while, he had forced the black-shirt man into a dead end. The black-shirt man was so tired that his face was pale. His forehead was covered with layers of hot sweat. He sat on the ground and looked up at Yizhuo. "Hero! Heroine! I surrender. Take out your things." Yizhuo stretched out his hand towards him, his eyes very indifferent. "All right, wait a moment." The black-clothed man lowered his head and rummaged through his pockets. Let me look, let me look." Little did he know that his lowered eyes were suffused with a cold and gloomy light. He had debuted for so many years, but he had never suffered a setback. Today, he would similarly not fall into the hands of a little girl. Just now, he had intentionally run into this dead end. Because this dead end was a blind spot for surveillance, and it was also his territory. This little girl was so beautiful, so she definitely had a better taste. Thinking of this, a wretched expression appeared on the black-clothed man's face. Since she liked to meddle in other people's business, then don't blame him. At this moment, the black-clothed man suddenly took out a dagger that flashed with a cold light from his pocket. He stood up from the ground and walked step by step towards Yizhuo. At the same time, 3 to 4 men wearing black clothes also appeared behind Yizhuo. They quietly surrounded him and blocked his way back. The current Yizhuo was like a turtle in a jar. It was difficult to escape from a super wing. Yizhuo crossed his arms in front of his chest. He just looked at the man in black who was walking towards him. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The man in black frowned slightly. Why didn't he run? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't a girl immediately turn around and run when she saw this situation? Why didn't Yizhuo move? Could it be that he was scared silly? It should be. The black-clothed man walked in front of Zhuo just like that. Little girl, if you know what's good for you, spend some time with your brothers today. Your brothers will make you happy. Otherwise, he. The people behind him also started to laugh with malicious intentions. Their eyes were filled with a wretched light. Zhuo curled his lips slightly. Or else what? Is that so? After saying that, Zhuo reached out and grabbed the man in black by the neck, lifting him up bit by bit. It's still the same. The atmosphere froze at that moment, and the few hooligans behind Zhuo were so scared that their legs went soft. She actually lifted him up. This was too terrifying. The black-clothed man's feet rose into the air, and his face was choked to the color of a pig's liver. At this moment, he felt that death was right beside him and could take him away at any time. Why aren't you speaking? Weren't you able to speak just now? Zhuo increased the strength of her hands. The black-clothed man looked at Zhuo, his face full of pain and fear. He blurted out a few words, no, I don't dare. He really didn't dare. He originally thought that he would meet a little beauty, but he didn't expect to meet a little Raksha. Zhuo slowly turned behind him. What about you guys? The few hooligans were scared out of their wits and knelt on the ground. I don't dare. Heroine, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Only then did Zhuo slowly let go of the man in black. Bang! The man fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Thank you, great aunt. Thank you, great aunt. Take out the things. The man immediately took out an exquisite handbag from his bosom. Zhuo took the handbag. If I find that one thing is missing, do you believe that I have 100 ways to kill you? Don't worry, I didn't take any of the things here. Did he want to die? How dare he tamper with the little devil? Zhuo took the handbag and ran all the way back to the place where the middle-aged woman had been standing. The middle-aged woman in the cheongsam was still waiting there. Chapter 162, Lovely old Mrs. Tsun, my granddaughter-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. 5. Auntie, do you think this is your bag? The middle-aged woman did not think that Zhuo would be able to snatch the bag back. She looked at Zhuo in surprise. Yes. This is my bag. Zhuo did not return the bag to her immediately. Instead, he said, I'm sorry, Auntie. Before I confirm that you are the owner of this bag, I can't give it to you. Oh right, do you have a cell phone in this bag? Zhuo knew this bag. Because she also had one. It was a gift from Elder Yang. The official website sold it for 7 digits. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, Little sister, I know what you mean. Don't worry. This bag is mine. My cell phone is inside. The cell phone lock is unlocked with my face. Take out your cell phone and pat it on my face. It will be unlocked. Zhuo nodded. He unzipped the bag and took out his phone. That's offensive. The phone camera was aimed at the middle-aged woman's face. The lock was automatically unlocked. After confirming that the bag and phone belonged to the middle-aged woman, Zhuo returned the things to her. The middle-aged woman smiled and looked at Zhuo. Little sister, you are very responsible. By the way, how did you catch that thief? One wouldn't know if one didn't see it. When she saw it, she was shocked. This little girl was too beautiful. She had always thought that she was very good-looking. Standing next to her son, she was like a brother and sister. But this little girl was simply too good. Her lips were red, and her teeth were white. It was as if she was drawn from a painting. Even for a woman like her, her heart was racing when she saw it, let alone a man. Zhuo said, I'm the school's long-distance running champion. That thief felt that he couldn't outrun me, so he returned my bag to me. Thank you so much. The middle-aged woman grabbed Zhuo's hand. Little girl, what's your name? How old are you this year? Auntie, my name is Zhuo. I'm 18 this year. Don't call me auntie. You've already called me old. Just call me big sister. The middle-aged woman continued, my name is Zhou Xiang. You can call me big sister Xiang. Oh right, there's a dessert shop over there. Let me treat you to dessert. With such a young girl calling her sister, Zhou Xiang felt that she could be younger by more than 10 years. Moreover, not only was this girl young, she was also so beautiful. Even Song Chenyu, who was known as the #1 beauty in 5,000 years, felt embarrassed when she stood beside her. She was really too beautiful. Dessert was Yi Zhao's life. If this was any other day, she would definitely agree without hesitation. But today was not the day. She still had to review for Lin Sha. Thank you for your kindness, but I still have something to do. Zhou Xiang held Yi Zhao's hand. I'll call you Zhao. Zhao, you helped me get my bag back. I must thank you properly. Oh right, what's your WeChat? Let's add each other. Zhou Xiang was too enthusiastic. Yi Zhao could not take it anymore and had to take out his phone. Let me scan you. I've already said that you can just call me Sister Zhou Xiang. Zhao, you're too polite. Come, let me scan you. Bring out the QR code. Yi Zhao brought out the QR code. The two of them added each other on WeChat. Yi Zhao added, Sister Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang added, Beauty Zhao, to Yi Zhao. After adding each other on WeChat, Zhou Xiang continued, Zhao, where are you going? My chauffeur will be here soon. I'll get him to send you. Thank you, Sister Zhou Xiang. The place I'm going to is nearby. I can walk there. It won't take more than a few minutes. Zhou Xiang continued, I happen to have nothing to do. I'll send you there. That would be too much trouble. Zhou Xiang waved her hand. It's no trouble at all. Zhou Xiang was a complete beauty lover. She could not walk past a pretty girl. Previously, she did not like female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Ever since she got to know Song Chenyu, she had smelled so good. Moreover, Yi Zhao was even more beautiful than Song Chenyu. Unfortunately, her son was not interested in women. Otherwise, she would have wanted to trick Yi Zhao into becoming her daughter-in-law. With such a beautiful daughter-in-law, she would wake up from her dream with a smile. Yi Zhao could not decline her kind offer, so she had to ask Zhou Xiang to send her to the residential area where Lin Sha lived. Sister Zhou Xiang, I'm here. You're here already? Zhou Xiang looked reluctant. Yi Zhao nodded. Zhou Xiang continued, then go in quickly. Don't make your friend wait so anxiously. I'm going back too. Goodbye, Sister Zhou Xiang. Goodbye. If she had known that Yi Zhao would come back today, Lin Sha had specially bought Yi Zhao's favorite dessert in advance. Chapter 163, Lovely Old Mrs. Tsin, my granddaughter-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. 6. As soon as the doorbell rang, Lin Sha rushed over to open the door. Burning. Sister Sha. Come in. I bought your favorite macarons, soufflés, donuts, and tiramisu. Lin Sha pulled Yi Zhao's hand and walked in. Yi Zhao hugged Lin Sha excitedly. Sister Sha, you're so nice. I knew you liked these. But you eat so many desserts, aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Yi Zhao said fearlessly, if you gain weight, then lose weight. Moreover, this body seemed to be the same as her previous life. It was not easy to gain weight. No matter how much she ate, her body was still hot. After finishing the desserts, Yi Zhao began to review Lin Sha's homework. Lin Sha's liberal arts were okay. Her science results were not too good. She only got 210 points in math, physics, and chemistry. However, Yi Zhao firmly believed that there were no students who could not be taught, only teachers who did not work hard. She had her own teaching method. Although she usually laughed and joked with her friends, when it came to serious matters, she could be as serious as she wanted to be. For example, now. Lin Sha did not even dare to breathe heavily as she listened to Yi Zhao's lecture seriously. The strange thing was that content she could not understand from other tutoring teachers became extremely smooth in front of Yi Zhao. It was like a gurgling stream. Before she knew it, it was already afternoon. The first thing Zhou Xiang did when she went shopping and came home was to tell old Mrs. Tsun about her encounter today. "Mom! Let me tell you. I met an extremely beautiful girl today. She is even more beautiful than a sinking fish." It was rare to hear her praise others from Zhou Xiang's mouth, but it was quite rare today. One had to know that in Zhou Xiang's eyes, Song Qinyu was usually the most beautiful person in the world. Old Mrs. Tsun was stunned. "More beautiful than that fish? Is that more beautiful than my granddaughter-in-law's Yezi?" Zhou Xiang said excitedly, "Although I haven't seen the Yezi you mentioned, I can guarantee that it's definitely more beautiful than Yezi." "Nonsense." Old Mrs. Tsun frowned. "No matter how good-looking she is, she can't be better looking than Yezi. My Yezi is the most beautiful in the world. The most beautiful in the universe. Everyone loves her, she's devastatingly beautiful." In old Mrs. Tsun's eyes, Yi Zhao was the most beautiful existence in the universe. If anyone dared to say that Yi Zhao was not beautiful, she would be angry with them. Even her own daughter-in-law couldn't do it. "Mom, you are too unreasonable. Zhao is so beautiful, how can she not be compared to Yezi?" Zhou Xiang really could not imagine what a person more beautiful than Yi Zhao would look like. The old lady was too good at bragging. "How can you talk like that? Who are you calling Yezi?" Old Mrs. Tsun put her hands on her hips. Zhou Xiang did not show any weakness. "Then you always say that the sunken fish is a fish. Why, only the state officials are allowed to set fire, and not the people allowed to light the lamps?" Old Mrs. Tsun choked. She was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. She pointed at Zhou Xiang and said, "You are the Yezi. Your whole family is the Yezi." Zhou Xiang raised her eyebrows slightly. "Heh-heh, you say that as if you and I are not a family." Old Mrs. Tsun, thinking of her illustrious reputation, she had never lost a quarrel before. This time, she was actually involved in it. How embarrassing. She was so angry. "I don't care. Yezi is the most beautiful. The most beautiful in the universe. That bullsh** T Zhao of yours, she can't even compare to Yezi's little fingers." As she said that, old Mrs. Tsun climbed onto the coffee table and looked at Zhou Xiang. Although she was a little short, she couldn't lose her imposing manner. The coffee table couldn't do it, but she still had the ceiling to climb on. Zhou Xiang also placed her hands on her hips and imitated old Mrs. Cn, "Yezi, and you still want to compete with my Zhao? She can't even compare to a single strand of Zhao's hair. You're creating something out of nothing, making things up in secret, imagining things out of thin air, making things up out of thin air, being speechless, and incurable. There's something wrong with your brain, and there's no end to it." Old Mrs. Tsun was so angry that her face was red. She said a long string of words without even taking a breath. "My Yezi is the most beautiful woman in the world. That bullsh** T Zhao of yours, she can't even compare to Yezi's fingernails." Zhou Xiang raised her eyebrows and suddenly had a plan in her heart. "Mom, why don't we call her over to our house and have a face-to-face comparison? Who's prettier?" Old Mrs. Tsun had talked about Yezi for such a long time, but Zhou Xiang had not seen it once. Her heart was really filled with curiosity. Old Mrs. Tsun nodded. "Sure. Let's let no. Let Xiaoqing be the referee." "Sure." Zhou Xiang continued, "When do we make the appointment?" Chapter 164, The Heartbreaking Truth. Old Mrs. Tsun thought for a moment. "Yezi doesn't have time this week. I'll ask her out next week." At this moment, Sun Xiaoqing walked in from outside the house. He took off his black coat and handed it to the servant beside him. "Mom, Grandma, what are you guys talking about? Why is there such a strong smell of gunpowder?" "We're talking about your wife again," old Mrs. Tsun said angrily. Your mom insists that your wife is not as beautiful as that Yezi. We plan to invite her home next week and let you be the judge. Just as Tsun Shaoqing was about to refuse, old Mrs. Tsun turned around and looked at him. If you dare to refuse, do you believe that I'll slap you to death? Grandma, I've already told you that I have no intention of starting a family. You'd better not make fun of the lady's reputation in the future, Tsun Shaoqing said sternly. Old Mrs. Tsun looked at Tsun Shaoqing, and a malicious smile crept up the corner of her mouth. Not getting married, right? Fine. She had to let this sand sculpture of a grandson of hers experience the feeling of being arrogant for a moment and chasing after his wife at the crematorium. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be his grandmother. Being stared at by old Mrs. Tsun until his hair stood on end, Tsun Shaoqing stood up from the sofa and said, I'm going back to my room. Not long after, the sound of music playing The Curse of Great Sorrow came from upstairs. The next day was Sunday. Yi Zhuo, and Lizi, and Zhao Pingting had made an appointment to watch a movie in the afternoon. The three of them met at the agreed place. Yi Zhuo said, I've already bought the movie tickets. Let's just get the tickets directly. And Lizi said, then I'll go buy popcorn. By the way, what else do you guys want to eat? I want an iced Coke, Zhao Pingting said. Yi Zhuo thought for a moment. I want another set of potato chips, and then I want an iced Coke too. And Lizi nodded and went to buy some snacks. When she reached the bar counter, she saw a familiar figure. It was her father, Ndongliang. It seemed like Ndongliang was waiting for someone. And Lizi waited at the same spot. Not long after, she saw the familiar middle-aged woman. It was that woman. Didn't they agree to sever ties with her? The scene in front of her pierced Lizi's heart deeply. Ever since Ndongliang had changed, she did not dare to think about this matter anymore. She tried her best to imagine that Ndongliang was a good father and a good husband. They were still a happy family of three. However, reality had dealt a heavy blow to her. For so many years, she had never seen Ndongliang bring Xia Xiaoman to a movie, nor did she see Ndongliang give Xia Xiaoman a gift. Xia Xiaoman had been silently giving. She did not ask for anything in return. But in the end, what did she get in return? What she got in return was Ndongliang's betrayal again. Dad! And Lizi said directly. When he heard a familiar voice in the movie theater, Ndongliang turned around and saw Lizi's disappointed face. The middle-aged woman beside Ndongliang gave Lizi a friendly smile. Lizi clenched her fists tightly and resisted the urge to hit her. Wait for me here. Ndongliang whispered to the middle-aged woman and ran towards Lizi. Lizi, why are you here? The important thing is not that I'm here, but why are you with that B***tch? Didn't you say that you wanted to break off your relationship with her? If you do this, where does that leave my mother? Ndongliang's expression turned cold. What B***tch? You've read all these years of books into a dog's stomach. After saying this, Ndongliang's expression softened. Lizi, you don't understand the matters between us adults. That's your Aunt Liang. She's a very nice and kind woman. She doesn't mind not having any status and just follows her father like this. Heh-heh. And Lizi sneered. Very nice and kind. So she came to snatch other people's husbands and destroy other people's families? And Ndongliang continued, Lizi, since ancient times, which man hasn't been affectionate? Dad only made a mistake that all men in the world would make. Think about it, in ancient times, there was still the system of polygamy. Regardless of whether I have a woman or not, your mother is my only wife. She loves me very much, and I love her too. However, this kind of love has long passed its expiration date. It has now turned into family love. My true love is with your Aunt Liang. Lizi, I hope you can fulfill Dad's wish. If she had not heard it with her own ears, Lizi would never have believed that such shameless words came from Ndongliang's mouth. What if I don't agree to it? Do you want me to divorce your mother? Lizi, you are a good child. I believe that you will not allow me to divorce your mother, right? Ever since Lizi came to look for him last time, Ndongliang knew that Lizi had a father in her heart. She did not want her family to fall apart, so she did not dare to tell Xia Xiaoman this secret. The reason why Dongliang dared to say this was precisely because of this. After saying this, Dongliang patted Lizzie on the shoulder. Alright, the movie is about to start. Daddy is going to watch the movie with Auntie Liang. After saying this, Dongliang left. Lizzie watched the two of them leave. She squatted on the ground and burst into tears. Yi Zhuo and Zhao Pingting came over after getting their tickets. They were shocked to see Lizzie squatting on the ground and crying. Lizzie, what happened to you? Lizzie only cried. The two of them decided not to watch the movie anymore. They helped Lizzie to a chair in the resting area and sat down. Lizzie, what happened? Crying won't solve the problem. Tell me. Pingting and I will help you think of a solution. Zhao Pingting nodded. Yes, although I'm not very smart, Zha is smart. She will definitely have a solution. Lizzie then looked up at the two of them. She cried as she said, Zha, Pingting, my dad doesn't want me anymore. Zhao Pingting was busy wiping away Lizzie's tears. Yi Zhuo patted Lizzie on the shoulder. Lizzie, take your time. Lizzie couldn't care less anymore. She told them everything that happened. Actually, the thing I told you about my neighbor's sister and dad last time was about my dad. My father had an affair. He said that he wanted to break off his relationship with that woman, but today, he was with that woman again. He lied to me. He lied to my mother. Zhuo, Pingting, what should I do now? Yi Zhuo looked at Lizzie and calmly said, you must tell your mother about this. Then get a divorce and let the person who had an affair leave with nothing. Chapter 165, The Truth Must Be Told. Cheating was not worthy of being forgiven. Moreover, Dongliang had done it again and again. It was already good for him to leave everything behind. After all, Lizzie's mother had sacrificed nearly 20 years of her youth. Hearing this, Lizzie looked up at Yi Zhuo. She was stunned. Divorce? From the moment her father had cheated on her, she had never thought that her parents would want a divorce. She still wanted to get back at her father. Zha. Yi Zhuo continued, Lizzie, can you tell us about Auntie? Lizzie nodded and started to talk about Xia Xiaoman with tears in her eyes. No one knew Xia Xiaoman better than her daughter, Lizzie. As she spoke, Lizzie cried even more sadly. Xia Xiaoman had sacrificed the best years of her youth for Dongliang, and now that she was old and frail, Dongliang had betrayed her. In this world, there was nothing more pathetic than this. Your father is too much. Zhao Pingting was so angry that she slammed the table and stood up. He's a piece of trash. Such a piece of trash doesn't deserve to be your father. He's even more unworthy of your mother. Zhao Pingting was really angry. What was the difference between Dongliang and Chen Shimi? Unfortunately, Xia Xiaoman was still foolishly kept in the dark. Zhao Pingting realized that her words might have gone a little overboard. After all, Dongliang was still Lizzie's father. She continued, Lizzie, I'm not doing this to insult anyone. Don't worry. Yi Zhuo bought 3 cups of milk tea from the side and passed them to Lizzie and Zhao Pingting respectively. Lizzie, your mother is a very strong and kind woman. She has sacrificed too much for your family. If you keep this a secret, it's not for your mother's good, but to harm her. As a wife and a mother, she has the right to know about this. What if my mother can't bear the blow when she finds out about this? I've consulted an expert before, and that expert told me that as a child, it's best not to interfere in the matters between parents, so I've kept it a secret. Yi Zhuo frowned slightly. Are you sure the person you consulted is an expert? Lizzie nodded. Zhao Pingting retorted, what a bullshit expert. I think she's just misleading children. Don't tell me you're keeping this a secret, hoping that your father will have an affair in the future, and that your daughter will meet an expert just like her. Yi Zhuo continued, there's something wrong with this expert's thinking. To put it bluntly, she doesn't have a correct view of the world. A normal person wouldn't protect a mistress and an unfaithful man. You have to understand how much your mother has sacrificed for this family all these years. After saying that, Zhuo asked again, Lizzie, are you afraid that your mother will jump off a building or something else will happen? And Lizzie sighed and nodded. Zhuo said, Lizzie, your mother is an adult now. It's said that women are originally weak, but a mother is strong. Her ability to resist pressure is far beyond your imagination. Do you mean that my mother will not let go? And Lizzie was like a drowning person, grasping at a life-saving straw. No. You have to believe in your mother. She is a very strong person. She will definitely not seek death just because of a man. Since Xia Xiaoman was able to start from scratch in Yunjing alone, this meant that she was not a weak woman. She would definitely not do something stupid. Zhuo continued, in the end, you can't hide the truth. If you keep covering up for your father and hiding it from your mother, one day, when your mother finds out the truth, she will really be upset. Lizzie, you have to know that your mother carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you after much hard work. In this family, you are your mother's only family. You have to learn to protect your mother. When she encounters setbacks and betrayals, you should stand on the same side as her, and not think of ways to protect your father. You will make your mother feel that you and your father are one family, and she is an outsider from the beginning to the end. Once you reach that stage, you might really lose her forever. Zhuo was not being alarmist. Xia Xiaoman was the victim now. She had sacrificed so much for this family. If one day, she found out that her husband and daughter had betrayed her at the same time, the consequences would be unimaginable. A woman's 20 years of hard work had come to naught in the end. Even a bystander felt sorrowful hearing this. And Lizzie panicked and shook her head desperately. No. It's not like that. I didn't want to treat my mother as an outsider, no. Chapter 166, Protecting Mother. She wanted to protect her mother and didn't want to see her mother get hurt in any way. But you're doing this. Zhuo looked at Lizzie with a serious expression. You're treating your mother as an outsider. Think about it from another perspective. If you were your mother and you knew the truth of the matter, wouldn't you be very disappointed? Lizzie, don't be silly. At a time like this, do you still want to protect your father? Do you want to kill your mother? Zhao Pingting stood up and said, ask your mother to divorce your father immediately. Such a scum should be kicked out of the house. Zhao Pingting was so angry that she was dumbfounded. Perhaps she wasn't the party involved, so she couldn't fully empathize with Lizzie. In any case, if she were Lizzie, she would definitely not hide it from Xia Xiaoman. Pingting is right. You don't have to tolerate unfaithfulness 100 times. Your mother can only obtain true happiness if she divorces your father. Zhuo continued, don't worry that your mother won't be able to live on without your father. In this world, women don't have to rely on men to obtain happiness. Really, really? And Lizzie sniffled. Zhuo nodded and continued, Lizzie, what's your impression of my mother? Very good. In Lizzie's impression, Yishu was a beautiful and generous woman. Then you should know that my mother is a single mother, right? Zhuo continued to ask. And Lizzie was stunned for a moment and then nodded. To be honest, if Zhuo had not mentioned it, Lizzie would have almost forgotten about it. This was because she could not see the sadness of a single mother in Yishu. Zhuo patted Lizzie on the shoulder. Lizzie, I can tell that your mother is even stronger than my mother. After leaving your father, she will definitely have a better life than my mother. Get a divorce immediately. This kind of scum is disgusting to look at. Zhao Pingting said angrily. Zhuo continued, instead of letting your mother find out on her own, why don't you tell her now and face it together with her? Let me ask you, do you want to choose a father who cheats, or do you want to win back a mother who loves you? I choose my mother. And Lizzie answered without hesitation. Zhuo nodded. Very good. According to Chinese law, one has to leave the house with nothing. Now, as long as we have enough evidence to prove that your father cheats, we can make him leave the house with nothing. Lizzie, from now on, you have to learn to protect your mother. Don't let her down. Hearing this, Lizzie was suddenly enlightened. Yi Zhuo was right. Compared to a mother who loved her, what was a father who cheated on her? And Dong Liang had already disappointed Xia Xiaoman. Then, as her daughter, she could not disappoint her mother again. She had to be strong. She had to face this problem with her mother. I have a photo. A photo of them together. And Lizzie immediately took out her phone and showed the photo she took at the Yi family's private restaurant. This woman doesn't look good either. How did your father fall for her? Zhao Pingting was speechless. Her taste is really bad. If your mother was any younger, she would have been a dozen streets ahead of her. She originally thought that the mistress who seduced Lizzie's father would definitely look like a vixen. She did not expect that. This person looked very ordinary. Other than dressing fashionably, her facial features were not as good-looking as Lizzie's mother's. If it was not for the fact that it was right in front of them, no one would believe that this was a mistress. Yi Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly. It's not enough just to have a photo. We still need to have proof of their cohabitation. Oh right, has your father ever spent money on her? And Lizzie nodded. Of course he has. My father has over $20,000 in expenses every month. He probably spent it all on this woman. Yi Zhuo narrowed his eyes. Then get his bill out. How do I do that? And Lizzie frowned. I don't have my dad's account password. Yi Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly. Then do you know your dad's account? Yes. And Lizzie nodded. Yi Zhuo picked up the milk tea. It's not convenient here. Let's go to my house. Why would I go to your house? And Lizzie was stunned. Yi Zhuo said, bring out your father's bill. Zhao, do you have a solution? And Lizzie was a little surprised. Yes. Yi Zhuo nodded. Zhao Pingting put her arm around Lizzie's shoulder. Lizzie, thank God you've been sitting at the same table as Zhao for so long. Don't you know that Zhao is very powerful? The three of them came to the Yi family together. Chapter 167, The Truth About Father. Yi Zhuo effortlessly received Dong bill. The bill showed. Dong had rented a house in an upscale neighborhood. Needless to say, this house was used to support the mistress. Moreover, Dong also transferred money to a woman named Liang Xini every month. The highest transfer was 30,000 yuan. Other times, it was 12,000 yuan. And Lizzie was trembling with anger as she held the bill. My father mentioned that the woman's surname is Liang. This woman named Liang Xini is that mistress. It's been 5 years. So he's been with this woman for 5 years. Zhonghua, can you help me look up Liang Xini? And Lizzie asked. Yi Zhuo nodded. Not long after, he found out all the information about Liang Xini. Liang Xini. Female. 45 years old. Her husband had been paralyzed in bed for many years and had a son who was studying abroad. Zhao Pingting frowned and said, D*****. This woman is 6 years older than your father. No wonder she doesn't look young anymore. Your father really has a strong taste. And Lizzie felt disgusted. Yi Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly. He does have a strong taste. And Lizzie took a deep breath. Zhao, thank you for today. I know what to do. What do you plan to do? Zhao Pingting asked. And Lizzie said, let my father leave with nothing. She had already thought it through. This marriage must be divorced. Even if her mother wanted to keep this marriage, she would still persuade her to get a divorce. Lizzie, it's good that you've thought it through. Zhao Pingting reached out and hugged Lizzie. Do your best. The sun always shines after the storm. Zhao and I will always be behind you. If you need any help, feel free to call us. Yi Zhuo nodded slightly. Pingting is right. If you encounter any problems, you can look for us anytime. Okay. And Lizzie smiled. It turned out that it felt so good to have two friends behind her when she was in trouble. For the first time in her life, she truly understood the importance of a close friend. When she returned home, Xia Xiaoman was still busy in the supermarket. And Lizzie looked at Xia Xiaoman's figure and felt a sense of sadness. She worked hard to earn money to support her family, yet Dongliang used the hard-earned money she earned to raise a woman outside. How ridiculous! Mom! And Lizzie composed herself and walked to Xia Xiaoman's side. Lizzie is back, Xia Xiaoman said as she tidied up the shelves. And Lizzie continued, Mom, where's my dad? Xia Xiaoman frowned slightly. She felt that something was wrong with Lizzie. You child, why do you keep asking where your dad went these few days? He went to stock up. He went to stock up again. Mom, why does he always go to stock up? Is our family in such a dire shortage? And Lizzie asked. Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, business has been busy recently. The imported candy sold very well last time. It's a pity that your father went there a few times but did not get the goods. Hence, he went there again today. As they had known each other since they were young, Xia Xiaoman had absolute trust in Dongliang. She had never suspected anything. Mom, do you trust my dad that much? And Lizzie asked. Xia Xiaoman stretched out her hand and patted Lizzie's head. He is my daughter's father and my husband. If I don't trust him, who would I trust? Lizzie, tell me honestly, what happened to you recently? And Lizzie felt extremely sad. Her mother trusted Dongliang so much. However, he had betrayed her. And Lizzie continued, Mother, have you ever thought that my father didn't go to stock up at all? If he didn't go to stock up, where else could he have gone? Xia Xiaoman asked. And Lizzie took a deep breath. Mother, let's go upstairs and talk. I'm still busy, Xia Xiaoman said. She was really busy. There were 2 floors of the supermarket, a total of 1,200 square meters, and she had only hired 10 employees. She had to handle many things herself. And Lizzie grabbed Xia Xiaoman's arm and suddenly couldn't control her emotions. Mom, I really have something to tell you. Seeing Lizzie like this, Xia Xiaoman was shocked and hurriedly jumped down from the service ladder. Lizzie, what's wrong with you? Good girl, don't cry. Mom will go upstairs with you. The mother and daughter went upstairs. Xia Xiaoman quickly found a tissue to wipe Lizzie's face. Lizzie, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell Mom. Mom! And Lizzie hugged Xia Xiaoman and cried loudly. What's wrong? Child, what's wrong? Xia Xiaoman was very anxious. Chapter 168, The Truth Revealed. After a long while, Lizzie's emotions gradually calmed down. She sobbed, Mom, Dad didn't go to stock up at all. Xia Xiaoman was stunned. Didn't we want to talk about you? Why is your dad involved? And Lizzie held Xia Xiaoman's hand. Mom, listen to me. Go ahead. And Lizzie took a deep breath and tried to choose her words carefully. She thought that she would be able to tell Xia Xiaoman about this matter easily. However, when she really faced Xia Xiaoman, she realized how difficult it was to tell the whole story. My dad, my dad, my dad. Seeing her like this, Xia Xiaoman's face turned pale. What happened to your dad? Did something happen to him on the road? Lizzie, don't scare me. And Dongliang had driven a large truck to get some goods. Could it be that he had an accident? At the thought of this, Xia Xiaoman's eyes instantly turned red. It's fine, Mom. He's fine. And Lizzie cried. Not only is he fine, there's someone else out there. After saying these words in one breath, Lizzie felt that the huge rock in her heart had finally disappeared. What? Xia Xiaoman could not digest the meaning of these words. And Lizzie continued, My father betrayed you. He has a mistress outside. Do you know how he spent his 30,000 yuan a month? He went to raise a mistress. Xia Xiaoman was stunned on the spot. She did not have any expression on her face. After a long while, she finally reacted, Lizzie, stop joking. Your father is not that kind of person. She was from the same village as Ndongliang. The two of them grew up together. They were childhood sweethearts. Ndongliang was an honest and upright person. How could he do something that would let her down? Impossible. It was impossible. And Lizzie knelt in front of Xia Xiaoman. It's true, it's true. Xia Xiaoman turned her head. No, it can't be. Lizzie, you must have misunderstood your father. I didn't misunderstand him. And Lizzie took out a few photos from her bag, as well as a printed list from Yishua's house. Mom, this is the evidence. Moreover, he admitted it in front of me. Xia Xiaoman picked up the photos with trembling hands, and tears rolled down uncontrollably from her eyes. How could this be? Her husband, whom she had loved deeply for more than 20 years, actually betrayed her. How could this be? Mom, get a divorce. You still have me in the future. And Lizzie continued. You can't give him a single cent of the family's money. You worked hard to earn all these things, so you can't let that mistress have it easy. Xia Xiaoman took out a tissue and quickly wiped the tears off her face, pretending that nothing had happened, and smiled at Lizzie. Lizzie, this is between us adults. You don't have to worry about it. Your task now is to study hard. Mom? Xia Xiaoman patted Lizzie's shoulder. Don't worry, Mom knows what to do. The college entrance exam is coming soon. At this time, don't let your imagination run wild. It was she who had let the child down. She didn't notice her husband's abnormality earlier and let the child's imagination run wild for so long. This should not have been something that a child like Lizzie should have been worried about. She should not have allowed the matters between adults to affect the child. If this matter had any impact on Lizzie, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Xia Xiaoman put away the receipt and the photos. Mom is busy downstairs. Lizzie, go back to your room and rest. At 6:30, Mom will go upstairs to cook. Xia Xiaoman's reaction was too calm, which made Lizzie very uneasy. Mom. Lizzie, I'm really fine. With that, Xia Xiaoman went downstairs. She really acted as if nothing had happened and continued to chat and laugh with the employees. And Lizzie returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed. She had mixed feelings and felt very uncomfortable. At 6:30, Xia Xiaoman came upstairs on time to cook dinner. And Dongliang came back as soon as the food was ready. It smells so good. Xiaoman, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Xia Xiaoman was walking out of the kitchen with the dishes in her hands. She looked at her husband in front of her. At that moment, she felt that this man was very unfamiliar to her. You're back. Wash your hands first. I have something to tell you after you wash your hands. We'll eat after that. Although Xia Xiaoman's tone was very calm, and Dongliang felt that there was something wrong with her today. However, when he looked at her again, Xia Xiaoman seemed no different from usual. She went to the bathroom to wash her hands and came out. She smiled and said, "What do you have to say before eating?" Chapter 169, The Confrontation. Xia Xiaoman glanced at Dongliang. If I don't explain this clearly, I'm afraid I'll be so disgusted that I won't be able to eat. Hearing this, Dongliang's eyebrows twitched. Could it be that Xia Xiaoman already knew about it? It shouldn't be possible, right? Everyone said that their daughter was their father's lover. And Lizzie shouldn't have betrayed him. And Dongliang smiled and said, "What's the matter? Why are you making it sound so serious?" Xia Xiaoman walked over and sat on the sofa. She looked at Dongliang and said calmly, "Dongliang, do you still want to live this life?" Dongliang's heart skipped a beat. And Lizzie had really betrayed him. "Xiaoman, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Dongliang tried to muddle through. Xia Xiaoman took out the few photos from the sofa cushion and threw them on the table. "How do you explain this?" Dongliang's face turned pale and he decided not to explain. "Since you've already discovered it, I have nothing to say. Xiaoman, I've let you down, but you also know that love is something that cannot be controlled. I only have one question for you. Who do you choose, me, Lizzie, this family, or this B***tch? From her mother's point of view, Xia Xiaoman still wanted to take back this family. Even if Ndongliang had already betrayed her. As long as Ndongliang was willing to repent, she was still willing to give him a chance. And Lizzie was already so old. She could not let her child grow up without a father. Moreover, Lizzie was already in her 3rd year of high school this year. The 3rd year of high school was the most important year in her life. She did not want Lizzie to lose her father and a very happy family in such an important year. I choose you. Ndongliang said without hesitation. Okay. Xia Xiaoman said. Then, I'll give you a chance. Ndongliang reached out and hugged Xia Xiaoman. Xiaoman, thank you. You're a good woman. I swear that I won't let you down again. Xia Xiaoman sighed. A prodigal son can never be changed. I hope that you really repent. It's true, I swear. When Lizzie came out for dinner, she was stunned to see that her parents were still the same as before. Disbelief was written all over her face. She did not understand why her mother would forgive her father. After dinner, while he was out for a walk, Ndongliang went to Liang Xini's place. Seeing him come over, Liang Xini asked curiously, "Didn't you go back to accompany your wife and child? Why are you back again?" Ndongliang pinched his temples. Don't mention it. She found out about us. I may not be able to visit you in the next few days. Liang Xini rolled her eyes. Was it your daughter who snitched? Ndongliang was stunned. How did you know? Liang Xini continued, when I saw your daughter at the cinema yesterday, I knew that your daughter was not someone to be trifled with. She doesn't have a father like you in her heart either. After saying this, Liang Xini hugged Ndongliang. Dongliang, you're not going to break up with me, are you? I love you. I can't live without you. Ndongliang kissed her. Of course not. Don't worry, I won't break up with you. It's just that we can't see each other for the time being. What about your wife? Liang Xini asked tentatively. Aren't you afraid that your wife will divorce you? Ndongliang said, don't worry. She won't divorce me. Liang Xini hugged Ndongliang. Dongliang, I've been following you for 5 years without a name or status. Don't you want to give me an explanation? It had been 5 years. Liang Xini felt that she should get an answer as well. The current liquidity of the Yin family was more than 3 million yuan. With the addition of the supermarket, it was at least 20 million yuan. If Ndongliang and Xia Xiaoman divorced, they would get 10 million yuan. With this 10 million yuan, she would be a rich lady in the future. If it was not for Ndongliang's money, she, a university student, would not have taken a fancy to a married man. Ndongliang looked at Liang Xini. I thought you didn't care about this. Liang Xini had never mentioned this question in all these years. Liang Xini narrowed her eyes. Dongliang, there's no woman who doesn't care about status. However, if you're in a difficult position, then forget it. I'm willing to wait for you. Even if you don't give me status in your life, I don't care. Ndongliang suddenly felt that Liang Xini was 1,000 times more kind-hearted than Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman was a jealous woman. Didn't he just raise a woman outside? Chapter 170, Public Humiliation. Which man was not a romantic? Ndongliang hugged Liang Xini tightly. Xini, thank you for understanding me. Afraid that Xia Xiaoman would suspect him, Ndongliang only stayed at Liang Xini's place for about 10 minutes before he went back. Lizzie followed Ndongliang to Liang Xini's place and called Yizhua. She was very worried now. She was worried that if Xia Xiaoman did not divorce Ndongliang, Xia Xiaoman would be the one stripped of all her assets. Zhao. What should we do? My mom forgives my dad, and my dad came to look for that mistress again. Lizzie's voice was close to tears. Yizhua's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lizzie, don't worry, listen to me. Yizhua's words were like magic, able to calm people down instantly. After the call with Zhuo, Lizzie had a plan in her mind. She went home to tidy up some things. The next day, Lizzie went to Liang Xinyi's office. Qinghai Company. This was a foreign company. Liang Xinyi had worked in it for many years and could be considered a small leader. When her colleagues saw her, they would call her Sister Liang. "Hello, I'm looking for Liang Xinyi." Lizzie came to the front desk. The front desk lady said, "Young lady, why are you looking for Sister Liang?" Lizzie smiled and said, "I'm a relative of her family. Can I trouble sister to call her out?" The front desk lady saw that Lizzie was so good-looking and polite, so she said, "Sister Liang is eating in the canteen. I'll bring you there." "Okay, thank you." The cafeteria was very big, and there were more than 100 employees eating there. Lizzie saw Liang Xinyi at a glance and strode to her side. Before Liang Xinyi could react, she gave her a hard slap. Slap! Liang Xinyi was stunned by the slap and didn't recognize Lizzie. She frowned and said, "Who are you? What right do you have to hit people? Mistress! Shameless! Destroying other people's families." Lizzie slapped Liang Xinyi again and said angrily, "I hit you. B***tch. Who told you to seduce my father?" As soon as she said this, those who were eating looked over with curiosity. In this era, everything was lacking except the masses. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not a mistress. You're slandering me." Liang Xinyi immediately stood up and said with a flustered expression, "Where are the security guards? Call them over quickly." The receptionist was stunned. She originally thought that Lizzie was really Liang Xinyi's relative, but she didn't expect. This melon came a little unexpectedly. One had to know that Liang Xinyi was usually a very serious person. She would never say anything to male employees because of personal matters. In everyone's eyes, she was just a kind big sister. Lizzie took out a thick stack of photos that she had prepared beforehand from her bag. She tossed them all into the air and then took out the loudspeaker. "Everyone, look! Liang Xinyi is shameless. She seduced my father. She seduced a married man and destroyed a happy family. How could your unit recruit such a shameless employee? Now the evidence is clear. The person in the photo is my father, and Liang Xinyi is the third party." Because the loudspeaker was turned on, Lizzie's voice filled every corner of the cafeteria. At this moment, everyone gathered around to snatch the photos that had fallen to the ground. Things happened too quickly. Liang Xinyi wanted to stop it, but it was too late. She could only shout helplessly, "Don't pick it up! Don't pick it up! Don't do this!" Lizzie was still shouting over and over again with the megaphone. The crowd held the photos in their hands and pointed at Liang Xinyi. Liang Xinyi felt as if she had been stripped naked. She was an extremely shameless person. She didn't expect to be humiliated like this in public today. This was worse than being killed. F***ck. Can't you see how serious she usually is? She's actually this kind of person in private. Bah! How shameless. The mistress will die a horrible death. She deserves to go to hell. These words were like knives, cutting Liang Xinyi's body one by one. Liang Xinyi wished she could find a hole to hide in. Not long after, the company leader came with the security guards. Everyone immediately made way for him. What's going on? The company leader was a very young man. Lizzie was not afraid of him and took a step forward. "Hello, leader. My name is Lizzie. I would like to ask you, what is your company's recruitment criteria? Is this kind of immoral person who seduces other people's husbands and destroys other people's families worthy of entering your company?"
Chapter 171. The company leader frowned and looked at Liang Xinyi. "What's going on?" Liang Xinyi said with reddened eyes. "Manager, this is a misunderstanding. I have evidence here." And Lizzie handed a photo to the leader. "The man in the photo is my father. I don't need to say more about this woman. You should know her, right? My father is divorcing my mother because of her. She has turned our family upside down. I'm in my 3rd year of high school this year. the most important year of my life. But now, my life has been ruined by her. Ruined by this woman. Hearing this, the crowd sighed. This little girl is too pitiful. A dog and a woman. She's simply inhuman. How can our company have such a shameless woman? After that, Lizzie bowed deeply to the leader. I came to your company today and disturbed your employees. I apologize to you and everyone here. My mother is magnanimous and doesn't want to argue with a mistress. But as her daughter, I can't bear to see my mother suffer. I really have no other choice. I believe justice lives in people's hearts. Your company will definitely handle this matter properly. After saying that, Lizzie turned around and left. The surrounding employees shouted, Manager Zhuo, a person like Liang Sini doesn't deserve to stay in our company. That's right. She doesn't deserve to. Fire her. Manager Zhuo looked at Liang Sini and said coldly, Go to the finance department and settle this month's salary. You don't need to come next month. Hearing this, Liang Sini felt as if the sky had collapsed. She had worked here for nearly 20 years, always conscientious and never making any mistakes. She was about to retire and receive her pension, yet now the company wanted to fire her. No way, manager. You can't fire me. Once fired, she would lose her pension completely. Moreover, she was already old. What could she do after being fired? Could she even find another job? And even if she did, it would definitely be dirty, exhausting work. How could it compare to her current position? It's impossible for our company to keep an employee with bad morals. After saying this, Manager Zhuo looked at the security guards beside him. Send her out. Rather than being sent out, it was more accurate to say she was dragged out. Liang Sini was dragged out. After being dragged out of the building, Liang Sini was furious and humiliated. She immediately took out her phone and called in Dong Liang. And Dong Liang rushed over. When he saw her like this, his heart ached. Sini, don't worry. I'll definitely teach that girl a lesson when I get back. I've lost my job and my reputation. Dong Liang, just let me die. I don't want to live anymore. If you lost your job, so what? From now on, I'll give you 30,000 a month. I'll support you. Hearing this, Liang Sini's eyes lit up. That's right. So what if she lost her job? And Dong Liang had plenty of money. However, Liang Sini continued crying. The more she cried, the more Dong Liang hated the mother and daughter. Liang Sini had suffered, and Dong Liang would definitely seek justice for her. When he returned home, he exploded in rage. Lizzie is becoming more and more unruly. And Dong Liang pointed at Xia Xiaoman. Is this how you taught her? Xia Xiaoman frowned slightly. What did Lizzie do? And Dong Liang said angrily, she went to Sini's company and caused a huge scene, getting her fired. I already told you I broke up with her. Why do you insist on targeting her? I think Lizzie didn't do anything wrong. Xia Xiaoman's voice turned cold. If it weren't for the sake of Dong Liang's face, she would have acted long ago. And Dong Liang pointed at Xia Xiaoman angrily. Did you instruct Lizzie to do this? I told you Lizzie is just a child. How could she be so calculating? Xia Xiaoman, you've really disappointed me. Xia Xiaoman looked straight at Dong Liang. So you don't actually want to break up with that mistress? I have nothing to do with her now. It's you two who have disappointed me. Nothing to do with her now. Xia Xiaoman nodded calmly. All right then. Call her out right now. The three of us will stand together and make everything clear. What do you want to do? And Dong Liang asked warily. Nothing. Xia Xiaoman said slowly. I just want her to understand that being a mistress comes with a price. No. And Dong Liang frowned sharply. Chapter 172. Xia Xiaoman suddenly laughed. And Dong Liang, you never even thought about breaking up with her, did you? And Dong Liang quickly said, Xiaoman, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. But this matter has nothing to do with Sini. I was the one who pursued her. I beg you, please don't make things difficult for her, okay? I beg you. Do you want to break up with her or not? Break. Break it right now. And Dong Liang immediately nodded. Xia Xiaoman continued. Since it's about to be broken off, what's the point of worrying so much? We're going to fall out sooner or later anyway. And Dong Liang, if you don't call her out today, this matter won't be over. Xiaoman, I'm kneeling for you. I really know my mistake. Don't go and make things difficult for Sini, okay? As he spoke, and Dongliang knelt down and reached out to hug Xiao Xiaoman's leg. For the sake of that bitch, you actually knelt down for me. And Dongliang, you're a man. There's gold beneath a man's knees. Xiao Xiaoman's tears streamed down her face. Is that bitch really worth it? They had been married for 20 years, and Dongliang had never even washed her clothes. He always said a man should be upright and dignified. What was the point of washing clothes for a woman? That was why Xiao Xiaoman had believed the man she chose was different. He had real manliness. But now, he had knelt down for another woman. How ironic. How utterly ironic. Cindy is not a bitch. She is the kindest and most innocent woman I have ever met. And Dongliang suddenly stood up. She only kowtows and endures everything. I've already knelt. What more do you want from me? And Dongliang had always thought his wife was kind and understanding. Now, it seemed he had misjudged her all these years. Compared to the well-educated Liang Xini, Xiao Xiaoman was nothing but a shrew. A country bumpkin would always be a country bumpkin. No matter how many years she lived in the city, she would never become refined. If he could go back in time, he would never marry a shrew like Xiao Xiaoman. I want you to break up with that bitch. Immediately, Xiao Xiaoman completely lost control. I told you, Cindy is not a bitch. She is not. And Dongliang roared, his eyes bloodshot. He could not tolerate Xiao Xiaoman calling Liang Xini a bitch. Liang Xini was the woman he loved. He would never allow anyone to insult her. She is. Xiao Xiaoman screamed furiously. She's a slut who sleeps around. A slut! Seducing someone else's husband. She'll never have a good ending. She'll go to hell. She'll be a bitch for the rest of her life. Her children will be just like her. Men will steal. Women will be prostitutes. Slut! Shut up! And Dongliang completely lost it. He slapped Xiao Xiaoman hard and kicked her to the ground. Still furious, he grabbed her hair and smashed her head against the floor. He was like a mad beast. Very soon, blood began to flow from Xiao Xiaoman's head. Mom! And Lizzie heard the commotion and ran out. The scene before her scared her to tears. Let go of my mom. Bastard! Lizzie, go back to your room. Xiao Xiaoman shouted desperately. She didn't want her daughter to see this. Let go of my mom. And Lizzie shoved in Dongliang hard. Let go of my mom. You're not a good thing either. Just like your mother. And Dongliang shoved in Lizzie away violently. You're not my daughter. I don't have a daughter like you. If Lizzie hadn't gone to make trouble at Liang Xini's company today, things would never have reached this point. Everything had been fine last night. They were father and daughter, yet Lizzie kept stirring trouble. And Lizzie was stunned. Her head slammed into the floor, and searing pain shot through her body. Lizzie! Xiao Xiaoman ignored her own injuries and rushed to hold Lizzie tightly. And Dongliang, you're not human. Lizzie is your biological daughter. And Dongliang pointed at Xiao Xiaoman. Xiao Xiaoman, let me tell you, I've had enough of you, you shrew. If you want a divorce, then divorce. He dared to say this because he knew Xiao Xiaoman loved him. He knew she didn't dare to divorce him. Back then, in order to marry him, Xiao Xiaoman not only took no dowry, she even gave him several hundred yuan. If she dared to divorce him, she wouldn't be in this miserable state. After saying that, and Dongliang turned around and left. Liang Xini was still waiting for him, feeling wronged and needing comfort. Since he had already fallen out completely, there was no need to keep pretending. Xiao Xiaoman stared at his heartless back, despair filling her eyes. 20 years. In the end, she had paid the wrong price. Mom, let's get a divorce, and Lizzie said firmly. Xiao Xiaoman nodded. Okay. She had originally planned to endure everything for Lizzie's sake. But now she understood. A man who could beat his wife and child for a mistress had no bottom line. This marriage must be divorced. That's great. You finally figured it out. And Lizzie hugged Xiao Xiaoman tightly. Mom, I believe we'll have a better life in the future. Chapter 173. After saying this, and Lizzie continued, we have to make him leave with nothing. Also, we can't keep this supermarket open any longer. Let's convert it into cash. This was what Zhuo had specifically instructed Lizzie to do. Once Xiao Xiaoman agreed to the divorce, they had to immediately transfer out the supermarket their family was currently running. If the supermarket remained, and Dongliang would definitely keep pestering Xiao Xiaoman. People like him were the most troublesome type to deal with in business. Xia Xiaoman was stunned. She didn't quite understand what Enlizi meant. Enlizi explained everything to her. After listening, Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Lizi, what your classmates said makes sense. Afraid that Xia Xiaoman might start overthinking, Enlizi continued. Mom, don't worry. Even if we divorce, with your abilities, we can still live very well. That classmate of mine doesn't have a father either. Her mother lives very well and even looks young. So Mom, don't be sad. This is a good thing for us. Since her daughter was already so strong, Xia Xiaoman naturally couldn't allow herself to be weak. She nodded. Okay. As she spoke, Enlizi recalled what Zhuo had said. Mom, if we want him to leave the supermarket empty-handed, we have to endure things for now. At least until the supermarket is successfully transferred out. This him naturally referred to Dongliang. Xia Xiaoman immediately understood. Don't worry, Lizi. There's no need to endure anything. As long as I want, the supermarket can be transferred out tomorrow. Xia Xiaoman had been in business for many years and knew many bosses. There were plenty of people who wanted to take over the supermarket. Really? Enlizi's eyes lit up. Xia Xiaoman nodded. Enlizi continued. Mom, let's go to the hospital now. The house was equipped with surveillance cameras. With the footage, the injury assessment, and evidence of Dongliang's infidelity, it would be much easier to sue for divorce in court. The mother and daughter went to the hospital together. The wound on Xia Xiaoman's head didn't look too serious, but she still needed several stitches. Enlizi felt so much pain and regret that she wished she had smashed a beer bottle over the back of Dongliang's head. Xia Xiaoman held Enlizi's hand. Lizi, Mom is fine. Don't worry. Although Xia Xiaoman received stitches, she didn't stay in the hospital. After getting medication and the injury assessment report, she brought Enlizi home. Xia Xiaoman was a very decisive person. The very next day, she contacted someone interested in taking over the supermarket to discuss the transfer. The man was Wang Daqiang, 42 years old, tall and sturdy. He had known Xia Xiaoman for many years. Xiaoman, you've been running the supermarket for 12 years. Are you really willing to transfer it to me? He asked. Xia Xiaoman smiled. Do I look like I'm joking? 12 years is long enough. I'm tired and want a good rest. Wang Daqiang knew very well that Xia Xiaoman was smart and capable. He said enviously, Your husband is really lucky to have married you. Xia Xiaoman smiled but didn't respond. By the way, can the transfer price really not be lowered any further? Wang Daqiang asked. Xia Xiaoman replied, I have over 2 million yuan worth of goods here. Add this 3-story building, and you won't lose out at 35 million. If it weren't an urgent transfer, I wouldn't sell it for this price. Xia Xiaoman had bought this building herself. 12 years ago, housing prices in Yunjing weren't nearly as outrageous as they were now. She had only spent 100,000 yuan to buy it. After living there for so many years, she had developed feelings for the place. If it weren't for what happened, she wouldn't have been willing to sell it. All right. Wang Daqiang calculated quickly. 35 million it is. When do we handle the transfer? He wasn't stupid. He knew the supermarket was worth far more than 35 million. The building alone could sell for at least 16 million. On top of that, the supermarket's business was booming. He was making a huge profit. Let's go now, Xia Xiaoman said. Wang Daqiang was surprised by her urgency, but didn't ask further. All right, let's go. After completing the transfer procedures, the very next day, Xia Xiaoman took Enlizi and left the house they had lived in for over 10 years. They moved into the small villa they had just purchased. The environment was elegant, and it was especially close to North Bridge High School. On the third day after moving in, Enlizi invited Zhuo and Zhao Pingting over as guests. They arrived as promised. Enlizi introduced them to Xia Xiaoman. Mom, this is Zhuo. You can call her Zhuo. This is Zhao Pingting. You can call her Pingting. Chapter 174. Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, Hello, Zhuo Pingting. I'm Lizi's mother. Hello, Auntie. The two of them greeted her politely. Xia Xiaoman knew that what happened to their family this time was all thanks to Zhuo, so she sized Zhuo up a few more times. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. This little girl was not only good-looking, but also very calm. She did not have the impetuous temperament common among her peers at all. No wonder she handled things so well. Even an adult like her would feel ashamed standing in front of her. Xia Xiaoman continued, blazing, painting, don't be restrained at Auntie's place. Just treat it like your own home. I still have something to do. Lizzie, remember to take good care of blazing and painting. Xia Xiaoman knew that young people nowadays were different from her era. If she stayed at home, the children would definitely not be able to relax. And Lizzie nodded. I understand. After Xia Xiaoman left, Zhao Pingting asked curiously, Lizzie, have your father and mother already completed the divorce procedures? And Lizzie said, my mother went out today to consult a lawyer to handle this matter. Then where is your father? And Lizzie said, he should be with that mistress of his. Ever since he fell out with my mother last time, he hasn't returned. My mother plans to send the court summons directly to Liang Xini. Zhao Pingting continued, if he cries and repents, don't be soft-hearted. As far as I know, even scumbags can put on an act. Don't worry, he won't. And Lizzie's eyes were extremely firm. From the moment Dong Liang hid her and her mother, and Lizzie no longer had this father in her life. And Dong Liang did not go back for several days. He wanted to teach Xia Xiaoman a lesson. He wanted Xia Xiaoman to feel a sense of crisis. Xia Xiaoman loved him so much that she would definitely kneel down and beg him to return. However, what Dong Liang did not expect was that not only did Xia Xiaoman not beg him, he even received a summons from the court. Case, divorce dispute. And Dong Liang's mind buzzed as he stared at the summons in his hand in disbelief. Xia Xiaoman loved him so much. How could she divorce him? But this subpoena was real. More importantly, not only did Xia Xiaoman want to divorce him, she also wanted him to leave the house with nothing. Bitch! She was far too daring. Everything in the Yin family belonged to him. He was the head of the family. Xia Xiaoman should be the one leaving the house with nothing. And Dong Liang immediately picked up his phone and called Xia Xiaoman. He thought Xia Xiaoman would not answer. To his surprise, she picked up. Hello, Xia Xiaoman. You want to divorce me? And Dong Liang roared. Yes. Xia Xiaoman's voice was extremely calm. Bitch, I will not divorce you. I will not go to court either. That's up to you, Xia Xiaoman said lightly. However, if you don't appear, the court will automatically dissolve our marriage. After saying that, Xia Xiaoman hung up the phone. Liang Xini walked over from the side. Dong Liang, your wife wants to divorce you. And Dong Liang nodded. Liang Xini's eyes flashed. After waiting for so many years, she had finally waited for this day. In the future, she would be a rich lady. Then divorce her. Anyway, you don't have feelings for her anymore. Liang Xini hugged Dong Liang tightly. I'll always be by your side in the future, forever and ever. Hearing Liang Xini's words, Dong Liang felt much better. Stay at home for now. I'll go back for a while. What are you going back for? And Dong Liang said coldly, I'm going to chase Xia Xiaoman out. The supermarket belongs to the Yin family. That bitch Xia Xiaoman doesn't deserve to stay there anymore. Then I'll go with you. Liang Xini suddenly thought of something. I'll go alone. It's not appropriate for you to appear at a time like this. You can go to the supermarket after I divorce that bitch. And Dong Liang picked up his suit and walked out. He soon arrived at the Yin family supermarket, and Dong Liang was stunned to find an unfamiliar man sitting in the living room on the 3rd floor. Who are you? Why are you sitting in my living room? Where's Xia Xiaoman? The stranger was Wang Daqiang. Xia Xiaoman has already transferred the supermarket to me. Transferred? And Dong Liang flew into a rage and flipped the table. I'm the owner of the supermarket. I didn't agree to any transfer. Who dares to do that? I'm the real owner here. Get lost. This is my home. Wang Daqiang did not argue with him. He directly called the police. Hello, 110? There's someone breaking into a private residence here. Chapter 175. The police arrived very quickly, and Dong Liang was taken away by the police. 10 days later, Xia Xiaoman and Dong Liang's divorce case officially began. Because Dong Liang was abusive and had cheated during the marriage, the court directly ruled that he would leave the house with nothing. This time, Dong Liang truly panicked. He knelt in front of Xia Xiaoman, crying bitterly, swearing that he would immediately sever all ties with Liang Xini. He promised that he would treat Xia Xiaoman and Lizzie well from now on. Unfortunately, Xia Xiaoman was no longer the Xia Xiaoman of the past. And Dong Liang, we can't go back anymore, she said calmly. I wish you and Liang Sini a long and lasting life. Poor and humble couples were always bound by sorrow. Now that Dong Liang had nothing left, could he really stay with Liang Sini for long? Hearing this, Dong Liang's eyes lit up, and he immediately found hope again. That's right, he still had Liang Sini. With Liang Sini by his side, even if he had nothing, he could still make a comeback. And Dong Liang stood up from the ground. Xia Xiaoman, remember what you said today. Don't regret it in the future. Xia Xiaoman smiled faintly. Don't worry, I will never regret it. After saying that, Xia Xiaoman turned around and left. And Dong Liang also returned to Liang Sini's residence. To celebrate Dong Liang's successful divorce, Liang Sini had prepared a sumptuous candlelit dinner. Looking at the dinner Liang Sini had meticulously arranged, and Dong Liang felt extremely happy. He believed that Liang Sini truly loved him. No matter what he became, she would never abandon him. However, after hearing that Dong Liang had been stripped clean of all his assets, Liang Sini's gentle expression instantly changed. Dong Liang, stop joking, she said stiffly. The family has such enormous assets. You're the head of the family. How could you be stripped of everything? And Dong Liang sighed heavily. It's true. Xia Xiaoman, that bitch tricked me. I don't even have a chance to appeal. Sini, I have nothing now. I only have you. Where's the court verdict? Let me see it, Liang Sini said anxiously, and Dong Liang handed her the verdict. At first, Liang Sini thought Dong Liang was testing her sincerity. But after reading the verdict, her heart turned ice cold. She hadn't expected Dong Liang to be left with absolutely nothing. Not a single cent. So, you're a penniless pauper now? Liang Sini looked at Dong Liang coldly. Back then, she had only gotten involved with Dong Liang because he was rich. Now that he was a pauper, there was no need for her to keep pretending. She didn't want to waste her time on a man with nothing. Sini! And Dong Liang stared at her in disbelief. He thought he was hallucinating. And Dong Liang, since things have come to this point, let me be honest with you, Liang Sini said coldly. I never loved you. I was with you because of your money. And Dong Liang looked at her as if he'd been struck by lightning. In his eyes, Liang Sini had always been gentle and kind. How had she become like this? Sini, you're joking with me, right? I'm not joking at all, Liang Sini sneered. Why don't you look at yourself? Do you think you're worthy of me? If you have any self-awareness, pack your things and get lost. Hearing these cold and ruthless words, Dong Liang's face twisted with rage. He raised his hand and slapped Liang Sini hard. Bitch! You fucking bitch! I got divorced and lost everything because of you. I'm penniless now. How dare you lie to me? For so many years, Dong Liang had never imagined that Liang Sini was with him purely for money. Liang Sini was stunned. She never expected Dong Liang to hit her. She screamed hysterically. Ah! You dare hit me! You poor bastard! A toad trying to eat swan meat. Shameless! Those words completely shattered Dong Liang's sanity. He pushed Liang Sini to the ground and grabbed whatever he could to smash her violently. Bitch! You fucking bitch! You ruined my life. I'll kill you today. Liang Sini struggled desperately, screaming, Help! Murder! He's killing someone! Scream! Go on screaming! I'll let you scream! And Dong Liang's expression grew more and more ferocious. Before long, Liang Sini stopped moving, and Dong Liang collapsed onto the floor, his expression numb. After a long while, he finally reacted. He looked at Liang Sini's completely disfigured corpse on the ground and laughed. Well done, he muttered. Bitch, you deserve to die. Just as Dong Liang was packing his clothes and preparing to flee overnight, the door was suddenly kicked open by the police. Chapter 176. It turned out that the neighbors downstairs had heard something unusual and called the police. Bang! The suitcase in Dong Liang's hand fell to the ground, and a pair of cold handcuffs snapped shut around his wrists. Xia Xiaoman was not very surprised when she heard that Dong Liang had been imprisoned for murder. From the very beginning, she had known that Dong Liang would never have a good ending. Lizzie went to visit Dong Liang. No matter what, Dong Liang was still her father. Now that his life was hanging by a thread, logically speaking, she should come to see him. separated by a glass window, and Lizzie saw in Dongliang's haggard face. In just a few days, he seemed like a completely different person. "Dad! Lizzie!" And Dongliang forced a smile at her. "Thank you for coming to see Dad." When the prison guard had told him that a family member was here to visit, and Dongliang thought he had heard wrong. He never expected Lizzie to actually come. "Are you all right in there?" And Lizzie asked softly. The people detained within Dongliang were all death row inmates. They were capable of anything. An ordinary person could never imagine what kind of torment this was. If he could do everything over again, and Dongliang would never have betrayed Xia Xiaoman. He would have taken good care of his wife and daughter. Unfortunately, there was no turning back, and Dongliang nodded and said in a deliberately relaxed tone, "I'm fine. Don't worry. Lizzie, you and your mother should focus on your studies and get into a good university. Don't make your mother worry. Your mother is a good woman. I was obsessed with her. I let her down and I let you down. I'm not a good husband, and I'm not a good father. Lizzie, when you get married in the future, you must keep your eyes open. Never meet someone like me. Listen to your mother. She's your mother, and she's older than you. She has more experience in society, and a better eye for people than you. Lizzie, you must be good to your mother." When a person was nearing death, their words were often kind. Without realizing it, and Lizzie's face was already covered in tears. Once upon a time, she had also had a happy family, and a father who loved her. The 10 minutes of visiting time passed quickly. After walking out of the prison gates, and Lizzie looked up at the sun above her head and tried her best to hold back her tears. All the dark clouds had passed. In the days to come, she would wholeheartedly prepare for the college entrance examination and strive to enter the same university as Yi Zhao. These days, Yishu had been studying English diligently. Even while eating, she never forgot to read an English dictionary. When Yi-sun returned home from his business trip, he was stunned. The person speaking fluent English with Yi Zhao in front of him, was that really Yishu? Having learned English himself for a while, Yi-sun was no amateur. He could clearly tell that Yishu's pronunciation was extremely standard. "Sister, you must be cheating. It's only been a few days. How can you speak English this well?" Yi-sun exclaimed. Yishu smiled and raised her head. "Do you think everyone is like you? Learning English well isn't that hard." In fact, during the first few days, Yi-sun had been quite serious. But after that, he couldn't persist anymore. Yi-sun only liked things he was interested in. English was simply too boring. After being exposed by Yishu, Yi-sun scratched his head awkwardly. "Who said that? I'm also very hardworking, okay?" Yi Zhao said calmly. "Uncle, Teacher Tom, the one responsible for teaching you, sent me a message yesterday. He said you haven't entered his live broadcast room for 3 days. Yi-sun, holy shit, heartless, so cruel." After that, Yi Zhao continued, "Uncle, you can't do this. Learning English won't harm you. Soon, my mom will be several streets ahead of you, and you'll still be standing in the same place." Yi-sun nodded solemnly. "From today onward, I will study English properly. This is for you." Yi Zhao handed Yi-sun a notebook. "What's this?" Yi-sun asked, puzzled. Yi Zhao explained, "This is the English learning method I wrote down. A good memory isn't as good as a bad pen. Memorize it when you have time. My mom will check it in a week." Yishu nodded cooperatively. Sometimes, Yi-sun was just like a child. He needed someone to supervise him. Otherwise, he would never be able to learn English properly. And the person Yi-sun feared the most was Yishu. Holding the notebook, Yi-sun grinned. "Isn't it just memorizing stuff? That's a piece of cake." Chapter 177. After lunch, Yishu and Yi-sun went to work. Yi Zhao was the only one left at home. She sat at her desk with her head lowered, drawing something. Her expression was focused. Sunlight streamed in through the window, coating her eyes with a faint halo. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Yi Zhao picked up a book and pressed it over her drawing, then walked over to open the door. The door opened, but there was no one outside. Yi Zhao frowned slightly. Could it be that she had been drawing for too long, and her brain was acting up? Was she hearing things? "Who is it? Is anyone there?" she asked. No one answered. Just as Yi Zhao was about to close the door, a figure suddenly jumped out from the corner. "Surprise!" Yi Zhao looked at the person in shock. Grandma Tsun. Yezi. Old Madam Tsun jogged over, wanting to give Yi Zhao a warm hug. However, just as she was about to reach Yi Zhao, she accidentally slipped and nearly fell to the ground. Yi Zhao quickly reached out and supported her. Be careful! Yezi, you're really amazing. Old Madam Tsun seized the opportunity to hug Yi Zhao tightly. As expected of the granddaughter-in-law she valued the most, Yi Zhao habitually touched her nose. Just average, third best in the world. What third best in the world? Old Madam Tsun said seriously. You're obviously number one in the world. Number one. Yi Zhao felt a little embarrassed by the praise and quickly pulled Old Madam Tsun into the living room. Grandma Tsun, are you cold? Would you like me to make you a cup of milk tea? Although it was early spring, the weather had been chilly for the past few days, and it was still cold outside. Yezi, you know how to make milk tea? Old Madam Tsun asked in surprise. Yi Zhao nodded. Yezi, you're really incredible. With such a capable Yezi, her great-grandson would definitely be a little genius in the future. Handsome and intelligent, her great-grandson would definitely love her to death. The more Old Madam Tsun thought about it, the happier she became. It was as if she could already see her lovely great-grandson. Yi Zhao went to the kitchen to make milk tea for Old Madam Tsun. Old Madam Tsun followed her into the kitchen. The two chatted and laughed as they worked. The atmosphere in the kitchen was warm and lively. Despite the large age gap between them, there was no barrier in their communication at all. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of milk tea. Yi Zhao poured a cup of the freshly made milk tea and handed it to Old Madam Tsun. Drink it slowly. Be careful, it's hot. Old Madam Tsun blew on it and carefully took a sip. The strong fragrance of black tea instantly filled her mouth, accompanied by a faint milk aroma and a hint of caramel sweetness. It was truly delicious. Old Madam Tsun had been born into a noble family. Over the years, there was no beverage she hadn't tasted. Yet this was the first time she had drunk purely handmade milk tea. The taste was secondary. What mattered most was the thought behind it. Such a beautiful and clever girl was really being wasted on that sand sculpture grandson of hers. After finishing the milk tea, Old Madam Tsun continued, Yezi, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow was Sunday, and Yi Zhao didn't have anything important planned. She nodded lightly. I'm free. Old Madam Tsun grabbed Yi Zhao's hand excitedly. Then come to my house as a guest tomorrow. You cured my head ailment last time, so my daughter-in-law and my eldest grandson want to personally thank you. It had been a long time since then, and Old Madam Tsun had always wanted to invite Yi Zhao over. Unfortunately, Yi Zhao had never had the time. Yi Zhao smiled. Grandma Tsun, you've already thanked me many times. You even brought so many gifts last time. You really don't need to thank me again. Old Madam Tsun immediately frowned. Yezi, do you dislike me? Why would I dislike you? Old Madam Tsun continued. Since you don't dislike me, then why won't you come to my house tomorrow to play? I don't just want to thank you. Look, I'm already familiar with your house, but you haven't even been to mine once. Yezi, are we still friends? Of course, she didn't only want to thank Yi Zhao. She also wanted Tsun Shaoqing to meet her. Yi Zhao was so beautiful that Old Madam Tsun didn't believe her grandson wouldn't be moved. Since Old Madam Tsun had already said this much, Yi Zhao couldn't refuse anymore. In that case, I'll respectfully accept. Where is your house? I'll go there tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Old Madam Tsun's eyes lit up with excitement. Her plan to finally bring her granddaughter-in-law home had taken a huge step forward. A huge step forward? She truly was the number one, invincible, best grandmother in the universe. Zhao, then it's settled. You're not allowed to stand me up tomorrow. Chapter 178. Don't worry. Since I promised you, I won't go back on my word. Old Madam Tsun smiled and said, My family lives at number 2, Jinsho Manor. Yezi, remember to come early tomorrow. Call me when you're almost there. Forget it, I'll call you myself. Yizhuo naturally knew about Jinsho Manor. It was a famous, wealthy residential area in Yunjing. Every inch of land there was worth a fortune. Living in such a place, Old Madam Tsun truly lived up to being someone whose family owned a literal gold mine. After spending the entire afternoon at the Yi family's home and repeatedly confirming that Zhuo would definitely come the next day, old Madame Tsin finally left reluctantly. Zhuo personally escorted old Madame Tsin to the entrance of the residential area. The Tsin family's car was already parked by the roadside. The driver was still Xiao Wang. After old Madame Tsin got into the car, the smile on her face never faded. She leaned back against the seat and said, "Xiao Wang, have you been tired from driving lately?" Xiao Wang was stunned, and a strange sense of familiarity rose in his heart. Old Madame Tsin had already taken the initiative to talk to him twice before. The first time was to show off that she had a beautiful granddaughter-in-law. The second time was to show off that she was a top-tier good grandmother in China. He had no idea what she planned to show off this time. This was really too difficult for him. "Thank you for your concern, old Madame Tsin. I'm not tired," Xiao Wang replied politely. Old Madame Tsin continued, "Have you found a girlfriend yet?" "No," Xiao Wang shook his head. Old Madame Tsin frowned. "Last year, you were a single dog. A whole year has passed. Why are you still a single dog?" Xiao Wang. That really stabbed him straight in the heart. After a long pause, Xiao Wang finally squeezed out a sentence. "Old Madame Tsin, you're really fashionable. You even know the term single dog." Old Madame Tsin was almost 90 years old. It really wasn't easy for a nearly 90-year-old to casually use trendy internet slang. Xiao Wang suddenly remembered how he had once told his own grandmother that he was still single, and she had slapped him without saying a word. Old Madame Tsin said proudly, "Of course. Not only do I know about single dogs, I also know about Singles Day. Every year on November 11th, it's a festival for single dogs like you. Originally, my eldest grandson also had to celebrate this festival. But now, thanks to a good grandmother like me, he no longer needs to. He couldn't help it. Who told him he has such a good life? To have met such an excellent grandmother like me. If it weren't for me, he'd probably still be a single dog like you right now." Xiao Wang. So it turned out old Madame Tsin was here specifically to torture single dogs today. Old Madame Tsin continued, "Xiao Wang, what do you think of my taste?" Finally, no more dog torture. Xiao Wang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "It's very good." Although old Madame Tsin was already quite old, there was truly nothing to criticize about her fashion sense. Even a young man like Xiao Wang couldn't compare. Old Madame Tsin said proudly, "Of course. If I didn't have good taste, how could I trick such a beautiful wife into marrying my eldest grandson?" Xiao Wang. After going around in such a big circle, he still couldn't escape being abused in the end. At the same time, CN Corporation, top floor office. The man wore a plain-colored long robe, prayer beads twined around one hand, while the other flipped through documents. It was an extremely simple action, yet every movement radiated a natural, domineering aura that was impossible to ignore. Knock, knock, knock. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. The man lifted his head slightly, revealing a pair of deep dark eyes. "Come in." The person who entered was none other than Li Qiandong. Li Qiandong held a stack of documents in his hand. "Fifth brother, I need you to sign these." "Put them there," Sun Shaoqing replied calmly. Li Qiandong hesitated for a moment, then added, "By the way, fifth brother, do you know ZY technology?" "No." Sun Shaoqing casually twirled the Buddhist prayer beads, his expression indifferent. Li Qiandong's eyes widened. "Holy shit! Fifth brother, you actually don't know ZY. Let me tell you, this company is fucking heaven-defying. They actually made air-conditioned clothes. Do you know what air-conditioned clothes are? Clothes that can automatically adjust temperature. ZY has only been registered for a few months, and they're already preparing to go public. Even the European and American markets are scared of them. ZY Technology was an emerging company, but its momentum was unbelievably fierce. Every new product launch resulted in instant sellouts, no matter how outrageous the price was. Even appointments with the gold medal designer, Z, had already been booked until after the new year. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before ZY Technology became a true giant in the business world. Chapter 179. ZY Company's rise in the European and American markets had also given China's technology a huge boost. After all, even Country P, a major technological powerhouse, could not produce air-conditioned clothing that could adjust its temperature. Who is the founder of ZY Company? Since Xiaoqing asked, his interest piqued. To be able to invent a wearable device that could adjust body temperature, this alone was enough to show how terrifying this person's abilities were. Li Qiandong continued, ZY's top executive officer is Zhao Yang, but Zhao Yang doesn't hold any shares. He's just a hired professional CEO. Up until now, ZY's real founder has never appeared in public. No one knows who he is, or what his name is. Since Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, isn't our company's product for the next quarter focused on environmental protection? We could replace the disposable heating packs with reusable heating chips. Li Qiandong's eyes lit up. Fifth brother, do you mean to cooperate with ZY Technology Company? Since Xiaoqing nodded slightly, Li Qiandong said excitedly, that's incredible, fifth brother. I'll speak to the R&D department about this tomorrow. If he cooperated with ZY, he might even get a chance to meet the legendary founder. At that time, he would definitely want to see what the legendary founder looked like. Since Xiaoqing remained expressionless, his face unreadable, no one could tell what he was thinking. On the other side, when old Madame Tsin returned home, the first thing she told Zhou Xiang was that Zhuo was coming over as a guest. Xiang, my granddaughter-in-law is coming to visit tomorrow. Make sure you're extra enthusiastic. Hearing that, Zhou Xiang said excitedly, really? The legendary leaf is finally coming. She couldn't wait to see what kind of fairy-like appearance this leaf had. With medical skills and beauty, Zhou Xiang couldn't imagine a person so perfect. You are not calling her Leaf. Old Madame Tsin rolled her eyes at Zhou Xiang and continued, tomorrow my granddaughter-in-law is coming. You are strictly forbidden to call her Leaf. If you scare her away, I won't let you off. Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. No matter what, she's your old savior. I'll treat her well just based on that. Besides, do I look like a mean person to you? Old Madame Tsin continued, but don't be too overenthusiastic. If you scare my granddaughter-in-law away, you'll lose more than you gain. Zhou Xiang quickly picked up her phone. I also want to invite Zhuo to come over tomorrow. She wanted to see who would be more attractive when the two of them stood together. Could it be that someone could actually be more attractive than Zhuo in this world? Zhuo quickly replied, I'm sorry, Sister Zhou Xiang. I have an appointment tomorrow. An appointment? Zhou Xiang's face fell in disappointment. She frowned. Why would you have an appointment? Old Madame Tsin smiled at Zhou Xiang. I think it's that Zhuo who doesn't dare to come, right? She must have been scared by my granddaughter-in-law. My granddaughter-in-law is so beautiful. It's normal that she doesn't dare to come. Who said that? Zhuo is very beautiful, okay? Zhou Xiang protested. She really does have a date. Who knows if she really has a date? Old Madame Tsin snorted lightly. Could it be that you're just jealous? In terms of eloquence, Zhou Xiang could never compare to old Madame Tsin. All she could say was, words don't mean anything. When you see her next time, you'll know how beautiful she really is. Old Madame Tsin snorted again. Just you wait. Tomorrow, I'll make Xiaoqing fall in love with Yezi. The kind that she won't marry. Zhou Xiang smiled. Mom, let alone falling in love, it's not even certain whether Xiaoqing will stay home obediently tomorrow. Old Madame Tsin smiled. Don't worry. He definitely won't run around tomorrow. Do you have a plan? Old Madame Tsin nodded. Zhou Xiang asked curiously, can you tell me? Old Madame Tsin said mysteriously, no rush. You'll see tomorrow morning. The next morning, the three of them sat at the dining table for breakfast. Looking at the green vegetable leaves in Tsin Xiaoqing's bowl and a few dry slices of bread, old Madame Tsin couldn't help but ask, Xiaoqing, do you really plan to be a vegetarian for the rest of your life? Yes. Tsin Xiaoqing nodded slightly. Don't you want to eat meat? Old Madame Tsin picked up a piece of meat and waved it in front of him. This meat is delicious. Do you want some? If you want, I'll give it to you. Chapter 180. Tsin Xiaoqing was unmoved. He even wanted to laugh. You're too childish. Old children, this saying was absolutely accurate when applied to old Madame Tsin. Old Madame Tsin. She really wanted to scold him. You're the childish one. Your whole damn family is childish. But when she thought about it, Tsin Xiaoqing's family included her as well. So old Madame Tsin forcibly swallowed her anger. Putting down her chopsticks, old Madame Tsin continued, The miracle doctor who cured Grandma today will be coming to our house as a guest. Old Madame Tsin knew Tsin Shaoqing's temperament very well. If she had directly said that his future wife was coming, Tsin Shaoqing definitely wouldn't cooperate obediently. But saying it this way was different. Moreover, she wasn't lying. Zhuo was a miracle doctor to begin with. Is he coming today? Tsin Shaoqing raised his eyes slightly. Tsin Shaoqing had always been extremely grateful to that miracle doctor whom he had never met. If it hadn't been for him, old Madame Tsin wouldn't have recovered at all. For the past 20 years, old Madame Tsin had been tormented by illness. It was only during this period that she had truly smiled. Aside from gratitude, Tsin Shaoqing was also very curious about the miracle doctor who cured old Madame Tsin. After all, old Madame Tsin's head illness had gone untreated for so many years despite countless doctors. Yet in the hands of this miracle doctor, a single prescription had completely solved it. Old Madame Tsin nodded. Why don't you stay home today instead of going out? Stay and properly entertain our guest. No matter what, she is Grandma's savior. Of course. Tsin Shaoqing nodded lightly. He cured your head illness. I will definitely thank him in person. Old Madame Tsin nodded in satisfaction. Although her eldest grandson was sometimes irritating and stubborn, his character was absolutely solid. When will he arrive? Tsin Shaoqing asked again. Old Madame Tsin glanced at the clock on the wall. He said he would come in the morning. He should be on his way now. Tsin Shaoqing nodded. Then I'll go upstairs first to brief my secretary on today's work and attend a video conference. When the miracle doctor arrives, have someone come upstairs to inform me. All right. Old Madame Tsin nodded. Watching Tsin Shaoqing's back as he went upstairs, Zhou Xiang gave old Madame Tsin a thumbs up. Mom, you're amazing. Old Madame Tsin said proudly, naturally. Otherwise, why do they say old ginger is spicier? Yi family. Zhuo returned from her morning run and went straight to the bathroom to shower. 10 minutes later, Zhuo walked out wrapped in a towel and went to her wardrobe to choose clothes. Like all girls, Zhuo always felt like she had nothing to wear. After pondering for a long time, she finally chose a fitted white dress, layered with a long coat and paired with marten boots. The entire outfit was cool and striking. After changing, Zhuo looked at herself in the mirror and whistled. How can I look this good? By the time she left the Yi residence, it was already past 9 in the morning. After booking an online ride, the driver couldn't help sneaking several glances at the rearview mirror. After driving ride-hailing for so long, this was the first time he had ever received an order going to Jinshu Manor. Who in Yinjing didn't know Jinshu Manor? This little girl was definitely some rich second-generation heiress. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the main entrance of Jinshu Manor. Zhuo got out and walked straight inside. Jinshu Manor had strict security. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter at all. However, at a glance, anyone could tell that Zhuo was no ordinary person. Dressed in a wine-red coat, she walked with an overwhelming aura, as if she owned the entire place. Her presence was domineering and icy cold. No one dared to stop her. The residents of Jinshu Manor were all nobles. If someone offended the wrong person, the consequences would be unbearable. These security guards were all extremely sharp-eyed. Jinshu Manor truly lived up to its reputation as a wealthy district. Along the way were small bridges, flowing water, and all kinds of rare animals. Black swans, alpacas, peacocks, as well as countless luxury cars parked along the roadside. Zhuo walked straight to the Tsin family's manor and rang the doorbell. Soon, a servant opened the door. Hello, may I ask who you are? My surname is Yi. Zhuo replied indifferently. The servant's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly opened the door and said respectfully, Please come in quickly. Then he turned to someone nearby and said urgently, Quickly inform old Madam and Madam, Miracle Dr. Yi has arrived. Chapter 181. The maid hurried inside to inform old Madame Tsin and Zhou Xiang. The maid who had opened the door led Zhuo inside. As they walked, she said warmly, Hello, Divine Dr. Yi. I'm the Tsin family's housekeeper. You can call me Aunt Shang. Old Madam has been thinking about you since early this morning. She'll definitely be very happy to see you later. Aunt Shang had followed the Tsin family from the capital. Her husband was the housekeeper at the Tsin family's old residence in the capital. Old Madame Tsin had long treated her as family, so she told her everything. Aunt Shang knew very well that old Madame Tsin regarded Yi Zhuo as her future granddaughter-in-law. Because of this, Aunt Shang treated Yi Zhuo with exceptional respect. There was not a trace of perfunctory courtesy. It was respect that came straight from the heart. At first, before seeing Yi Zhuo, Aunt Shang had been worried that old Madame Tsin might have been deceived. But now, after seeing her, the only thing left in Aunt Shang's heart was shock. So it turned out that such a person really existed in this world. She was beautiful. And she also possessed such an outstanding temperament. At a single glance, one could tell that she was no ordinary person. Not to mention Yunjing. Even the orthodox aristocratic young ladies from the 49 cities couldn't compare to even 1/10 of her. In the past, Aunt Shang couldn't understand why old Madame Tsin liked Yi Zhuo so much. Now that she had met her, not to mention old Madame Tsin, even she herself had fallen for Yi Zhuo. In the main hall, when the maid rushed in and announced that miracle Dr. Yi had arrived, old Madame Tsin jumped up from the sofa in excitement. "Where is she? Where is she?" The ragdoll cat in her arms was startled by the sudden movement and leapt to the floor, meowing pitifully in protest. Old Madame Tsin didn't spare the cat a glance and hurried outside. Zhou Xiang came downstairs. Seeing her beloved cat meowing miserably, her heart ached as she picked it up. "Baby, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" After speaking, she turned to the servant beside her. "Where's the old lady? Why did she leave in such a hurry?" The servant replied, "Miracle Dr. Yi has arrived." The old lady went out to personally receive her. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang froze. She couldn't care less about the cat in her arms. She casually tossed it aside and rushed out. The ragdoll cat that was thrown to the ground. "I'm having a really hard life." On the cherry blossom path, pink cherry blossoms bloomed across the trees, lining the path. The spring breeze blew gently, petals falling like rain, so beautiful it felt like heaven on earth. Old Madame Tsin had just stepped into the garden when she saw Yi Zhuo walking toward her. Her figure was slender. She wore a long wine-red coat, and every step she took was graceful, impossible to ignore. Ordinary people would be completely overshadowed standing beneath such dazzling cherry blossoms. But Yi Zhuo was different. Not only was she not overshadowed, her jade-like delicate face actually stole some of the cherry blossom's beauty. This was the true meaning of flowers losing their color before a person. Separated by layers of cherry blossoms, old Madame Tsin was stunned for a moment before hurrying forward. "Yezi! Grandma Xin! Yezi!" Old Madame Tsin jogged over and tightly held Yi Zhuo's hand. "Why didn't you call me when you arrived? I could have gone to the gate to pick you up." Yi Zhuo smiled lightly. "I know the way. There was no need to trouble you." Old Madame Tsin asked curiously, "By the way, how did you get in?" Jinxiu Manor was different from ordinary residential areas. Security here was extremely strict. Under normal circumstances, outsiders couldn't enter at all. Even delivery personnel required verification calls from security. Not only was old Madame Tsin curious, even Aunt Shang, following behind them, found it strange. Yi Zhuo raised her brows slightly. "Is it really that hard to get in?" Aunt Shang smiled and replied, "Old Madame Tsin, I think the guards saw Miss Ye's aloof aura and immediately knew she wasn't an ordinary person, so they let her in." Right. That's exactly it." Old Madame Tsin nodded proudly. "Shuzhen, you're absolutely right. Her granddaughter-in-law was truly incredible. She got in just by showing her face. No one else could pull that off." The three of them had just exited the cherry blossom path when Zhou Xiang hurried over. The moment she saw Yi Zhuo beside old Madame Tsin, Zhou Xiang froze. This was Yi Zhuo. She wasn't hallucinating, right? Yi Zhuo was also slightly surprised. "Sister Zhou Xiang." Only after hearing Yi Zhuo's voice did Zhou Xiang snap back to reality. She wasn't hallucinating. This was real. Zeo. Old Madame Tsin looked at them in confusion. "Xiang, do you know Yezi?" Zhou Xiang stared at Yi Zhuo in disbelief and asked slowly, "Mom, who did you say she was?" Chapter 182. Yezi. Could it be that Yi Zhuo was the Yezi old Madame Tsin mentioned? The little miracle doctor? Granddaughter-in-law? Holy shit, that couldn't be possible, right? Was the world really this small? This time, It was Zhou Xiang's turn to be completely confused. Old Madame Tsin continued, "Let me introduce Yezi to you, the little miracle doctor who cured my head disease. Yezi, this is my daughter-in-law." So it really was her. "This world is too damn small," Zhou Xiang exclaimed. "Mom, Yezi is the Zhuo I told you about." Old Madame Tsin's eyes widened in disbelief. Fate. Fate. As the saying went, those destined to be family would eventually enter the same household. Zhuo was clearly destined to be her granddaughter-in-law. Zhuo also felt that the world was unbelievably small. Before coming here, she had never imagined that Zhou Xiang and old Madame Tsin were actually family. The three of them chatted as they walked toward the main hall. Old Madame Tsin instructed the servants to prepare tea, then turned to Zhuo and said, "Yezi, take a seat first. Grandma has something delicious for you. I'll go get it myself." This delicacy had been specially saved for Zhuo. It wouldn't be sincere if she didn't fetch it personally. Zhuo stood up politely. "Grandma Tsin, you don't have to trouble yourself. No need for such politeness. We don't talk about that between grandparents and grandchildren." Old Madame Tsin waved her hand. "Sit down quickly. I'll be back soon." After that, she instructed Zhou Xiang. "Xiang, stay here and keep Yezi company." Zhou Xiang nodded. "Got it." Old Madame Tsin turned and headed toward the backyard. At the same time, she instructed the servants to call Tsin Shaoqing downstairs. Meow. At that moment, a chubby ragdoll cat jumped onto Yizhua's lap. Its round head rubbed against her as it meowed nonstop. Yizhua immediately hugged the cat and took a deep breath. "It's so cute," Zhou Xiang asked in surprise. Zhao, you like cats too?" Yizhua nodded. "I do. I like them very much." Unfortunately, she didn't have the time to raise one, nor the time to take care of it. Otherwise, she really would have wanted to keep a cat. Upstairs, in the study, Tsin Shaoqing was reviewing documents. Just then, a servant knocked on the door. "Fifth Master, Miracle Dr. Yi has arrived. The old lady asked me to invite you downstairs." "I'm coming," Tsin Shaoqing replied, signed the last document, and walked downstairs with his pen still in hand. Before reaching the first floor, he heard Zhou Xiang's laughter. Then, he heard a clear, pleasant voice. "Sister Zhou Xiang, does it have a name?" "Yes, it's called Big Fatty." "Sister Zhou Xiang." Tsin Shaoqing paused while twirling the Buddhist beads. Since when did Zhou Xiang have a sister? Why didn't he know about this? And why did this voice sound so familiar? Had he heard it wrong? Tsin Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly and unconsciously quickened his pace. He reached the first floor. The moment he saw the figure sitting on the sofa with a fat cat in her arms, he froze. Yizhuo was sitting there, chatting and laughing with Zhou Xiang. From his angle, he could clearly see her side profile, beautiful, delicate, like a painting. The wine-red coat made her already fair skin appear even fairer. This was Yizhuo. Didn't they say the miracle doctor was coming? Why was it Yizhuo? Could it be? Tsin Shaoqing's fingers stopped moving on the Buddha beads. He felt like he was losing his mind. Not only was he dreaming about Yizhuo at night, now he was even hallucinating during the day. He seriously felt that he needed to find a doctor later. A proper one. He needed his pulse checked. He needed some traditional medicine. He needed rest. Just then, Zhou Xiang turned around and spotted him. "Shaoqing." Tsin Shaoqing's expression remained calm. His fingers resumed turning the beads as he walked over. "Mom!" Only when he stood directly in front of Yizhuo did Tsin Shaoqing finally realize. This wasn't a hallucination. He pushed the Buddha beads forward slightly. Zhou Xiang continued, "Shaoqing, let me introduce you. This is Miracle Dr. Yi, the one who cured your grandmother's head disease." "Miracle Dr. Yi?" A flicker of shock flashed through Tsin Shaoqing's calm eyes. It disappeared almost instantly. He had always assumed that the miracle doctor who cured old Madame Tsin was an elderly man over 50. After all, traditional Chinese medicine was vast and profound, something impossible to master without decades of experience. Moreover, throughout history, Chinese medicine practitioners were mostly men. Before today, Tsin Shaoqing had imagined a white-bearded old man. He never expected. The miracle doctor was actually a teenage girl. And what shocked him even more, that girl was Yizhuo. Yizhuo, The 19-year-old Zhuo, a tech genius, a chess master, a famous online anchor, and now, a godly doctor. How many sides of her were still unknown to the world? Chapter 183. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't shocked. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, who would believe that a down-and-out fake daughter who had been kicked out could be so powerful? If the Mu family found out that they had mistaken a pearl for a fish's eye, they would probably regret it to death. Zhou Xiang continued, Zhuo, let me introduce you to my son, Sun Shaoqing. You can call him. At this point, Zhou Xiang was stunned. Yi Zhuo called her sister Zhou Xiang, and she also treated Yi Zhuo as a younger sister. Then what should Yi Zhuo call Sun Shaoqing? There seemed to be something wrong with the seniority. For a moment, Zhou Xiang found herself in a dilemma. Yi Zhuo smiled slightly and looked at Sun Shaoqing. Hello, nephew. Sun Shaoqing. So he had suddenly gained a cheap aunt? After that, Yi Zhuo added, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. I don't mind, Sun Shaoqing replied gently. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang's eyes widened in surprise. What did she just hear? Sun Shaoqing said he didn't mind. As Sun Shaoqing's mother, no one understood him better than Zhou Xiang. Sun Shaoqing had been strange since childhood. His face was cold, and his heart was even colder. He disliked being close to women. He always wore a poker face around girls, and had even scared some into crying before. As he grew older, he became a vegetarian and started believing in Buddhism. He was clearly a man in his 20s, yet he behaved like an old monk. She never expected him to be this easy to talk to. Yi Zhuo had just taken advantage of him verbally, yet he didn't mind at all. There was hope. A lot of hope. Very, very much hope. Zhou Xiang's gaze shifted back and forth between the two of them before she asked, Zhao, have you and Shaoqing known each other for a long time? Yi Zhuo nodded. Yes, Sister Zhou Xiang. I've known him for 2 or 3 months. Sun Shaoqing wasn't the only one shocked that Yi Zhuo was the miracle doctor who cured old Madame Sun. Yi Zhuo was also surprised. So Sun Shaoqing was the eldest grandson old Madame Sun had mentioned. One had to admit, fate was truly a wonderful thing. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang's eyes lit up with excitement. So there really was a chance. Since there was a chance, the issue of seniority couldn't be messed up. Zhou Xiang held Yi Zhuo's hand and said, Zhao, you should call me auntie from now on. I'm already so old, taking advantage of a little girl like you would make outsiders laugh if they heard about it. Yi Zhuo nodded slightly. Okay. If she kept calling Zhou Xiang sister, Sun Shaoqing really would be embarrassed. Just then, old Madame Sun walked over with a box in her arms. Yezi, Grandma Xiyin. Old Madame Sun walked straight past Sun Shaoqing, sat down beside Yi Zhuo, and placed the box in front of her. Yezi, guess what delicious thing is inside this box? Afraid Yi Zhuo wouldn't be able to guess, she added eagerly. There's a kind of fruit inside. It's round and white, and it's the fruit Imperial Consort Yang loved the most. Sun Shaoqing. If she couldn't guess that, she'd be a pig. Lychee, Yi Zhuo blurted out. Yes. Old Madame Sun clapped her hands happily. Yezi, you're really smart. You guessed it right. As expected of the granddaughter-in-law she had set her eyes on, smart and amazing. Zhou Xiang chimed in. That's right. If Zhuo isn't smart, who is? Not only is Zhuo smart, she's also beautiful. What does it mean to be extremely intelligent? It means someone who can topple a nation. Just look at Zhuo and you'll understand. Even Yi Zhuo, who was fairly narcissistic, felt a bit embarrassed by the praise from both mother-in-law and grandmother-in-law. Sun Shaoqing. Old Madame Sun opened the box, revealing lychees tinged with green and red. Zhao, these lychees were specially saved for you. They're preserved with high-tech methods. Don't let the winter fool you, they're very fresh. Try one. Sun Shaoqing's fingers paused on the Buddha beads. If he wasn't mistaken, these were the green lychees old Madame Sun had specially arranged to be brought back from another place during last year's New Year. Although lychees weren't rare, green lychees were extremely rare. Other lychees were sold by the caddy. Green lychees were sold by the piece. At the last auction, a single green lychee had been sold for a sky-high price of 550,000 yuan. Someone once joked that this wasn't eating lychees, it was eating houses. Because the season wasn't right, Old Madame Tsin treasured this box dearly. She wouldn't even let him touch it. Yet today, she was giving it all to Zhuo. One had to know. There were 56 green lychees in that box. Chapter 184. Zhuo picked up a lychee and gently peeled off the thin skin with her little fingernail. Sizzle! The snow-white lychee flesh was exposed from the thin green skin tinged with red. The air immediately filled with a sweet lychee fragrance. After taking a small bite, the juice burst instantly, flowing in all directions. The sweetness carried a faint fragrance that ordinary lychees didn't have. It was extremely delicious. Grandma Tsin, is this a green lychee? Zhuo looked back at Old Lady Tsin. Old Lady Tsin nodded eagerly. Yes, Zhuo, you really have good taste. Legend has it that the lychee tang Xuanzong used to coax Imperial Consort Yang was a green lychee. How is it? Doesn't it taste good? Because of that poem, later generations claimed that Imperial Consort Yang ate lychees and smiled. In fact, that was not true. The lychee was merely mentioned in one of the 3 poems of Huaqing Palace. It was not a specific type of lychee. As for the so-called green lychee, it was just a marketing gimmick fabricated by later generations. It's very delicious, Zhuo nodded. If it's delicious, eat more. But peeling lychees takes too much effort. We girls must take good care of our hands. After all, our hands are our second face. Let this kid peel them for us. As she spoke, Old Lady Tsin pushed the box of lychees towards Tsin Shaoqing and ordered the servant to bring over a clean plate. How could Zhuo let Tsin Shaoqing peel lychees for her? She quickly said, "No need, Grandma Sen. I can do it myself." "Let him peel," Old Lady Tsin said as she pressed Zhuo's hand down. "What's the big deal? His skin is thick and his flesh is rough, perfect for peeling lychees." This brat was far too insensible. Seeing Zhuo here, he didn't even know how to show proper hospitality. With that stiff personality of his, if he didn't have a good grandmother like her, he probably wouldn't find a wife for the rest of his life. Zhou Xiang immediately chimed in. That's right. Zhuo, don't be polite with this brat. How can we girls peel lychees ourselves? Of course we should let a thick-skinned man do it. The thick-skinned Tsin Shaoqing. Biological mother. Biological grandmother? The servant quickly brought over a clean plate. Tsin Shaoqing had no choice but to put his Buddhist beads aside, resign himself to his fate, and pick up a lychee. He peeled them like an emotionless machine. Very soon, a whole plate of crystal-clear lychees was ready. Thanks to Zhuo, this was the first time in Zhou Xiang's life that she had eaten lychees peeled by Tsin Shaoqing. Not just Zhou Xiang. It was also a first for Old Lady Tsin. Old Lady Tsin's eyes flashed with shrewdness. She knew that Tsin Shaoqing had definitely been charmed by Zhuo. If Tsin Shaoqing hadn't taken a liking to Zhuo, how could he possibly sit there obediently peeling lychees? He would have left long ago. After finishing, Tsin Shaoqing stood up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Old Lady Tsin immediately followed him. When Tsin Shaoqing came out, he saw Old Lady Tsin waiting at the door. "Grandma, what's the matter?" Old Lady Tsin nodded. Tsin Shaoqing casually wiped his hands with a tissue. "Go ahead. What do you think of Yezi?" Old Lady Tsin asked. "Very good." Tsin Shaoqing nodded slightly. Old Lady Tsin's eyes instantly lit up. "So you admit you like Yezi?" "I only said she's very good. I didn't say I like her," Tsin Shaoqing replied calmly. "To be honest, I've known her for a long time. I just didn't know she was the miracle doctor who cured you." A gossipy gleam flashed in Old Lady Tsin's eyes. "So you two have been secretly dating for a long time." "We're just ordinary friends," Tsin Shaoqing said indifferently. Old Lady Tsin was speechless. Yezi is outstanding, beautiful, and speaks gracefully. There's nothing embarrassing about liking her. What are you afraid of admitting? If you like her, go chase her. If you can't get her, your grandmother will help you. What are you afraid of? I only admire her. There isn't the slightest bit of romantic love between us, Tsin Shaoqing said as he took a Buddhist bead from his pocket. "Grandma, don't randomly matchmake. You've already admitted you admire her, and you still say you don't like her?" Old Lady Tsin snapped angrily. "You're a sand sculpture. You're not worthy of being my eldest grandson. You're nothing. Grandma, you've misunderstood. Admiration was admiration. Liking was liking. They sounded similar, but the difference was huge. Since Shaoqing had always been pure-hearted and abstinent, he had never harbored improper thoughts toward Zhuo, except for those indescribable dreams. But they were just dreams. Dreams came from the subconscious and couldn't be controlled. Chapter 185. Old Mrs. Tsin dragged Tsin Shaoqing to the living room doorway. She pointed at the big fat cat nestled in Yizhua's arms and said, "Look at this. You're not even as likable as Big Fatty. Tsin Shaoqing." That cat was her biological grandson. Yizhuo was also her biological grandson. Only he was not. Old Mrs. Tsin continued, not convinced. "No." Old Mrs. Tsin rolled her eyes at him. "Even if you're not convinced, it's useless. If you were really that capable, the one lying in Yezi's arms wouldn't be a cat. Even a damn cat knows how to please the person it likes. I don't even have words to describe you anymore. You're nothing." After scolding Tsin Shaoqing, old Mrs. Tsin returned to the main hall and continued chatting happily with Yizhuo. Her granddaughter-in-law was still the best. Unlike that little bastard, just thinking about him made her feel disgusted all over. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. "Old madam, young Master Xian has arrived." As soon as the servant finished speaking, a young man wearing a gray hoodie walked in from outside. Zhou Xiang immediately stood up. "Xian, you're here." The visitor was none other than Zhou Xiang's nephew, Zhou Xian. "Auntie," Zhou Xian then greeted old Madam Xian. "Hello, old madam." Good, all good," old Madam Tsin said with a smile. "Come, sit down quickly." After speaking, old Madam Tsin grabbed Yizhua's hand and introduced her to Zhou Xian. "Xian, this is Yezi. Although she's younger than you, don't underestimate her. She's the one who cured my head illness." Zhou Xian was stunned. He never expected the legendary miracle doctor to be such a young girl. And she was astonishingly beautiful. Zhou Xian had never been resistant to beautiful people. He immediately stood up and extended his hand toward Yizhuo. "Hello, Miracle Dr. Yi. I'm Zhou Xian." Yizhuo smiled faintly and lightly touched his hand with her fingertips. "Mr. Zhou, you're too polite. Just call me by my name." Zhou Xian smiled. "Then don't be polite with me either. Just call me Xian." Yizhuo was beautiful, talented, and gentle. It would naturally be great if he could befriend her. Tsin Shaoqing was sitting right beside them. Watching the two of them holding hands, his brows unconsciously knitted together. He had the sudden urge to stomp on Zhou Xian's damn dog paw. Men and women should keep their distance. It was utterly indecent. "Xian, have an apple." Tsin Shaoqing used the hand holding his Buddhist beads to pick up an apple and hand it to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian immediately released Yizhua's hand and took the apple, feeling flattered. His eldest cousin was 10 years older than him. Normally, Tsin Shaoqing rarely smiled. On top of that, Tsin Shaoqing always carried a powerful aura that made Zhou Xian instinctively nervous whenever he saw him. He never expected his cousin to personally give him an apple today. It was unbelievably rare. Zhou Xian lowered his head and took a bite. "Gotcha!" It was incredibly sweet. "This apple is really good," Zhou Xian said cheerfully. "Yezi, do you want one too?" He picked up another apple and handed it to Yizhuo. "Thank you," Yizhuo said as she reached out to take it. Tsin Shaoqing pressed his thin lips together. The pressure around him dropped sharply. "Achoo!" Zhou Xian suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. "Who's cursing me?" Old Mrs. Tsin's gaze flickered back and forth between the two young people, and the corners of her mouth curled into a scheming smile. During lunch, old Mrs. Tsin pulled Tsin Shaoqing aside again. "Brat, I'll ask you one last time. Do you really not like Yezi?" Tsin Shaoqing nodded calmly. "Yes. No matter how many times you ask, my answer won't change." He was still an unmarried man. He only admired Yizhuo. "Fine," old Mrs. Tsin said coldly. "Then I won't pair you up with Yezi anymore. You don't like her anyway." She immediately changed the topic. "Shaoqing, what do you think of Xian? Don't you think he matches Yezi quite well?" The old lady's eyes were filled with calculation. "Isn't this brat stubborn? Then she would create a little crisis for him to experience. Let him suffer a bit. Let him taste what it feels like to chase his wife into the crematorium. Otherwise, he would never see his own heart clearly." She had to admit, Zhou Xian's timing was perfect. Not only was she the best grandmother in the universe, She was also the smartest grandmother in the universe. Sin Shaoqing frowned slightly, his fingers rolling the Buddhist beads. Grandma, you're recklessly pairing people up. Who said I'm messing around? Old Mrs. Sin snapped. What if Yezi likes Zian too? Zian isn't bad at all. If nothing else, he's at least 10 years younger than you. Unlike you, by old standards, you could already be Yezi's father. No wonder you can't win her over. Chapter 186. Old Mrs. Sin grew more and more excited as she spoke. Sin Shaoqing only felt a ball of anger stuck in his chest, unable to dissipate, no matter how hard he tried. He didn't even know why he was angry. He was just angry. So angry that he wanted to hit someone. Suit yourself. After saying that, Sin Shaoqing turned around and walked away. Old Mrs. Sin snorted lightly at his retreating back. Just you wait, brat. The car is about to flip over. Sin Shaoqing had just returned to the hall when he saw Zhuo and Zhou Zian standing together, chatting and laughing. To be precise, Zhou Xiang was standing between them. But Sin Shaoqing automatically filtered Zhou Xiang out of his sight. Holding his Buddhist beads, Sin Shaoqing walked casually to Zhou Zian's side and said slowly, Zian. Zhou Zian immediately straightened his back. I'm here. I heard from my aunt that you've been studying combat recently, Sin Shaoqing said calmly. Coincidentally, I studied it a little when I was younger. Why don't we go upstairs and spar? Zhou Xiang looked at Sin Shaoqing strangely. What was wrong with this kid today? Why was he suddenly so enthusiastic toward Zhou Zian? Zhou Zian almost stuttered. I think it's better to forget it. Sparring with Sin Shaoqing? He didn't want to die young. What was wrong with his eldest cousin today? Zhou Zian reflected on himself very seriously. Sin Shaoqing patted Zhou Zian on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. I've only dabbled a little and haven't learned much. I might not even be your match. Hearing that, Zhou Zian relaxed a lot. He had been practicing combat for 3 years. Even if he couldn't beat Sin Shaoqing, at the very least he wouldn't be beaten into the ground. Who knew? Maybe Sin Shaoqing would even lose. Thus, he followed Sin Shaoqing upstairs. Zhou Xiang looked at their backs and asked doubtfully, What's wrong with Shaoqing today? Old Mrs. Sin replied solemnly, Maybe the cousins share a deep bond. What was wrong? What else could it be? He was jealous. Old Mrs. Sin covered her mouth and snickered. Zhou Xiang became even more confused. Mom, what are you laughing at? Old Mrs. Sin immediately dropped her hand and said seriously, I'm not laughing. After that, she speared a lychee with a fork and handed it to Zhuo. Yezi, more lychees. They're sweet. Zhou Xiang frowned slightly. She had no idea what old Lady Sin was plotting. Sin Shaoqing paid great attention to his health. Not only did he soak lychees in a thermos cup, there was also a gym of over 100 square meters on the second floor of the side hall. The two of them entered the gym. Zhou Zian glanced around and sighed inwardly. His capitalist cousin really lived a disciplined life. Catch! Sin Shaoqing tossed him a pair of boxing gloves. Zhou Zian caught them and put them on. Standing in the center of the room, the two exchanged a brief salute before the fight began. Then, Zhou Zian regretted it. Deeply. He should never have agreed to spar with Sin Shaoqing. He should never have deluded himself into thinking he stood a chance. Right now, Zhou Zian had only one feeling. Pain. Every bone in his body hurt. He felt like he was about to fall apart. I can't do it. I really can't. Zhou Zian collapsed onto the floor, raising both hands. I surrender. I surrender. The world hasn't ended yet, and you're already surrendering? Sin Shaoqing looked down at him coldly. A man should act like a man. Get up. Cousin, I seriously can't go on. Zhou Zian was on the verge of tears. If this continues, I really won't be able to stand up anymore. Please spare me. Is that all you got? Sin Shaoqing raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhou Zian hurriedly pulled off his gloves. Cousin, it's almost time to eat. Let's go downstairs. Sin Shaoqing glanced at the clock on the wall. His thin lips parted slightly. Let's go. Zhou Zian felt as though he had received a royal pardon. He immediately scrambled to his feet and followed Sin Shaoqing out. When the two returned downstairs, Zhou Xiang smiled and said, You're done sparring. It's almost time to eat. I was just about to send someone to call you. Oh right, who won? Cousin is way too amazing, Zhou Zian said sincerely. How could my scrawny arms and legs ever be a match for him? Sin Shaoqing patted Zhou Ziyan's shoulder. Ziyan is still too young. If he trains for a few more decades, he might have a chance to beat me. Zhou Ziyan. A few decades. At dinner, old Mrs. Sin deliberately arranged for Zhou Ziyan to sit next to Zhuo. There were 5 people at the table. Sin Shaoqing happened to be sitting directly opposite Zhou Ziyan. Old Mrs. Sin deliberately asked, Ziyan, you're 21 this year, right? Yes, Zhou Ziyan nodded. Old Mrs. Sin smiled meaningfully. Have you found a girlfriend at school yet? Chapter 187. Zhou Ziyan shook his head. I haven't met a suitable one. Old Mrs. Sin continued. I have a very good little girl here. Do you want me to? Before she could finish her sentence, Sin Shaoqing stood up. Using his chopsticks, he picked up a piece of fish and placed it into old Mrs. Sin's bowl. Grandma, this is your favorite Westlake vinegar fish. Try it and see if it tastes good. Old Mrs. Sin raised her eyelids and glanced at him. Little bastard. He was really picking a fight with her. Still, she gave him face and took a bite. It's acceptable. After that, old Mrs. Sin picked up a chicken leg and placed it into Yi Zhao's bowl. Zhao, this tiger skin chicken claw tastes very good. Try it. Oh, right. They'll be your favorite crayfish later. Zhou Ziyan smiled and chimed in. So Yezi likes crayfish too. I like it a lot as well. Yi Zhao nodded. I'm a carnivore. As long as it's meat, I basically like it. In her previous life, Yi Zhao barely had any appetite. After the age of 19, when she was hungry or thirsty, she would simply drink nutrient solution. Under normal circumstances, she didn't even need to eat once every 2 or 3 days. But in this life, she had completely let herself go. Life was long. If she didn't eat more delicious food, she would be letting herself down. Granny Tsin said, Yezi especially likes spicy food. Ziyan, can you eat spicy food? Of course. Zhou Ziyan nodded. Crayfish is best when it's spicy. Yes, Ziyan, you're absolutely right. Granny Tsin said meaningfully. It's just a pity that some people are going to miss out on this earthly delicacy. As she spoke, her gaze unintentionally swept past Sin Shaoqing. 1 sentence, 2 meanings. Those who understood would naturally understand. Sin Shaoqing lowered his head and continued eating vegetables, his straight brows slightly furrowed. Not long after, a servant brought out a steamed coconut crab. Looking at the bright red coconut crab, old Mrs. Sin raised her head and looked at Zhou Ziyan. Ziyan, you boys. Before she could finish, Sin Shaoqing stood up, picked up the coconut crab, and placed it in front of old Mrs. Sin. Grandma, you girls need to take good care of your hands. I'll peel the crab. Hearing this, old Mrs. Sin nodded in satisfaction. Yes. Boys have thick skin and rough hands. This kind of work should naturally be done by you. Sin Shaoqing methodically dismantled the coconut crab and arranged the meat neatly on a plate. Old Mrs. Sin picked up some crab meat and placed it into Yizhua's bowl. Yezi, this coconut crab tastes faintly of coconut. It's even better dipped in crab roe. Try it quickly. Yi Zhao didn't stand on ceremony. She picked up a piece, dipped it into the crab roe, and took a bite. Fresh, fragrant, and rich. Even without vinegar, it was exceptionally delicious. Before the crab was finished, Zhou Xiang added some spicy chicken to Yi Zhao's bowl. Zhao, you like spicy food? This spicy chicken will definitely suit your taste. Not only does Yezi like spicy food, she also likes sweet things, old Madame Sin added. This osmanthus candy lotus root is also. The 2 women competed to serve food to Yi Zhao. Before long, Yi Zhao's bowl was piled high. Fortunately, Yi Zhao had a good appetite. If it were anyone else, they would have been unable to finish it. Old Madame Sin loved watching Yi Zhao eat. She wasn't pretentious at all. Unlike some socialite daughters who counted every grain of rice just to maintain their figures, refusing high-calorie or high-protein foods, ending up skinny and malnourished. Every time old Madame Tsin watched Yi Zhao eat, her own appetite improved. Her granddaughter-in-law was the best. She ate everything, easy to raise. At 3 in the afternoon, Yi Zhao prepared to leave. Ah, you're leaving so soon. Zhou Xiang held Yi Zhao's hand, her face full of reluctance. Even Big Fatty, nestled in Yi Zhao's arms, meowed unhappily. Yi Zhao smiled. Aunt Xiang, remember to visit my place with Grandma Tsin next time. It's getting late, I should go. Then she added, "Oh right, Aunt Xiang, remember to bring Big Fatty too." Meow. Big Fatty responded obediently. Yi Zhao hugged the cat and rubbed her face against it. "You're the cutest." Satisfied, Sun Shaoqing's gaze swept coldly over Big Fatty. Caught off guard, Big Fatty instantly burrowed deeper into Yi Zhao's arms. Fuck! Was that a murderous look aimed at a cat? At this moment, Zhou Zian also said goodbye. Old Mrs. Sun smiled. "Zian, you can send Yezi home." Zhou Zian nodded eagerly. "Of course. It's my honor." He had been worrying about not having a chance to be alone with Yi Zhao. Sun Shaoqing pulled his car keys from his pocket. "Zian isn't on the way. I need to go to the company." "Yi Zhao, come with me." "Since Zian isn't on the way, then Yezi should take your car," old Mrs. Sun said. "Yezi, this brat has a weird personality. If he bothers you on the road, don't mind him." "How could I?" Yi Zhao smiled slightly. "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Zian." "It's on the way," Sun Shaoqing replied indifferently. Zhou Zian, standing nearby. If it wasn't on the way, he could take a fucking detour. He was more than willing. "Really?" Old Mrs. Sun watched the two figures leave, her eyes filled with laughter. Little bastard, daring to fight with her. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This wasn't the first time Yi Zhao had ridden in Sun Shaoqing's car. Unlike the 2 times in Beijing, this time Sun Shaoqing drove personally. Yi Zhao sat in the passenger seat, one hand on the steering wheel, the other holding prayer beads. Sun Shaoqing said, "If you're bored, you can connect to the Bluetooth and play some music." "Okay." Yi Zhao fastened her seatbelt. She hadn't planned to play music, but with only the 2 of them in the car, the atmosphere felt awkward. To distract herself, she connected to the Bluetooth and turned on the player. Soft music soon filled the car. At the same time, at the Song family residence, a man in a perfectly tailored handmade suit stood before the French window. His tall figure was wrapped in an oppressive aura. His face seemed shrouded in dark clouds. No one could predict whether he would be happy or furious the next second. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." An assistant in a suit entered and stood behind Song Shiyu respectfully. "Boss, we found a lead." "Speak." Song Shiyu subconsciously rotated the ring on his index finger. The kidnapping case from 12 years ago involved 3 families. Which 3? The Zhao family's 3rd daughter from the east of the city, the Mei family's eldest daughter from the west of the city, and the Mu family. The assistant paused. "We've checked. There are no scars on the arms of the Zhao family's 3rd daughter or the Mei family's eldest daughter." Song Shiyu wasn't surprised. "What about the Mu family?" The assistant hesitated. "Miss Yi from the Mu family. Her situation is special. We haven't confirmed it yet." The man who had been gentle as jade instantly turned feral. Trash! Chapter 188. The pressure in the air dropped to freezing point. The assistant immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his entire body turning icy. He had been by Song Shiyu's side for more than 3 years, so he was very clear about his methods. He hurriedly added, "But I can be sure that the real daughter of the Mu family does not have a scar on her arm." Song Shiyu narrowed his eyes. In other words, that little girl back then could not have been the 3rd Miss Zhao or the 1st Miss Mei, much less Muyurong. Now, the only possibility was Yi Zhuo. Thinking of his previous 2 encounters with Yi Zhuo, Song Shiyu's gaze darkened even further. She was indeed different from the other daughters of high society in Yinjing City. Her information was encrypted. She was a completely different person from the trash described in the rumors. She was mysterious and complicated. "All right, you can go back to your work." Song Shiyu raised his hand. The assistant looked as if he had been pardoned and walked out with his head lowered. After the assistant left, Song Shiyu was the only person remaining in the huge room. The air was frighteningly quiet. The Song family mansion was built on the mountainside. Coupled with Song Shiyu's preference for silence and solitude, the atmosphere became even colder as dusk descended. Song Shiyu stood in front of the French window. There was no emotion in his eyes. In a trance, he was taken back to 12 years ago. In the cold basement, hunger, cold, and fear surrounded him. A little girl slowly sat down beside him. "Brother, are you hungry? I have candy here. You won't be hungry if you eat one." Thinking of this, Song Shiyu took a big white rabbit milk candy from his pocket and peeled off the wrapper. Only when the sweet taste slowly spread on the tip of his tongue did the hostility in his body dissipate slightly. He turned around and walked toward the backyard. Old Madame Song lived in the backyard. The old lady was in poor health. It was not yet dark, so she was already lying in bed. "Grandma, Shiyu is here." Seeing Song Shiyu, old Madame Song's face lit up with a smile. Song Shiyu picked up a pillow and placed it behind her back. "Grandma, are you feeling better?" Old Madame Song nodded. "Miss Ye's medical skills are quite good. I'll invite her over to take a look at you." Song Shiyu continued. "Sure. I happen to like her too." As soon as she said that, old Madame Song seemed to think of something. "But tomorrow is Monday. Roma has to go to school. You can go to her school tomorrow afternoon and wait for her." "Okay." Song Shiyu nodded slightly. The grandmother and grandson chatted a little longer before Song Shiyu left. Looking at Song Shiyu's departing figure, old Madame Song sighed softly. She was truly afraid that after she passed away, Song Shiyu would be alone for the rest of his life. Today was Monday. In the morning, Yizhua finished breakfast and went to school. Just as she was about to reach the school gate, a surprised voice came from behind her. "Yizhua!" Yizhua turned around slightly and saw Li Boyong. "What's the matter?" Li Boyong looked at Yizhua, whom he had not seen for several days, with a complicated expression. What surprised him the most was the coat Yizhua was wearing. That was the school uniform of Northbridge High School. The Northbridge uniform was blue and white, loose and unflattering. Many students disliked wearing it, but on her body, it carried an indescribable sense of purity. It perfectly fit the saying that a truly beautiful person would still look beautiful even wearing a sack. She just stood there, doing nothing. Yet she fulfilled all the fantasies of a young boy who had just opened his heart to first love. Li Boyong was slightly stunned. Could it be that Yizhua was really a student of Northbridge High School? But didn't Qianling Yu say that Yizhua was a delinquent who didn't even graduate from middle school? Or did Yizhua buy this uniform online? Nowadays, many people like to wear school uniforms to pretend to be students. Thinking of this, Li Boyong let out a sigh of relief. Yizhua was so beautiful, there was no way she could get into Northbridge High School. She was just trying to satisfy her vanity. "Yizhua, my mom offered you such a high salary last time, but you didn't want to work at my house. Did you find a better job?" Li Boyong said. Then he added silently in his heart, "So what if she did?" No education was still no education. Yizhua held her school bag with one hand and replied calmly, "I want to go to school. I don't have time to work." Li Boyong didn't expose her lie and continued, "You're at Northbridge?" Yizhua nodded. At this moment, Li Boyong was deeply impressed. Her psychological strength was incredible. Even while lying, she could remain so calm and composed. Perhaps this was the difference between people who had studied and those who hadn't. A good student like him would never lie. Li Boyong continued, "The college entrance exam is coming soon. Which university do you plan to apply to?" Chapter 189. He really wanted to see how long Yizhua could keep up the pretense. Yizhua said calmly, "Beijing University." "Beijing University." Li Boyang's eyes filled with shock. He sneered inwardly. This Yizhua was really good at bragging. Beijing University was even more famous than the top 985 university, Tsinghua University. It was ranked among the world's best. Even he himself didn't dare to say he could definitely get into Beijing University. Yizhua had only bought a Beiqiao uniform online, yet she dared to talk nonsense without thinking. She had lied so much that she actually believed her own bullshit. "I want to get into Tsinghua," Li Boyong continued. "I hope your dream comes true." Yizhua took her phone out of her pocket. "I'm about to be late, so I won't talk anymore." Yizhua was in a hurry to get to school. In Li Boyang's eyes, it looked like she was running away. She really had to use 100 lies to cover up one lie. Was Yizhua feeling guilty? Although Yizhua lied and was vain, Li Boyong couldn't help but feel his heart race every time he saw her. He couldn't control it. He knew this was what it felt like to like someone. Yizhua was so beautiful, it was normal for him to like her. Although Qianling Yu had said that Yizhua wasn't good enough for him. Dating shouldn't be a problem, right? Who didn't have a few girlfriends in college? Although Yizhua wasn't educated, She was beautiful. It was just dating, not marriage. He wouldn't lose out. When the college entrance exam results came out, he would walk up to Zhuo holding the Tsinghua University admission letter. Zhuo would definitely agree. Zhuo had only graduated from junior high school, while he would be a student of a prestigious university. No matter how one looked at it, Zhuo would be reaching far above herself. Only a fool would refuse. The more Li Boyong thought about it, the more excited he became. During the upcoming exam preparation period, he had to study hard. He would definitely get into Tsinghua University. Zhuo. Just as Zhuo reached the school gate, she saw Lizzie and Zhao Pingting waiting for her. Lizzie Pingting. Zhuo jogged over. Zhuo, this is the burrito my mom asked me to bring for you. And Lizzie handed her an oil paper bag. Zhuo took it. Help me thank Auntie. Zhao Pingting chewed on her burrito and mumbled. Zhuo, hurry and try it. Auntie's cooking is amazing. Zhuo opened the oil paper bag and took a bite. The taste really was excellent. Although Lizzie's family had recently suffered a major incident, she was still in good spirits and didn't seem affected. The three girls walked along the tree-lined path on campus, forming a striking sight. What the fuck? Isn't that the class favorite from Class 7? Watch your mouth. She's also the new campus belle. Yes, Zhuo had only transferred to the school last semester, yet she had already been selected as the campus belle. Hearing this, the girls nearby said enviously, "She's so beautiful, and her figure is great too. Otherwise, how could she become the campus belle?" "What campus belle?" a sarcastic female voice sneered. "I think it's a joke bought with cheating." The group turned around. They saw Lin Wuyue and Zhang Rou from Rocket Class 3. Standing between them was the former campus belle, Mu Yorong. Mu Yorong's expression was extremely ugly. She was supposed to be the campus belle. She was the chess prodigy. She was also a popular female streamer. Yet all the glory that should have belonged to her had been stolen by Zhuo. What made it even harder for Mu Yorong to accept was that Zhuo had easily dealt with those powerful Yi family relatives. She had originally wanted to use them to ruin Zhuo. Instead, Zhuo lived comfortably, while those so-called powerful relatives all met miserable ends. Yishuang's family had fallen completely. One daughter was imprisoned, and the other was forced to drop out of school. Yishuai had been jailed for fraud. Yao Tsuifan couldn't withstand the blow and suffered a stroke, leaving her paralyzed and bedridden. If someone said these people's misfortunes had nothing to do with Zhuo, Mu Yorong wouldn't believe it for a second. After all, every disaster happened only after they provoked Zhuo. But the Zhuo she knew was nothing but trash. So what the hell was going on? Ever since Zhuo started live streaming, Mu Yorong felt everything slipping out of her control. She was a reborn daughter, a favored child of heaven, a phoenix soaring across the 9 heavens. She would not allow anyone to defeat her, especially not Zhuo, someone she had personally killed in her previous life. What right did Zhuo have? Mu Yorong's expression grew colder by the second. Lin Wuyue sneered. "The real campus belle should be you, Yorong. Not only are you beautiful, your grades are excellent too. You're the #1 among girls. Other than that face, what does Zhuo have? Do you seriously think a useless piece of trash can take first place in the whole school?" Chapter 190. Mu Yorong entered the top 5 of her age group this time. Other than Zhuo, she was the best among the girls. Who said that God Yi plagiarized? Our God Yi is both talented and beautiful. There's no need to plagiarize at all. A few students from Class 7 happened to pass by and immediately stood up for Zhuo when they heard that Lin Wuyue was actually framing her. The students from Class 7 trusted Zhuo immensely. This was because teachers of various subjects often invited Zhuo to the stage to explain questions. If she had really plagiarized, would her explanations be more professional than the teachers'? Not only was Zhuo professional, but she also had her own methods. Many students in their class were now her fans. Lin Wuyue's face was full of sarcasm. Not plagiarism? If you say it's not plagiarism, then it's not plagiarism? Only your ordinary class would deceive themselves and treat cheating trash as a treasure. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's just wait for the college entrance exam. Our God Yi will definitely maintain her current results and get first place. The college entrance exam was a mirror that reflected truth. Good and bad would all be revealed. Everyone would be equal under this mirror. No one could cheat. After saying this, the students of Class 7 turned and left. Facts speak louder than words. Lin Wuyue spat fiercely. What the hell? Then she looked at Mu Yurong. Yurong, don't be angry. In our hearts, only you are the true campus belle. Yizhua can't even compare to one of your little fingers. When the college entrance exam results come out, we'll see whose face will be left red. Zhang Rou also echoed. Who does Yizhua think she is? She's like a grasshopper after autumn. How many more days can she jump around? Hearing this, Mu Yorong's expression improved slightly. She had been reborn. In her previous life, she had participated in the college entrance exam. With the system in hand, it was easy for her to become the top scorer. Although the system had not yet been upgraded, a simple college entrance exam was still not a problem. After the exam, she would make everyone's eyes light up. The other students in the school were eager onlookers. If there were free melons, why waste them? Whether Yizhua had plagiarized or not, the truth would come out in due time. To attract even more attention, Mu Yorong had the system set up a voting post in the school forum. The name of the post was very eye-catching. Former school belle vs current school belle. Who is the real school belle with both talent and looks? Mu Yorong, 1,826 votes. Yizhua, 789 votes. The school's most handsome person commented. The poster is trying to stir up trouble. Ran, holy shit. Gaji, have less than 800 votes. If life was as it seems at first sight, vote for me, Gaji. No explanation. Passerby a 665. Mu Yorong has been in the top 5 of the grade for 2 years in a row. I choose Mu Yorong. Beloved Yi, I also choose Mu Yorong. Then, someone deliberately tried to sway public opinion. Herda, Yizhua can also be the school belle? Don't you remember what she looked like before? A mouthful of salt soda can spray you to death 23333. Yizhua had plastic surgery, right? Son, I am your father. Now that you mention it, something's off. She wasn't this beautiful before. After a semester, she suddenly became gorgeous. Once the cosmetic surgery comment appeared, the topic shifted completely. Under Mu Yorong's control, not long after, the platform was flooded with news articles about Yizhua's supposed cosmetic surgery, trending for a time. Photos of Yizhua's exaggerated makeup circulated everywhere. Cosmetic surgery was a stain that could not be easily erased, especially since Yizhua's childhood photos had been destroyed by the system. Yizhua's account was immediately attacked by a swarm of trolls. Netizens who didn't know the truth were misled by the spammers. However, Yizhua's fans never doubted her. After that, Mu Yorong began pushing her Brainiac character again. Drafts flew everywhere. I love Rong 20,000. Not only am I a chess master, but also a super Brainiac. Are you an idiot? Come watch the North Bridge High School voting post. A large crowd rushed to check the school forum. For a time, Yizhua was accused of plastic surgery and plagiarism, heavily criticized by trolls. On the other hand, Mu Yorong only used public opinion to gain followers. She, who had fallen below 5 million fans, rose to 6 million in a short time. Heaven toppling Earth Purple Gold Hammer 1225. Fans of the Satara family, now we must believe in Yi. She will definitely prove her strength. That dog. Yes, believe in Yi. Yizhua was busy doing school missions in class and didn't notice the chaos online. Chapter 191. Beep. Just as she finished a task, she received an invitation to add her as a friend. ID Warn. Seeing that the number of friends had not reached the limit, Yizhua clicked agree. On the other side, in a laboratory, agreed, and Ayuhulu really agreed. A middle-aged man, wearing a radiation-proof isolation suit, was so happy that he almost jumped up. At this moment, someone pushed the door open and came in. Doctor, what made you so happy? Dr. Warren could not hide his excitement. Nyohulu agreed to add me as a friend. Really? Dr. Warren nodded. Little Sue, do you think I should greet him now? Then we can discuss artificial intelligence. Dr. Warren was a technology fanatic. He had made great contributions to human scientific research. When he saw that Nyohulu YC was better than those foreigners on international websites, He had long wanted to discuss his expertise with Niohulu. However, Niohulu was too mysterious. It was as if he had come from nowhere. He had never found an opportunity. He did not expect his account to be added today. When a big shot met a big shot who was even better than him, all that was left was excitement. Little Sue said, "I heard that great god Niohulu only recognizes money and not people. Professor, you can give him a mission first, and then talk about other things." "Well, Little Sue, you're still thoughtful." Zhuo felt that this warn was quite interesting. After giving him a mission worth 700,000 yuan, he asked a lot of questions about future technology. For example, a spaceship that could travel at the speed of light, miniaturized development, a castle in the sky. Moreover, the questions he asked were all very professional. In the end, he even suggested adding WeChat. Zhuo hesitated but did not agree. Because her WeChat was filled with family and friends, she did not want to expose her life to a third-dimensional stranger. On the other end of the screen, Dr. Warren frowned and said, "Xiao Su," he did not agree. Xiao Su comforted him. Haste makes waste. "Doctor, don't worry. This kind of thing has to be done slowly." Dr. Warren could only nod. He was already very satisfied to be able to add Niohulu's account. Why worry about WeChat? Zhuo had been online frequently for the past few days to do missions, completing several in an hour. There were more and more accounts with the prefix Niohulu on the forum. "Niohulu, I am 123456. Dad is awesome. Niohulu, Xianghua and UD. Dad, please leave some good genes for your son. Niohulu, Lu 800, F *CK. Dad just agreed to my friend request. Hurry up and add it. Niohulu, I have a husky. I really added it. Thank you, Lao 800. For a moment, countless accounts with the prefix Niohulu added Zhuo as a friend. And the additional messages were all, "Daddy, I am your long-lost son." Zhuo looked at the thousands of friend requests and slightly raised her eyebrows. When did she have so many sons? But it was a waste to give up such a cheap son. It was just that with so many sons coming at the same time, it was too troublesome to accept each one manually. Zhuo had a flash of inspiration and wrote a script. She immediately agreed in bulk. Just as she finished processing her friend's requests, the class bell rang. Zhuo put away her phone. F *CK. F *CK. These people are too good at causing trouble. And Lizzie held her phone and suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Zhuo looked back slightly, and Lizzie handed the phone to Zhuo. "Zhao, take a look for yourself." Zhuo lowered her eyes slightly and saw the comments about her plastic surgery. And Lizzie was almost angered to death. They're the ones who had plastic surgery. Their entire family has plastic surgery. A bunch of lemon sprites who can't stand seeing other people's good looks. Zhuo took out her phone again and checked the IP address of the person who posted it. It was a very strange IP address. It was a high-tech intelligence system that was somewhat similar to the world she lived in. This system was similar to a plug-in. Hence, it had another name, a plug-in system. Zhuo was also one of the founders of this system. But because of this plug-in system, many people were unwilling to work hard. They relied on the system for everything, and their intelligence gradually shrank, turning into marionettes. The founders realized that something was wrong. In order to prevent humans from becoming the system's puppets, they joined forces to destroy it. But now, how did this external system appear in this world? Zhuo frowned slightly and traced the thread back to Mu Yorong. After all, this thread was aimed at her, and the direct beneficiary was Mu Yorong. Chapter 192. Could it be that Mu Yorong was now the host of a cheat system? Yi Zhao closed the current page. She entered the URL and climbed over the wall into the database. She easily found all the information about Mu Yorong. Mu Yorong was the same age as her. Before the age of 16, she had been an extremely ordinary person. But after the age of 17, Mu Yorong seemed to have changed. She cheated all the way, turning from a trash in primary school to a genius in college. She even became a grandmaster in chess. One had to know that before this, Mu Yorong did not even know how to play Go Bang, nor did she attend any training classes. After reading all this, Zhuo was basically certain that Mu Yorong definitely had a cheat system. Since Mu Yorong wanted to play, then she would play with her properly. A cheat system, if used badly, would cause a backlash. It was also at this moment that Yizhuo suddenly understood why Mu Yorong had suddenly lost her luster during Miao Yin's 3rd anniversary party. Because she had won against Mu Yorong, the system was forced to demote. After demotion, a lot of benefits would be taken back. Not only would the benefits be taken back, but it would also reduce the host's original appearance. Yizhuo narrowed her eyes and deleted Mu Yorong's information. She was prepared to respond to the Miao Yin platform's questioning about her cosmetic surgery. The best way to respond to cosmetic surgery was to find photos of her childhood. Yizhuo found the host's previous social media account, but the photos in the account had all been destroyed. Yizhuo frowned slightly. It seemed that Mu Yorong had long been prepared, but she was not afraid. Would a tech guru be afraid of the delete button? As long as these photos had appeared on the internet, she had nothing to fear. Soon, Yizhuo repaired the recycling station and found a few childhood photos, which she uploaded to Miao Yin's account. Although the original owner's personality had been a little strange when she grew up, it did not affect her looks when she was young. She had a pretty face, and her facial features were very exquisite. Let me introduce to the babies. This is me when I was young. Who doesn't have a middle school past? Please forgive me and forget about me when I killed Matt. Then, regarding the problem of cheating, just wait for the college entrance exam. Let me tell you, my first choice is Beijing University, and I only filled out one choice, and I'm not confident. Picture JPG. Picture JPG. Picture JPG. Purple Gold Hammer 1225. Yezi is so beautiful. Haha, actually, I also had the period of killing Matt. That dog. A fairy has been a fairy since childhood. It seems that killing Matt was really popular a few years ago. I love Yezi 1. Punchin' Yezi. I love Yezi 77. Welcome to Capital University. Who are you? Apply to Beijing University. That's too arrogant. Aren't you afraid of getting slapped in the face? AIE 1063. Only filling in one volunteer? This isn't confidence. This is conceit. This is floating. Gale Crossing 999. Beijing University's admission score for Yunjing is 690 points. Wait and see. After sending this statement, Yizhuo exited the account. Mu Yorong had been paying attention to Yizhuo's movements. Seeing her statement, Mu Yorong frowned slightly. Where did Yizhuo get these photos? Weren't these photos destroyed by the system? System. What the hell is going on? The system was also a little flustered. In the 3 years it had been in this foreign world, this was the first time it had met such a powerful human. It could even repair the photos it had destroyed with its own hands. Host, now is not the time to be anxious. We need to level up first. Only by leveling up can I have the authority to investigate more problems. How do I level up? The system sent over a web address, then said, "This is an international technology website. Complete the mission according to my instructions first. Then use your ability to attract the attention of the big shots on the website. There are 2 objectives for this mission. The first is Dr. Warren, and the second is Neohulu YC. Neohulu YC. Seeing this name, Mu Yorong frowned slightly and immediately thought of the Satara YC leaves. Could it be that this Neohulu YC was also Yizhuo? When she thought of this, Mu Yorong was stunned. Then, she laughed softly, her eyes filled with sarcasm. She was a reborn daughter, yet she knew nothing about technology. Why was Yizhuo? Technology was not like chess. As long as one was willing to spend effort to study chess, it was fine. Technology not only needed to be studied, it also required talent. If Yizhuo had this talent, he probably would not be called Yizhuo. He should be called Dr. Yizhuo, just like Dr. Warren. Thinking of this, Mu Yorong heaved a sigh of relief. Following the system's prompt, she began to register an account. Chapter 193. Seeing that there were many people using Neohulu as the prefix on the website forum, Mu Yorong also used Neohulu as the prefix. Neohulu year. This way, not only could she gain the boss's favor, but she could also stand out from the crowd of Neohulu IDs. It was simply the best of both worlds. Mu Yorong also set her profile picture as a close-up of a soft and beautiful hand, adding filters and beauty effects, allowing people to automatically imagine that the other party was a peerless beauty. The background information specifically indicated that she was 19 years old and single. Generally, men like beautiful women. Although the system could not find out if Nyohulu YC was a man or a woman, there were so many people on the forum who called him father. So Nyohulu YC was definitely a geek. For him to be able to reach the same position as Dr. Warren, it meant that he was not young. It was estimated that he was over 40 years old. Men of all ages loved beautiful women, especially on this technology website that lacked women. Muyurong had just asked the system to check, and this website only had 1/10 women. And there were no women with outstanding results. The rarer something was, the more valuable it became. She simply stood out from the crowd. Muyurong slightly curved her lips. She was waiting for the day when Dr. Warren and Nyohulu YC would come to look for her. After school at night, Zhuo and Lizzie and Zhao Pingting walked out of the school gate together. Just as the three of them walked out, a man in a black suit walked over. The golden setting sun covered his face with a mysterious veil. Although his face could not be seen clearly, the extraordinary aura around him made it difficult to ignore him. "Miss Yi!" The man walked straight to Yi Zhao's side and stopped. Yi Zhao looked up and saw a cold face reflected in her eyes. There seemed to be some hostility in his gaze. It was none other than Song Shiyu. Yi Zhao smiled slightly. "Mr. Song." And Lizzie and Zhao Pingting, who were beside Yi Zhao, were both stunned. This man was obviously not easy to get along with. The two of them subconsciously took a step back from Yi Zhao. Song Shiyu looked at Lizzie and Zhao Pingting, then his gaze fell on Yi Zhao. "Miss Yi, may I have a word with you?" Yi Zhao turned to look at Lizzie and Zhao Pingting, then nodded. The two of them came to the waiting area, and Song Shiyu explained the purpose of his visit. Hearing this, Yi Zhao nodded slightly. "Then I'll go with Mr. Song. However, there's something I want to say first." "Go ahead," Yi Zhuo continued. "Grandma Song is already very old. I can only do my best. The rest can only be left to fate. That's only natural." Song Shiyu nodded slightly. "Grandma is already old. As long as I can help her reduce the suffering of her illness, I'll be eternally grateful." After agreeing with Song Shiyu, Yi Zhao went to greet Lizzie and Zhao Pingting before getting into Song Shiyu's car. Muyurong stood not far away and watched everything. She knew that Yi Zhao would definitely attract Song Shiyu's attention. Just like that, Song Shiyu had already begun to make his move. Yi Zhao was definitely the same as her back then, madly in love with Song Shiyu, this wolf in sheep's clothing. He began to dream of marrying into the Song family. In a few days' time, Yi Zhao would realize that at this moment, she had already stepped into hell. The person that Song Shiyu had set his eyes on would not be able to escape. She would die a miserable death. Muyurong's heart was extremely happy when she saw Yi Zhao's miserable fate. At this moment, Song Shiyu suddenly turned around. That pair of eagle-like eyes stared fiercely at her. His eyes were filled with malice. Muyurong's face instantly turned pale. The fear from her previous life also returned, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. In an instant, Muyurong felt as if she had returned to that cage, filled with the stench of blood. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Muyurong's entire body was trembling. Fortunately, Song Shiyu quickly withdrew his gaze and boarded the black car. Seeing the black car disappear on the road ahead, Muyurong's face gradually regained its color, and she fled the place as if running for her life. The car sped along the road. The speed of the car was very fast, and it did not take long for them to arrive at the Song family's old residence. Old Madame Song was lying on her bed. Although the weather had gradually warmed up, old Madame Song was still covered with a thick blanket. Moreover, the room was still warm. "Zha is here. Grandmother Song." Yi Zhao walked over with a smile. Zha, I've troubled you to make a trip." Old Madame Song grabbed Yi Zhao's hand. "Should I take your pulse first?" Chapter 194. "Okay." Old Madame Song nodded and looked at Yi Zhao carefully. Because school had just ended, Yi Zhao was still wearing the school uniform. The wide school uniform made her thin and weak body look even thinner. Her hands were very soft, like a piece of warm jade, fair and delicate. People liked her more, and more the longer they looked at her. They just didn't know if she was fated to meet Song Shiyu. A moment later, Yi Zhao loosened her grip on old Madame Song's wrist, but her expression remained calm. Old Madame Song asked with a smile, Zhao, Do I not have many days left? Yi Zhao tucked old Madame Song's hand back into the blanket. Grandma Song, your illness is not a big problem. Rest assured and take care of your body. When spring comes, you will be fine. Zhuo, I know my own body. Saying this, old Madame Song sighed. People should leave when they're old. It's just a pity that I didn't get to see Shiyu get married. Song Shiyu had always been a worry for old Madame Song. This child had suffered a lot when he was young. Due to his childhood experiences, he was also very withdrawn and even a little violent. Yi Zhao patted old Madame Song's hand under the blanket. Grandma Song, you'll definitely see Mr. Song get married and have children. Then I'll borrow your auspicious words. At this moment, a servant came to deliver the medicine to old Madame Song. Yi Zhao stood up and said, Can you show me the medicine? The servant looked at Song Shiyu. Song Shiyu nodded. Seeing Song Shiyu nod, the servant dared to pass the medicine to Yi Zhao. However, when she passed it to her, she lost her balance and spilled the soup on Yi Zhao's body. Yi Zhao caught the bowl, but she did not manage to keep the soup inside. The servant was so frightened that she panicked and immediately apologized. Miss Yi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me wipe it off for you. Song Shiyu's face darkened. Hurry up and get a set of clean clothes for Miss Yi. Okay. The maid immediately ran out of the door. Yi Zhao patted her clothes. It's fine, it's fine. It'll be dry in a while. It's uncomfortable to wear wet clothes. Let's change into another one. Old Madame Song continued. Sister Hong, take Zhao to the bathroom. Miss Yi, come with me. The female assistant who had been standing by old Madame Song's bed made a please gesture. It was indeed uncomfortable to be sticky, so Yi Zhao did not refuse. She followed Sister Hong to the washroom in the outer hall. Sister Hong continued, Miss Yi, please go in first. I'll stand guard outside for you. I'll call you when the clothes are delivered. Sorry to trouble you. Yi Zhao nodded slightly. Not long after, a servant came trotting over with a set of clean clothes. Sister Hong took the clothes and knocked on the door. Miss Yi, the clothes are here. Yi Zhao opened the door a little, and a snow-white arm stretched out from inside. Sorry to trouble you, Sister Hong. A shallow bite mark was particularly eye-catching on the snow-white arm. Sister Hong narrowed her eyes and handed the bag to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao took the bag and thanked her. Miss Yi, you're too kind, Sister Hong said as she winked at the servant beside her. The servant immediately understood and trotted out. Song Shi was waiting outside. The night covered his entire body, and the expression on his face could not be seen. His voice was very cold. How is it? There is indeed a scar on Miss Ye's arm. A burn? Song Shiyu asked. The servant shook her head and tried hard to recall the shape of the scar. It doesn't look like a burn. It does look like it was bitten by something. A new injury? The servant continued to shake her head. It's not a new injury. It looks like it's been around for some time. It's just that Miss Ye's skin is white, so that scar looks very obvious. All right, go do your work, she added. I'll get the housekeeper to give you a raise. Thank you, boss. The servant was ecstatic. She had been in the Song family for so long, but this was the first time she had seen Song Shiyu take the initiative to give a raise. If other colleagues found out, they would definitely die of envy. Song Shiyu returned to old Madame Song's room. His expression was still very indifferent. Old Madame Song turned to look at Song Shiyu. Shiyu, tell me honestly, what kind of medicine are you up to? Song Shiyu was stunned. I don't understand what Grandma means by that. Why did you let little Zhang sprinkle the medicine on searing scorch all of a sudden? Old Madame Song continued. Your real intention should be to let searing scorch change her clothes, right? Grandma, you're worrying too much. You know very well whether it's worrying too much or not. Old Madame Song's gaze fell on the door. Shiyu, it's been so many years. Can't you just have a heart-to-heart with Grandma? Even though Song Shiyu was old Madame Song's grandson, old Madame Song had never truly understood this grandson. Grandma, take good care of your body. Don't think too much. Song Shiyu walked over and helped old Madame Song tuck in the cup. Not long after, Yi Zhao changed into a new set of clothes and walked in from outside. The light green dress suited her skin very well. You look very beautiful in this dress. Old Madame Song complimented from the bottom of her heart. Yi Zhao raised her eyebrows slightly. Could it be because you look good? Old Madame Song was tickled by her and laughed softly. Yi Zhao smiled and said, "That's right, Grandma Song. You should smile more. Smiling more can increase the breathing function of your lungs and express healthy emotions. It will be of great help to your body." The smile on old Madame Song's face became even wider. All right. Then I'll listen to Yezi and smile more in the future." After chatting with old Madame Song for a while and writing a prescription, Yi Zhao said goodbye. Song Shiyu sent Yi Zhao off. After walking out of old Madame Song's courtyard, Yi Zhao took the initiative to say, "Grandma Song has at most half a year's time. Mr. Song, you have to be mentally prepared." Hearing this, Song Shiyu did not show any special emotions on his face. "Is there no other way?" Yi Zhao shook her head. Grandma Song has already reached her age, and all the organs in her body have begun to gradually fail. However, the medicine I have prescribed can help Grandma Song reduce her pain. Doctors could only treat illnesses. Even if Yi Zhao was Hua Tuo, she could not prevent natural aging and death. Song Shiyu did not say anything else. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to life and death. Even if old Madame Song were to go now, he would not be able to squeeze out even a single tear. Song Shiyu drove Yi Zhao to the entrance of the unit where the Yi family lived. "Thank you, Mr. Song, for driving me back. Be careful on the road." Yi Zhao got out of the car and thanked him. "I should be the one thanking you," Song Shiyu said slowly. "Miss Yi, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me by my name in the future." Yi Zhao nodded slightly. "Then you don't have to be polite with me. Just call me by my name. It's too late now, so I won't ask you to go in for tea. I'll go back first." "Okay, I should go back too." Song Shiyu got into the car and closed the door. The car that was supposed to be speeding on the highway stopped at a fork in the road not far from the Yi family's estate. Song Shiyu pulled down the red rope around his neck, and the hostility in his eyes dissipated bit by bit. "I finally found you." Chapter 195. Found it. Finally found it. Song Shiyu didn't know how long he had been waiting for this day. In countless pitch-black nights, he had relied on the last bit of light in his heart to slowly survive. If it wasn't for that beam of light, he would have disappeared long ago. The carriage was very quiet. After a moment, Song Shiyu took out a big white rabbit milk candy from his pocket. The familiar taste spread in his mouth. Song Shiyu curled the corners of his lips. For the first time, he felt that being alive was not bad. At least, it let him know once again that candy was sweet. Song Shiyu raised his eyes to look at the apartment building where Yi Zhao lived. She had protected him when he was young. In the future, it would be his turn to protect her. After a very, very long time, the black car finally disappeared under the night sky. Song Shiyu drove all the way to the Song family sanatorium. The sanatorium was located in a quiet suburb. There was no one within a few miles. A large forest stood in front of it. It was late at night, and only the street lamp in front of the sanatorium was lit. The only sound in the air was the horrifying cry of an owl. It looked extremely eerie. It made one's scalp tingle. When they heard the sound of a car, a hunched-over old lady walked out. "Boss!" It was a hoarse and unpleasant voice. It was as if a sharp blade had scraped across it. Song Shiyu nodded. "Aunt Zhao." Aunt Zhao handed Song Shiyu a pair of white gloves. Song Shiyu put on the gloves at an unhurried pace. Under the lights in the room, it could be clearly seen that Aunt Zhao had a hideous scar on her face, which was shocking to look at. Her hands were also full of scars, and her little finger and thumb were incomplete. The two of them walked to a bright room on the second floor, one after another. There was nothing in the room, only a bed, a chair. The air was filled with the pungent smell of medicine. A middle-aged woman with disheveled hair and a dirty face was curled up on the bed, looking around vigilantly. When her gaze met Song Shiyu's, she shrieked in fear and covered her head with the blanket. Her entire body was trembling. "Don't be afraid. You can recover after this injection." Song Shiyu picked up the needle beside him and squeezed out the excess air from it. His expression was very calm. No. The scene in front of him overlapped with the memories in Song Shiyu's mind. In the pitch-black room, a young and beautiful woman held a needle and stood in front of a skinny youth. "If you're sick, you have to be treated. Be good. You'll be fine after this injection." The next second, The needle stabbed into his flesh crazily. Why don't you die? You're dead. My son is the only heir of the Song family. Die! Die! The woman was like a madman who had lost control. However, the young man curled up in the corner did not say a word. His eyes were filled with forbearance. When you are not strong enough, you can only endure. Time will make you strong. Thinking of this, the ruthlessness in Song Shiyu's eyes that had finally disappeared became ruthless again at this moment. He stabbed the needle into the middle-aged woman's arm. The medicine in the needle was injected into her blood vessels bit by bit. In a moment, Song Shiyu threw the empty needle into the trash can beside him. Has she taken the medicine on time these past few days? I fed her on time. Song Shiyu nodded slightly. That's good. After saying that, Song Shiyu turned to look at the middle-aged woman. By the way, there's something you still don't know. Song Xinyan is gone. The middle-aged woman sat on the bed with a blank expression. It was as if she didn't understand what he was saying. Do you know how he went missing? Song Shiyu answered his own question. He was just like my mother. He was burned to death by the fire. When the firemen arrived, the door was covered in his bloody handprints. At this point, the middle-aged woman finally broke down and burst into tears. Xinyan! Xinyan! What? My respected stepmother, aren't you going to continue pretending to be crazy? That's right. This middle-aged woman was Song Shiyu's stepmother, Zhang Xiangyue. When Zhang Xiangyue was young, she was one of the most talented women in Yunjing. She was also very beautiful. No one knew. She seemed to be such a beautiful person, but her heart was rotten and extremely dark. She had a strange habit, sadism. In front of others, she was a good wife and stepmother. When it was late at night, she would show an ugly face. Song Shiyu was very afraid of the night at that time. The night covered all the ugly scenes. Aunt Zhao was also one of the victims. Chapter 196. Aunt Zhao's broken fingers and hoarse voice were all thanks to her. Song Shiyu, you will suffer retribution. Zhang Xiangyue roared angrily. You won't be able to see my retribution. However, your retribution has already arrived. Song Shiyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Although Song Xinyan has left, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll definitely let you live out your old age in peace. I won't let you suffer. After saying that, Song Shiyu turned to look at Aunt Zhao and said gently, I'll go back first. Remember to take good care of her. Aunt Zhao nodded. Don't worry, I will. The pain that she had suffered back then, she would return it to this bitch 100-fold or 1,000 times over. As Song Shiyu walked out, he took off his gloves. Behind him, Zhang Xianyue's painful cries could be heard. The next morning, Yi Zhao woke up very early. After running, Yishu had already made breakfast. Zhuo, Mom didn't make porridge this morning. Can we have milk and oatmeal? Sure. Yi Zhao nodded. Yishu brought the fried dough sticks to the table and shouted, Yi-sun, get up and eat. Yi Zhonghua went to make oatmeal. When the mother and daughter sat at the dining table and were ready to eat, Yi-sun walked out of the bathroom yawning. I slept for 3 hours last night. I'm so tired. I still have to go to City C on a business trip the day after tomorrow. Yi-sun widened his panda-like eyes and began to daydream. If only cash could fall from the sky and land on me. Yi Zhao took a bite of the oatmeal. The crispy oatmeal blended with the mellow fragrance of milk and was very delicious. Yi Zhao's mood improved after eating such a tasty breakfast. She continued, Uncle, I have a way to help you realize your wish to get some cash from the sky. Really? Yi-sun's eyes lit up. Yi Zhao nodded. You know, I never lie. Yi-sun was so excited that he didn't even eat breakfast. He looked at Yi Zhao with anticipation. What solution? His niece was very capable. Maybe she really had a solution. Yi Zhao took a bite of the fried dough stick and said unhurriedly, Actually, the solution is very simple. Hurry up and say it. Yi-sun couldn't wait. Just be a bastard in the wishing well, Yi Zhao said faintly. Don't tourists often throw money at the bastards in the wishing well? Yi-sun. How could he forget? His niece was also a little expert at insulting people. Yishu was overjoyed. That's right. You have to be down to earth. Don't keep thinking about those nonsense. After saying that, Yishu continued, Right, Zhao? Mom has been a little busy these days. I have to go to City in next week. I'll probably stay there for about half a month. Can you stay at home alone? Because the restaurant's business was very good, Yishu had to go ahead with her plan to open a branch in City A. A conservative estimate was that she would have to stay there for about half a month. No problem, Yizeo replied. Yi-sun said, Sister, you can go to City A without worry. I'm still at home. I shouldn't be too busy next week. Yishu nodded. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was Yishu's business trip to City A. Yi-sun and Yizeo sent Yishu to the airport. This was the first time Yishu had traveled so far for such a long time. She explained everything carefully. The plants at home need to be watered every 3 days, and that little turtle needs to be fed every day. Oh, and Yi-sun replied, I got it, sis. You've said these words no less than 30 times. Ever since he woke up in the morning, Yishu had been talking about these things. Yi-sun felt as if his ears were going to get calloused. Yishu rolled her eyes at him. I was just afraid that you guys would forget, right? Yi-sun smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if I forget, I'll remember. Time is almost up. Hurry and go in. Seeing that time was indeed running out, Yishu reluctantly walked toward the boarding gate. Seeing Yishu's figure disappear into the surging crowd, Yi-sun heaved a sigh of relief. Your mother is finally willing to leave. Uncle, what are we having for lunch? Yizeo turned around and looked at Yi-sun. Let's go eat spicy hot pot. Yi-sun rubbed his hands, excitement flashing in his eyes. He seemed to have forgotten that Yishu had just told him not to bring Yizeo to eat junk food. Okay. Yizeo nodded. Although spicy hot pot was a little unhealthy, there was nothing to say about its taste. After eating spicy hot pot, they went home. Chapter 197. Yizeo prepared to tidy up her room. All she could see in her room were electronics, the computer mainframe, the green circuit board, the PCBA, the diode. The scariest thing was that there were soldering tools. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, no one would believe that this was a girl's room. Dash! After tidying up her room, Yizeo took the watering can and went to spray water on the plants in Yishu's room. Yishu was a very clean person. The room was also tidied up neatly. There wasn't even a single wrinkle on the quilt. Yizeo slowly sprayed water on the plants. Pa! She accidentally knocked a book off the table. Yizeo picked up the book. It was a Chinese version of a famous foreign novel. Jane Eyre. The cover of the book had been worn white, looking like it had been there for many years. Yizeo casually flipped through a few pages of the book, and a photo that was sandwiched inside suddenly appeared in front of her. This was a photo that felt very old. There was a man and a woman in the photo. Yizeo did not recognize the man, but the woman was obviously the young Yishu. In fact, the current Yishu did not look much different from the person in the photo. It was just that at that time, she looked much more immature than she did now. Her eyes were bright, and it could be seen from her eyes that she loved the man standing next to her terribly. The man was very tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His facial features were extremely handsome. Standing next to the woman, he looked like a man and a woman. Yizeo narrowed her eyes slightly. If she guessed correctly, this man should be her cheap father, right? Don't say. He looked quite decent. No wonder he could trick the 19-year-old Yishu's unmarried daughter. Yizeo raised her eyebrows and put the photo back. On the other side, the Mu family. Mu Yorong completed 3 missions under the guidance of a system. Although 3 missions were not a lot, they still caused a stir on the International Science and Technology website. After all, Mu Yorong's account was still a newcomer, and she was also a woman. On this website, women were a rare species. During this period, there have been people taking the initiative to add Mu Yorong as a friend. Mu Yorong, who was in front of a screen, curled the corners of her lips. She knew that she would definitely become the most eye-catching presence. Now, Nyohulu YC and Hua En would definitely have noticed her. At that time, the 2 giants of the technology world would become her vassals. A woman's success was not only her career, it was also her personality and charm. At this moment, a system notification sounded in her mind. Warning! Li Qiandong's favorability towards you has decreased from 80% to 20%. Host, please immediately think of a way to increase your favorability. Hearing this, Mu Yurong frowned. What's going on? The system continued. Host, it's been a long time since you've shown your presence in front of Li Qiandong. Can you find Li Qiandong's whereabouts now? I'll try. Due to Mu Yurong's performance on the international website, the system had already leveled up by 2 levels. In a short while, the system found out Li Qiandong's itinerary. Looking at Li Qiandong's itinerary, Mu Yurong had a plan in her heart. In a short while, Mu Yurong was dressed neatly and walked out of the Mu residence. On the road where cars were coming and going, the green lights flickered, alternating with the yellow lights. At this moment, a little boy rushed out quickly. Beep! A piercing whistle sounded behind him. At this moment, a figure rushed out quickly and protected the little boy in front of her. The moment she held the little boy in her arms, a calculating light appeared in Mu Yurong's eyes. Bang! The 2 of them were knocked to the ground. The car door was opened, and a man in a suit walked out of the car. Are you guys okay? This person was none other than Li Qiandong. I'm fine. Mu Yurong raised her head slightly. Miss Mu, Li Qiandong said in surprise. Mr. Li. Mu Yurong greeted Li Qiandong and pulled the child up from under her. Little friend, are you all right? The child was so frightened that his face turned pale. At this moment, a middle-aged woman rushed over from the crowd and hugged the child tightly in her arms. Dong Dong, are you all right? You scared me to death. She turned to look at Mu Yurong. Miss, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my son's life would have been lost today. Thank you. Mu Yurong smiled and said, I'm fine, but as parents, you really have to be careful. When you cross the road, you must take good care of the child. Chapter 198. Yes, of course, of course. After repeatedly thanking him, the woman left with the child. Li Qiandong looked at the scene in surprise. You don't know each other? Mu Yurong shook her head slightly. Hearing this, Li Qiandong was even more shocked. Just now, he had thought that the little boy was a relative of Mu Yurong. If he wasn't a relative, who else could have saved him? He did not expect that Mu Yurong did not know him at all. To be able to do this for a person she did not know, it could be seen that Mu Yurong was truly a very kind person. He had not misjudged her. A look of appreciation appeared in Li Qiandong's eyes. Miss Mu, are you all right? Shall I send you to the hospital to have a checkup? Mu Yurong shook her head. I'm fine. How could I be so weak? Mr. Li, you don't have to feel burdened. I really don't have any problems at all. Li Qiandong continued. No matter what, you've been shocked today. Let me treat Miss Mu to a meal. Otherwise, I won't be able to live with my conscience. Mu Yurong naturally couldn't reject Li Qiandong's invitation. She half-heartedly agreed. It was also at this moment that the system's voice sounded in Mu Yurong's mind. Host, congratulations. Li Qiandong's favorability towards you has successfully increased to 85%. The corners of Mu Yurong's lips curled up. Nothing she took a fancy to could escape her grasp. Li Qiandong should be her stepping stone. At the same time, in the capital, at the Feng residence. In the kitchen, Feng Qianhua was making health-preserving soup for old Lady Lin. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in the air. Qianhua, you're really good to old Lady Lin. It's a pity that old Lady Lin is old Lady Lin, and Lin Jincheng is Lin Jincheng. Why did you have to persist so long for something impossible? In the end, it was all for naught. Feng Qianhua turned around and saw that it was Cheng Fengqin. Second sister-in-law doesn't have to worry about my matters. Cheng Fengqin smiled. I didn't want to worry about it, but who asked some people to eat and drink our family's money all these years? In this big family, the one who really held the power was old Lady Feng. She distributed pocket money to the younger generation every month. Originally, the 4 daughters-in-law of the Feng family could receive 2 million pocket money each month. Because of the presence of Feng Qianhua and her daughter, she could only receive 1.2 million a month. It had been a whole 19 years. She ate from her mother's family and didn't know how to be grateful. The mother and daughter didn't know when they could get out of the Lin family. Feng Qianhua held back the anger in her heart and didn't say anything. Just wait. One day, she would make everyone in the Feng family rush over to please her. Sheng Fengqin snorted coldly and left the kitchen. At this moment, Feng Qianxian came to the kitchen to get dessert. Qianxian, watch the fire for me. I'm going to the bathroom and we'll be back soon. You must watch it yourself, okay? When she said the last sentence, Feng Qianhua's expression became extremely serious. It was as if it was not a health tonic, but a priceless treasure. Oh! Feng Qianxian nodded. Feng Qianhua was still a little worried. When she walked out of the door, she turned back and instructed, Xianxian, before I come back, you are not allowed to leave the kitchen. Remember to stay close to me. Feng Qianxian nodded impatiently. Feng Qianhua came outside. Breathing in the air outside, she felt a little more relaxed. She couldn't wait any longer. This year, she had to marry into the Lin family. If this dragged on, she really wouldn't have a chance. Feng Qianhua went to the bathroom and made a call. 20 minutes later, she went back to the kitchen. However, Feng Qianxian was no longer in the kitchen. Instead, the maid had replaced Feng Qianxian. Feng Qianhua's expression turned cold. Where's Xianxian? The servant said. Miss said that she went back to her room to read. Feng Qianhua frowned. I'm fine as long as I'm here. You can go out first. Oh, and call Xianxian over. The servant nodded and turned to leave the kitchen. Soon, Feng Xianxian arrived and said with some dissatisfaction, Mom, why did you call me over? The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and I still want to read. Slap! Before Feng Xianxian could finish her sentence, Feng Qianhua gave her a hard slap. Everything happened too quickly. Feng Xianxian was stunned. Her face was burning with pain as she looked at Feng Qianhua in disbelief. Mom, why did you hit me? What did I do wrong? Feng Qianhua's expression was very ugly. Who told you to leave? Didn't I tell you to stay here and look after the medicine? Chapter 199. Didn't I just leave for a while? Feng Qianxian felt extremely wronged. Do you have to be like this? I'm your biological daughter. You actually hit me for some lousy medicine. What's the use of being so nice to that old woman? She still hasn't let you pass. Feng Qianxian was taking the college entrance examination this year. In order to help Feng Qianhua build her reputation, Feng Qianxian planned to enter Beijing University. Even if she couldn't become the top scholar in the city, she still had to place among the top 3. There wasn't much time left before the college entrance exam. At such a critical moment, she couldn't relax at all. Feng Qianhua had gone to the bathroom for 10 to 20 minutes and hadn't come back. Feng Qianxian was afraid it would delay her studies, so she asked the maid at home to take a look. She never expected Feng Qianhua's reaction to be so extreme. Slap! Feng Qianhua raised her hand and slapped her again. Mom! Feng Qianxian felt even more wronged. She looked up at Feng Qianhua and shouted, You don't have the ability to marry into the Lin family, so you vent your anger on me? I'm your daughter. I'm not your punching bag. Feng Qianhua was so angry that her entire body trembled. She pointed at the door and said coldly, Go back to your room and reflect on yourself. Feng Qianxian covered her face and ran out of the kitchen in tears. Feng Qianhua looked at Feng Qianxian's retreating back and sighed helplessly. Feng Qianxian was good at everything, but she was too young, too impulsive, and lacked patience. Soon, Feng Qianhua poured the health-preserving soup into a special insulated container. She was about to deliver it to old Lady Lin. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back and went upstairs to the 3rd floor. She raised her hand and knocked on Feng Qianxian's bedroom door. Through the door, she could hear Feng Qianxian's suppressed sobbing. She was clearly inside, but she refused to open the door. Feng Qianhua frowned. There's a limit to my patience. I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, I'll have someone smash it open. 3, 2. Just as she was about to say 1, the door opened. Feng Qianxian looked miserable. Her eyes were swollen, and her face was swollen as well. Feng Qianhua walked in, placed the insulated container on the desk, and locked the door behind her. Qianxian, are you still blaming Mom? Feng Qianxian didn't say a word. How could she not blame her? Although Feng Qianhua had always been strict, this was the first time she had slapped her in the face. She was a girl. Feng Qianhua hadn't given her any dignity at all. Feng Qianhua sighed. Qian, in this family, only the two of us are truly related by blood. Apart from you, Mom has no one else she can trust. She paused. Do you understand what I'm saying? Isn't it just a bowl of medicine? Feng Qian snapped. Do you really have to slap me twice over it? Don't tell me that in your eyes, I'm less important than that old hag from the Lin family. She continued angrily. I can make that old hag grin from ear to ear with just 3 pairs of socks that cost 10 yuan. Do you really think she cares whether you personally brewed this medicine? What's wrong with letting the maid watch it? Feng Qian simply couldn't understand this logic. In her view, Feng Qianhua was making a mountain out of a molehill. There was absolutely no need for it. She also couldn't understand why Feng Qianhua had personally brewed medicine for old Madame Lin every single day for 10 whole years. Feng Qianhua looked at Feng Qian and said slowly, Qian, Mom has her reasons. One day, you'll understand my intentions. I don't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now, Feng Qianhua sighed. But one day you will. All you need to know is that Mom is doing this for your own good, for your future. She continued. Only when I successfully marry into the Lin family will you, as the Lin family's granddaughter, have a chance to marry 5th Masterson. At the mention of 5th Masterson, the anger on Feng Qian's face finally subsided a little. Feng Qianhua added, Qian, you're too impulsive. Have you ever thought about why I hit you? Do you really think I had no reason? Feng Qian was still too young. There were many things Feng Qianhua couldn't tell her yet. Mom, are you hiding something from me? Feng Qian wasn't stupid. She immediately caught the hidden meaning in her mother's words. Figure it out yourself. Feng Qianhua stood up. I have to send the health soup to your Grandma Lin. I'll go too. Feng Qian stood up as well, but when she thought of her swollen face, she quickly sat back down. Her face was going to be disfigured at this rate. How could she face anyone like this? Chapter 200, Lin Jincheng's Secret, Brother Zhe who dug up the trap, so domineering. 6. It was all that old hag's fault. If it weren't for brewing medicine for that old hag, she wouldn't have been beaten by Feng Qianhua. Feng Qian bit her lip hard. Feng Qianhua continued, Stay at home. I'll get someone to deliver the medicine. After saying that, Feng Qianhua turned around and left. Not long after, she arrived at the Lin residence. Aunt Zhang came out to welcome her. Isn't Xian supposed to be at school today? Why didn't she come along? Thinking about what had happened earlier, Feng Qianhua sighed. That child is too insensible. What happened? Aunt Zhang frowned. Feng Qianhua shook her head. There's no point talking about it. The two walked forward together. At that moment, Lin Zhe walked out from inside. He passed right by Feng Qianhua without even greeting her. A flash of dissatisfaction crossed Feng Qianhua's eyes. She was going to marry into the Lin family and become Lin Zhe's stepmother. Yet Lin Zhe was becoming more and more outrageous. In the past, he would at least put on an act in front of her. Now, he didn't even bother pretending. After walking Lin Zhe far away, Feng Qianhua lowered her voice and asked, Did you pay attention to the matter I asked you to watch last time? Aunt Zhang raised her head and glanced around. After confirming that no one was nearby, she stood on tiptoe and whispered a few words into Feng Qianhua's ear. Hearing this, the corners of Feng Qianhua's lips curled upward. Good. Very good. Didn't Lin Zhe manage to turn the tables last time? This time, she wanted to see how he would turn them again. She had to make old Madame Lin completely give up on this grandson of hers. Only the child she gave birth to was worthy of being the Lin family's grandson. What was Lin Zhe? He was a bastard born to a shameless woman. He should get the hell out of the Lin family. Little did she know, Lin Zhe, who was supposed to have already left the Lin residence, suddenly appeared behind them. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. He had long suspected that Feng Qianhua was behind his previous trip to Yunjing. Otherwise, it was impossible for old Madame Lin to find out the moment he arrived there. In this household, Aunt Zhang was her inside accomplice. As for whether his guess was correct, he would soon find out. All he needed to do was prepare the bait and wait for the fish to bite. At the LIN Group headquarters, in the office, Lin Jincheng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the traffic below. Suddenly, his expression changed. He immediately walked to his desk, picked up the intercom, and made a call. Soon, his secretary arrived. Secretary Zhang. Director Lin, you call for me? Lin Jincheng pressed his temples. Secretary Zhang, I can't remember it again. I've forgotten Aze's mother again. Who is Aze's mother? What is her name? The car accident 19 years ago didn't just take one of Lin Jincheng's legs. It took away half of his life. He lay in a hospital bed for 10 years before he truly woke up. Even after waking up, the after effects were severe. Due to damage to his cerebellum, parts of his memory were fragmented. On top of that, he had to endure unbearable phantom limb pain. Before Lin Jincheng recovered his memory, old Madame Lin kept telling him that Lin Zhe's biological mother was dead. At the same time, she continuously arranged matchmaking opportunities between him and Feng Qianhua. Until February of last year, Lin Jincheng suddenly recovered his memories. He remembered the woman he loved most in his life. Ignoring old Madame Lin's obstruction, he dragged his frail body to Yunjing to look for Yishu. He personally took the child's hair for a DNA test. He had planned to reunite the family once the results came out. But fate played a cruel joke on him. The child was not his, something Lin Jincheng had never imagined. The shock worsened his already fragile condition. He returned to long-term hospitalization and medication. His memories became intermittent. Sometimes he remembered, sometimes he didn't. Secretary Zhang poured him a glass of water. President Lin, don't worry. Take your time. I actually forgot Aze's mother. Lin Jincheng clenched his temples. How could I forget her? I've let her down. I've let her down. He hadn't forgotten everything. He had only forgotten Lin Zhe's mother. Why was it like this? Oh, right, President Lin. Secretary Zhang suddenly remembered something. There's also the diary. The diary in your safe. You once instructed me that if you ever forgot your wife again, you should read that diary.